Hello, good evening and welcome ladies and gentlemen to the season finale of the Next Gen Racing Touring Car Championship Season 6 as brought to you on the premier sim racing platform available only on PC, known as iRacing and powered by IMB Racewear. That's right, after 9 incredible weeks of racing action leading all the way around the world, we've made it to our final stop, and for the first time in the NXTCC's history, we will see the racing get underway at the one and only Daytona International Speedway in the US state of Florida. A circuit that's much known for its 24 hours of Daytona each and every year, what is oval layout and road course combining together the very best elements of the oval layout and also a rather hairpin filled infield section. It is a circuit like no other when it comes to putting drivers to the ultimate test when it comes to balancing speed on the loop versus what is braking performance and low speed cornering through the hairpins on the infield. To do well here, our drivers are going to find themselves having to play the ultimate game of motorsport in chess. Now if they can't break away in the infield section, then it's all going to be about being smart with the draft as they make their way around the best part of what is 80% of the standard oval layout, albeit not without being interrupted by the infamous bus stop chicane. But for it all, it does mean that racing will go toe-to-toe from lights out to checker flag. Indeed, everything can be settled in the final couple hundred metres as our drivers make their way to that checker flag line each and every time in our 3 races to see this season to a close. But as we welcome you all to this broadcast live from circuit side, well indeed you could be tuning in right now via one of 3 media platforms for your viewing pleasure. Of course, we do have the 2 official broadcasts available on the Next Gen media platforms, and those do include on YouTube at youtube.com and search for Next Gen Racing, and welcome to you guys and girls tuning in via YouTube. Alternatively, we do have the broadcast going out to Facebook at facebook.com/groups/NextGen Racing, and welcome to you guys and girls that are tuning in via Facebook. And last but not least, we do have the unofficial broadcast, which is being brought to you on Twitch at twitch.tv/TX141 as we say hello to GZen Hi there in the Twitch chat. And well, you may be asking right now, as we will say hello to all the other guys and girls tuning in via Twitch, who is TX141? Well, let me introduce myself. I'm your host and commentator for this series, and indeed to bring this season to a close. My name is Paul Walsh, also known as TX141 or Britain and Spit, depending on what media you follow me on. And well, what a season finale we have in store with 3 of our 4 championships still up for grabs. Plus on top of that as well, a runner-up spot to be decided in the overall Drivers' Championship, which was concluded 2 rounds ago with Wojciech taking the honours prematurely. And well, there's plenty to look forward to here today at the Daytona International Speedway. But as we get set to go race today, let's take you for our schedule. Times in British Summer Time, that's BST, or Universal Coordinated Time +1 UTC +1. And as we can see, in just under 18 minutes time, we're going into our final qualifying session of the season, 15 minutes in duration, as we do return to the default qualifying style session, where the best part of approximately 40 drivers expected to be on the grid today. And after that, we head to the grid for our first of 3 races today, all 10 laps in length, starting at 8:15 this evening, our first of the 3 sprint races, after which we'll take a brief breather before returning for the build-up to race number 2 at just before 9 o'clock. And then after race number 2 concludes, of course, we will be taking another breather, albeit not without that all-important reverse grid draw for our season finale and our final race with it, that partial reverse grid draw for race number 3, which will be getting underway at approximately 9:45 this evening. So plenty in store, plenty to look out for, and well, let's give you a recap of the championship calendar as it comes to its closure point. And well, as we can see, ladies and gentlemen, as it does appear on screen, we started off all the way back on the 12th of March at the one and only British circuit on our calendar for this season, that was Silverstone National. After that, we made our way to Italy for the Autodromo Nacional Monza on the 19th of March. And then, after staying on the European continent for 2 rounds, we made our way down under for the first time this season to the Australian circuit of Sandown International Motor Raceway. The horsepower was high at the home of horsepower, no doubt about it, on the 26th of March, but also we did hear the roar of engines through downtown Long Beach City in the US state of California, with the first of our 3 visits to the United States being on the 9th of April in the slightly rescheduled championship calendar. For after that, we did have our mid-season break week, and the rescheduled round number 5 of Motorland Aragon finally took place on the 23rd of April, and the Spanish circuit absolutely delivering with its touring car layout. And then we made our way back to the United States of America once again for the US state of New York and for Watkins Glen International. Now on the classic boot layout of the circuit, our drivers on the 30th of April went to and fro and battled toe-to-toe before making their way back to Italy for a new debutant on the calendar, and that was the Autodromo International del Mugello. And there we saw for the sweeping corners of the circuit on the 7th of May that batting was to go entire laps without going astray. And the same could be said about the Hockenheimring Baden-Württemberg's Grand Prix circuit on the 14th of May in Germany. And indeed, last time time out, we're at the Oran Park Raceway in the penultimate round of the season on the 21st of May, and our second and final visit to Australia for this calendar, or the Oran Park Raceway circuit. Whilst many hesitated with regards to the fact it was very narrow and led to us having a split qualifying session in order to accommodate all of our drivers, when in the end we got to see some brilliant battles, no safety car as well, despite many a fear about a safety car, and now today is the 28th of May to bring the curtain down at the Daytona International Speedway. But as we head into tonight then, let's regale you with the championship standings after 9 rounds. We should point out, of course, that tonight is undroppable, and therefore every point matters in this season finale, and the drop scores are taken from our drivers' worst performing rounds in what is the first of 9 rounds of the season. And we start off with the overall Drivers' Championship, and as we can see, Witvoet still your champion for season 7, having wrapped things up multiple rounds ago. Indeed, now the big question is, who will be your second place finisher? Will it be Mikey Doble on 829 points? And the best part of 57 points skill of Adam Delmont? Or could it be Delmont who finds his way to be able to usurp the double sim racing driver and indeed defeat what's the season 6 champion in that hunt for the runner-up spot? Or could it be Benjamin McCluskey who only sits a further point behind? Indeed, these three absolutely tight together, and was only the best part there of none other than 58 points separating them. But if we don't include them in the mixture, just them I should say, we also need to keep our eyes out for Luciano Witvoet, who falls to P5 for World of Racing after a difficult last couple of rounds, but he's still in with a shot, no doubt about it. And also Jamie Dory there with an outside chance, with 185 points up for grabs in each of our classes today, and therefore all 5 drivers eager to try and take on that crown. Meanwhile in P7 it's Kieran Sharp on 631 points ahead of Isaac Doble with the best part of 28 points, within Joseph Doble and Lee Horn, your leading prime driver, in at P10 there, and on 586 points he's done incredibly well, as he does say hello in the YouTube chat. And it is unfortunate of course that Lee Horn's not going to be on the grid today in order to try and hold on to that top 10 spot in the overall Drivers' Championship, and it does have some major implications with regards to the Prime Championship as well. More on those very shortly. But Horn not being here opens the door to Andrew Pike, who'll be keen to try and break his way back into the top 10 at the last hurdle, as we do say hello to Lee Horn in at the YouTube chat, who's currently tuning in from Greece on holiday. Indeed, he's had a little bit to drink and absolutely settled by the pool to watch the action unfold. There's going to be plenty of it. Hope you're doing well, Lee. And well, as we do see from Pike to McNally, it is the best part of 31 points, with Reece Watt, Daniel Downing and Gavin Garner completing the top 15. Patrick Falconer sits the further 4 points behind in P16 ahead of Alex Meredith, with Nick Clemens, Matthew Addy and Stuart Wyness completing the top 20. But outside the top 20, we then have Akram Zanoon, not on the grid for the remainder of the season. Of course, his last round of racing was round number 7 due to personal circumstances, and the organisation drive continues to fall, albeit falling towards the clutches of Sam Van Olst in P22, and then we can see Jack Jeffries at P23 there ahead of Matthew Sheraton and Sam Smith. Samir Jaworski completes the run to P26 ahead of Kieran Smart, with Russell Fowler, Ben Aldrin and Alan McCain completing your top 30. Wayne Douglas in P31, only ahead of Luke Jones based on result countback. Next, Mark Sykes, your leading AM driver, ahead of Jack Southfield, with what is there Ian Manners completing your top 35. Shane Piggott sits P36, 10 points clear of Duncan Moraes, with Marcel Fritsch, Piotr Jegosowski and Jake Pitt completing your top 40. Now outside the top 40, not to be forgotten about, we've got Toby Prost on 116 points ahead of Jonathan Collins by the best part of what is 9 points there. James Spencer-Scout only a point behind, as Collins and Spencer-Scout in a brilliant little battle in the overall championship between the two AM drivers there in the fight for the second place AM spot, ahead of Matt Emmons and then Mark Kent to P45. Mitchell West sits P46 ahead of Gabriel Yilmaz, with Harley Bicknell, Craig Tillison and Daniel Fritz completing your top 50. Then we do have to round out the stands in your 60 drivers this season. Kevin Smith ahead of Darren Hills, with Roy Plummer, Mark Redford, Costa Chatscon-Antonu, Andrew Holmes, John Higgins Jr., Jack Bolton, Tom Delaney and last but not least, Riley Sheringham on 14 points. But now let's get into the thick of it when it comes to the Prime Championship. And as we can see here, it's Lee Horn who leads on 952 points. However, as he's not going to be on the grid today and every point matters, 185 points are up for grabs in the Prime class. And that does mean that whilst Horn does have an advantage of what is 83 points over Daniel Downing, those 83 points, they will very quickly be gobbled up if everything goes right for Downing, given the run of form he's had. However, that's where this gets intriguing, the fact that whilst Horn's not here, he could still take the crown in absence, with Daniel Downing only 8 points clear of Adam McNally, and McNally also itching to try and take a maiden Prime title. Reece White in P4 also feels though he's in the mix on 838 points. Alex Meredith there on 794, he's got an outside chance. And let's not forget Matthew Addy on 781 points. He needs all 5 of his rivals not to score big today, but he could, if he achieves a perfect set of scores, or close as possible to perfection, Addy could somehow swing this and take what would be the Prime Championship crown. And that's why you can never count out any drivers in the NXTCC until that final checkered flag 5 falls. Indeed, our top 6 will all be battling for that crown. Unfortunately, Stuart Wyness not quite within range of being able to take on the crown, but he's going to be a big player for Track Scotland today in looking to try and make his way into that top 5, given the fact the Track Scotland driver has really come on strong since the mid-portion of the season. And it's Nick Clemens, Matthew Sheraton, Akram Zanunu complete your top 10. And outside the top 10 in P11, Ben Altria as he tries to make his way into the top 10 and will be looking to do so today, no doubt about it, with Slamir Javosky only 4 points behind him. Then Sam Van Ol's P13 ahead of Kieran Smart, with what is then Alan McCain completing a top 15. And Alan McCain, another driver to watch out for the simple reason he's definitely had a growing run of form as this season has gone on, and therefore he'll be feeling quite confident in the fact that he may just be able to take a top 10 and with it perhaps even sneak another winning class before the season is over. We then do have Russell Fowler P16 ahead of Sam Smith, with Luke Jones, Marcel Fritsch and Mitchell West completing a top 20. And outside the top 20 it's Ian Manners P21 ahead of Duncan Moraes, with Shane Piggott P23, the 11 points clear of Piotr Jegowski. Jack Southfield at P25 there for the Sim Racing Collective ahead of Jake Pitt. And then we do have Toby Prosser, Mark Redford, John Higgins Jr. and Andrew Holmes completing a top 30. And then to wrap up the prime stands, it's Tom Anderson ahead of Darren Doherty and Christian Racines completing the standings there with 0 points, having not been on the grid since the start of the season. But then coming to the AM class, and here we can see as well, Mark Sykes leads by an absolutely eye-watering advantage right now of 182 points. All he needs to do is score 3 points over 3 races. It doesn't matter how he does it. If he does it, he will become the maiden and champion for the NXTCC. But of course, James Mazescal will not want him to be able to take that crown without a fight. And the Aztec Racing driver, whilst it's looking highly unlikely he'll be able to take that crown, albeit let's not say it's going to happen until it happens, well, the Aztec Racing driver will be very eager to prove a point and bring home some wins in this season finale. Also, you've got to keep in mind, the battle for PE2 has started to close up with Jonathan Collins in P3 there for Whiskey Runners Racing, and he's only the best part of what is 48 points behind. And Craig Tillerson as well, a little bit further back, a further wedge 24 points behind, and a fight for the top 3 is definitely on the cards. Matt Emmons as well, and Kevin Smith, both of the Rhino Motorsports drivers, although I do believe Smith is not going to be on the grid today, but Emmons, having moved to P5, will be looking to try and end his championship campaign with a top 3 finish if he can. And then it's Gabriel Yilmaz, P7 ahead of Roy Plummer, with Daniel Fritz and Mark Kent completing the top 10. Outside the top 10, it's Harley Bicknell ahead of Darren Ills, with Costa Chatscontinental, Riley Sheringham and Tom Delaney completing the championship standings. And then we do look to the team's championship, and well, here we can see defending champions NXTGEN Pink, they are holding on by 10 points over Doble Sim Racing. It could not be closer between the two teams at the very top of the stands. That battle is on, no doubt about it. And from them to Semper Racing, it is a rather large gap of the best part of what is there, none other than 238 points. And Semper Racing right now looking to hold on to that P3 spot, but the top 2 absolutely squaring off. Although it must be said, I'm not noticing any Doble Sim Racing cars down in the paddock at the moment, and could NXTGEN Pink be given a breather before this championship is over? And if so, they'll be looking to go for an open goal glory here. But meanwhile, outside the top 3, the Sim Racing Collective on 1,262 points. They do have an advantage there in the best region of 44 points over NXTGEN in the battle for P4, and TSRC will be very eager to try and close things down, albeit we're not going to see Kieran Sharp on the grid today, and therefore I think the responsibility is going to be the hands primarily of Andrew Pike. But then NXTGEN as well, we're looking to take that fight on with SO and NXTGEN Gold only a further 8 points behind. The battle for P4 has closed up to involve 3 major teams, but don't rule out JW Motorsport either, who are moving closer. They're the best part of 200 points outside that battle, albeit they could have an outside effect. And there's iRacing Esports, who hold to P8 currently, but they're only ahead of Goldwyn Motorsport by the best part of what is 18 points. Now further 3 behind is VB Fusion in the world of racing, as that fight for the 8th place spot is absolutely tight. But as we then come to outside the top 10, Track Scotland meanwhile sits P11 at 600 points their name. They're going to feel safe versus Red Grove Projects, but know as well they'll want to try and get themselves back into the top 10 if they can, albeit it's looking to be an uphill battle. Red Grove Projects meanwhile holding off Phil Tilby Motorsport for the time being, head of the Aztec Racing and Performance Link Esports, as the battle for the first 5 spots outside of the top 11 is definitely still close together. And then we do have Ace of Spades Racing P16 ahead of Whiskey Runner Racing, with Grant WS Motorsport Racing, Banks Redford West Racing and Verano Motorsport completing a top 20. And outside the top 20, yet to score any points, and therefore done based on result countback, it is 287 Motorsport or CC Racing is listed ahead of the organisation C Racing, and Virtual Reality Autosports completing the championship standings. Well, let's introduce our circuit for today, and of course it is the one and only Daytona International Speedway's road course, as located in Daytona Beach of Volusia County of the US state of Florida. Now thank you to iRacing, of course, for their brilliant simulator and the track maps that come with it, and as we can see from this circuit map, this circuit is the best blending that you'll see in the Western Hemisphere of an an oval and an infield road course. In the fact that we do have the best part of over 80% of the oval and the majority of laps still being flat out, but we also have a highly technical infield section with some absolutely brutal hairpins to boot. But as our drivers roar the way across the start-finish line and down into turn 1, where it's going to be a downhill drop off the banking of the oval and hard on the brakes they'll go as they'll trail brake their way through turn 1 to set themselves up for a flat-out run through the S's of turns 2 and 3, then hard onto the brakes into the horseshoe hairpin of turn number 4. As they exit out of turn number 4, it's all going to be about managing that understeer and trying to get the power down as soon as possible to go flat out up towards 5, and flat out through the left-hander they'll go before breaking hard into the second hairpin of turn number 6, and we could see some plenty of batting action for those two hairpins. But if we don't see it there, we could also see it on the exit of the infield section at turn number 7, the left-hand right-angle corner, which you'll see our drive spat out and charge their way on to the oval banking at turn number 8. And as they resume their journey around the oval, they'll make their way up towards what will be the bus stop chicane at turns 9, 10, and 11, going through what will be the left-right-left combination there, where it's all about those track limits and making sure not to impede them. And as our drivers make their way out of turn 11, they'll make their way onto the second part of the oval, banking through turn 12 to complete lap and do it all over again. But you can imagine we're going to be seeing the highest lap speeds of the season here at Daytona, and the highest top speeds achieved. And I do believe some cars, such as the Audi RS3, are actually hitting the rev limiter as they come across the start-finish line straight, particularly when they're in the turbo of another car, and that could play a huge factor as well. And could those engine temperatures also get quite hot? Well, as we think about that, let's come from theory back to practicalities. As we can see, rules rise. This is a fixed setup series with all setups provided ahead of each and every round of racing by the NXTGEN Racing Administration team. The driver classes are locked in, of course. They were locked in as of round number 3, with the sprint race grid being set as follows. The race 1 grid shall be set based on results of qualifying. The race 2 grid will be set based on the results of race 1, with the winner of race 1 taking pole for race 2, and we work the grid order downwards accordingly. And the race 3 grid shall be set based on a reverse grid, as taking the results of race number 2, with the reversal position being drawn live from between P13 and P23. Indeed, for the final time this season, we'll cut to the quarantine booth and do our lottery draw as always. And each driver shall have one fast repair available in each of our races should they pick up any damage, and each race shall conclude after either the allotted lap amount, which will be 10 laps, or 30 minutes, whichever one expires first. And with 10 laps, we're expecting these races to be 20 minutes in nature, unless we do see a safety car or two. Extending the rules, race stewarding is in effect, and as always, our independent race director will be stewarding the races for track limit infringements and also deployment of the safety car. And with regards to those pesky track limits, if you do pick up 2 warnings, it'll be a penalty all the way until you get to your 3rd warning, and that's where you pick up a 5-second post-race time penalty. It's doubled to 10 on the 4th warning, and on the 5th warning, where you've awarded yourself a drive-through penalty that must be served within 3 laps of being acquired. And racing incidents, meanwhile, shall be reviewed post-round. We also continue to run the ever-popular success ballast, which continues to level the playing field in each and every race, as applied on an overall Prime and AM class basis. And for qualifying in race number 1, that success pass will be taken into this round of racing with respect to the championship stands going into the round prior to any instant adjustments. Race number 2, meanwhile, the success pass shall be updated and applied based on the finishing positions of race number 1. And we're doing the same again for race number 3, our final race of the season, as applied based on the finishing positions of race number 2. And those success pass values, of course, up on screen there. We won't go through them all, but for the last time this season, Witvoet will be carrying that 56.1 kilograms at the very front of the field. Indeed, he seems to have made an absolute stellar effort of managing each and every race, but will he find it a hard labour at Daytona? In the AM class, of course, Mark Sykes will be taking that 24.5 kilograms, and in the Prime class, well, Lee Horn won't be there to carry the 32.5 kilograms of success ballast, but Daniel Down will be feeling the 24.5 kilograms of success ballast he has in that 2nd place in the championship, and will it hold him at bay? Well, all that and more we'll find out today as we look back to circuit side, ladies and gentlemen. As we do, my drivers making their way around here in the final practice warm-up session of the season, and as they do, we do say hello to an absolute plethora of you in the respective chats, including, I do believe, and not limited to, what is Costa Chats Continental in the YouTube chat. It says, feels weird watching not race indeed, and it feels weird seeing you in the chat, Costa. We do miss seeing you out on the circuit. Also the same with Lee Horn there, who's wished the best luck to all drivers. And we'll also say hello there to Alex Meredith, who I believe is getting himself set and asking, since when was he a pro? And I do believe a small error with regards to our championship standing sheet for the overall championship. We'll also say hello to Catherine Meredith, who will be cheering on son Alex, no doubt about it. And also in the YouTube chat, we say hello to William McCluskey, who's cheering on Aztec Racing. And well, can we see any of the Aztec Racing drivers out there? Yes, we can. Our 2nd place AM championship driver, James Mazes Gal for Aztec Racing, who will know today it's more about consolidating that 2nd place in the championship. But then again, should Sykes have a nightmare day for any reason, then it could be Mazes Gals to take right at the final hurdle. Also say hello to Handsome Stuart. Good evening to you, Handsome Stuart, and looking good as always. And cheering on DQ Dave. And well, with all of our drivers set, indeed so many of you set in the respective chats, do let us know your predictions, of course, for that Pro Am Championship in particular, ladies and gentlemen, as well as the Am Championship and the Teams Championship. Remember, in the Pro Am Championship, you have got what is the 6 drivers competing for it of Lee Horn, who's not here, and therefore hoping his points tally so far is enough to get him across the line as your Pro Am champion, and that'll be his second ever Pro Am title. We've also got Daniel Downing chasing the maiden title, Adam McNally chasing the maiden title, Reese Watt, Alex Meredith, and Matthew Addy, all 5 of those drivers chasing after Horn, all chasing their first ever Pro Am titles, but which ones of them will take it? That is the question, of course. After all the racing is concluded today, we have got plenty on show as well, so once the racing ends, don't go away, because we've got a raffle draw to announce. We've also got what is interviews with our champions to come up to, and also we've got announcements regarding Season 7, that all-important schedule in Season 7. You won't want to miss it. As we do say hello to Mark Ken in the YouTube chat, who I believe will be on the grid, unless I'm very much mistaken, but if not, we'll definitely see him cheering on his fellow full tilt motorsport drivers, particularly Ben Altria here in the 504. By that, ladies and gentlemen, as our drivers all make the way in to the pit lane for what will be the final time to get in towards qualifying. Well, without further ado, who is going to be your pole sitter overall and in our classes at Daytona? Well, it's time for us to find out. So as qualifying gets underway, as always, it's 15 minutes and all of our drivers will gradually make the way out onto the grid and decipher where they're going to sit in the overall running order. But as they do, all making the way on out, it's going to be also eager to get out there. They want to try and find a pack of cars to work with as soon as humanly possible, as we look to the South African driver here, Duncan Moraes of Goldwyn Motorsport, as he inches his way out of the pit lane. But as he does so, one of the key things here at Daytona is the fact that slipstream, we talked about it all season, just how powerful the slipstream has been from each and every circuit. But this is going to be the circuit where you need the toe in qualifying in order to get a competitive lap in. Indeed, banker laps without the toe, they're not going to be enough around here, in the fact that with the majority of the lap being absolutely flat out, therefore you want to be in that toe, you want to be picking up the extra mile an hour or two on each and every one of the curved corners, or the banked corners I should say, and by the end of the start-finish straight, well, that is going to be worth almost a second's worth, if not more than a second's worth of lap time, which will all be accumulated. So therefore, everyone's going to be looking to try and stay in at the slipstream train for as long as possible, and that could lead to its own intricacies with regards to drivers shuffling themselves back and forth and teammates trying to work together. But as they make the way around, so you may also be wondering at this point, what can we expect with regards to our different machines that are on the grid? Let's talk a little bit about the Honda Civic Type R firstly, one of which has been piloted by the man who's the focus on the screen of Roy Plummer in the AM class, as the next gen driver makes way into turn number 5. Now the Honda, of course, hasn't been the car all season, it has been the handling car. It's gone better at lower speed circuits, where there's been less of an emphasis on straight line speed. Because of the fact that this car does struggle to accelerate up its gearbox, particularly once it gets into 5th gear and then charging up towards 6th gear, it feels like it takes an eternity. But do keep in mind that all 4 of these touring cars do have the same limited top speed in terms of their top end in 6th gear. They all take different amounts of time to get there, and the Honda is the slice. But in the toe, that weakness will be mitigated significantly, and therefore our Honda drivers could become a major threat if they are able to stay with the lead pack and welcome the closing stages of the race. You can imagine they might be looking for some dicey moves under braking into the hairpins in order to try and shuffle up the field, make the way up the order, and then look to go on the slipstream run towards victory. So therefore, don't rule out the Hondas, nor should you rule out the Hyundai Elantra, the one-lap pace car that we have seen all season, particularly in qualifying, and we're expecting the Elantra as always to go quite strong here at Daytona, albeit again it all comes down to those track temperatures. Track temperatures really have been the bane of the Elantra all season. As soon as the asphalt hits over 40 degrees centigrade, it does start to struggle, this car. And we're speaking of that track temperature, as we do bring the weather up on the right side of the screen. Well, currently with an ambient temperature of 25 degrees centigrade, a track temperature of 36 degrees by comparison, it does seem as though the track temperature's not going above that 40 line, which is where the Elantras start to struggle in the final third to quarter of each and every race. But it will still be on the mind of our Elantra drivers to be wary of those temperatures. But I think race number 1 is going to be our hottest of the day, as we'll move into evening after this race. And I think we are concluding all of our racing under night time, from what I've been informed, in race number 3. Indeed, all the floodlights will be on at Daytona, and that'll be absolutely wonderful to see. but carrying the theme and the coverage of each of our respective cars on the grid. But we also do have to keep in mind what is the Velosters, one of which being piloted here by none other than Jonathan Collins of Whiskey Runners Racing in the AM class. As he makes his way down in towards turn number 6, the Veloster really has been the jack of all trades, master of none car, and well, therefore it'll feel as though it's right in the middle of the mix, and it could be one of those cars again because it's balanced characteristics plus with the toe on what is the oval sections. Therefore, this could be one of the cars to beat out there if the driver is able to time it right with regards to striking the slipstream. And then last but not least, of course, we do have what is the Audi RS3, of which we do look to Daniel Fritz going from one Risky Runners Racing drive to another, and as Fritz makes his way out turn 6 in towards 7. Right now for Fritz, and in all of our Audi drivers, the thing that's going to be on their minds is the fact that this car accelerates very quickly up for its gearbox, as we've seen time and time again. But the problem with this car is it does top out with regards to the rev limiter a little bit earlier compared to its rolls. In fact, it'll get to its top speed and bounce off the limiter, and that could therefore hurt it a bit more compared to its rolls in those long slipstream runs. And also the Audi, what we have seen in some previous seasons in the NXTCC, indeed many of you may remember a Motorsport all the way back in what was season 2, the Canadian Time Motorsports Park, where we did see the Audi drivers in the absolute boiling hot temperatures in Canada all the way back then, the best part of 2.5 years ago if my memory serves me correctly. Well, the Audis were struggling, in fact had to lift off the throttle significantly at certain points on lap in order to get cooling into the engine. And could engine temperatures be a thing for our Audi drivers? We haven't seen an engine blow up this season, indeed we haven't seen an engine blow up in the last 4 seasons, but could we see it here at Daytona? Indeed blow up the aspirations of a driver. We don't want that to happen, but it could potentially happen. But as we do see what's Fritz making his way towards the end of his first flying lap, indeed all 4 machines will feel relatively equal around here as those first laps are coming on the board, and we are expecting low 58s to be the minimum target for his pole position overall, if not in classes. And as Fritz crosses the line, he does not get a bad lap on the board by looks things, and indeed makes his way down to turn 1 once again. So therefore track limits at the bus stop holding back to a degree, but he's got plenty of time to try and get a bad lap in. Albeit saying that, with the lap time around here being just shy of 2 minutes, it's not that many laps when you do the mathematics from a 15-minute window. Indeed, our drivers only have what is the best part of about 5 to 6 laps, including the out lap, and also they might want to use a cool down lap or a lap to get themselves right into the pack they want to run with in terms of qualifying. But right now the driver who's definitely found the right pack to run with is Alex Meredith for NXTGEN, the prime driver in the 44, as he roars his way down towards the bus stop chicane. Once again, he's currently pole sitter on a 158.592, 2.5 tenths faster than Ben Altria. But then again, these lap times are just indicative, and we're going to expect this to shuffle a plenty before all is said and done. As meanwhile, just in front of him is Wojciech Swierdajczyk, who I believe has no toe available to him, but he's gone the fastest of everybody in the first 3 subsectors. So that would take him all the way through the infield section. It's on the oval where he's struggling with no toe available. So Swierdajczyk right now, even with 56 kilograms of success bonus in the car, is showing this Audi RS3 just exactly what you can do minus the toe. And when he makes his way to the line, what's it going to be for Swierdajczyk? What's it going to be for Meredith as they swap places in crossing the line? Where in the end it's going to be Swierdajczyk who sets a 158.356. Meanwhile, Meredith getting practically the perfect lap of slipstream. It's the first 57 here of the day, 57.987 for Alex Meredith, and Swierdajczyk then giving him a huge toe, but Meredith doing it on merit as well. As meanwhile in the AM class, it's Jonathan Collins currently who's looking for that provisional AM pole spot on P17. But then again, the lap times are being shaken up in the field quite considerably as he makes his way on through and down towards turn number 1 once again. It's a perfect opportunity for us to introduce a new driver to the grid for what is the conclusion of this season, and it's none other than what is Lewis Mason, as we do see the Aztec Racing driver weaving and winding his way on through what is the bus stop chicane. As he does so, we're looking forward to seeing how he gets on in this season fly. He did so many new drivers over the course of the season, plenty of new faces, plus plenty of old. It's always great to see them all intermingled together. And well, I think Mason just making a debut today. As you do see the overlay on your screen get refreshed, don't worry, that's not your television or your PC screen, that's on our end, as we are just updating some driver data in the background. You see the L plate there on the back of the car as well, so I think a new member of the Aztec roster, at least in the NXTCC, and therefore just getting himself settled in for potentially a campaign in season 7. And what a treat that would be for the 991 driver as he makes his way into turn 1 and goes P28 on a 2 minute 0.425, so a reasonable lap there for Mason. 2.5 seconds down off the overall pole time, but keep in mind that was without a tow, and therefore he'll be hoping he can try and slip his way up towards another driver and get into the tow sooner rather than later. But he does so, and we say hello to Katie from the Facebook chat, and I'm doing well, Katie. I've finally got my voice back after Water's commentary at Mallory Park, only what was the best part of over a week ago. Indeed, it feels weird to be able to hear that my voice is actually back together. I suspect it's going to be broken again by the end of today in the NXTCC, and I hope you're doing well. And indeed, Katie Eames in the Facebook chat cheering on the Verona Motorsport drivers, particularly what is none other than Matt Emmons, as he makes his way on through turn number 7 and onto the oval bank, and he goes. Remember, Emmons right now, having joined midway through the season, having joined 4 rounds into the season, he is looking to potentially sweep away what would be a top 3 in the AM Championship, as Verona Motorsport have been an absolute force, and Emmons, having joined so late, he's really been one of those drivers who are absolutely giving it his all, no doubt about it. We'll say hello to what is all about the driver there, who begins the Mexican wave in the virtual stands, and we'll also Lee Horn joining in on that in the YouTube chat. And we also do see Mark King clarifying he's not here today, indeed on holiday in Lincolnshire, and that's absolutely fair, Mark. I hope you're having a great time, and we're glad to have you tuned in as we reach the halfway point of this qualifying session. But as the qualifying session continues to push on, our drivers right now absolutely on the attack, and well, keeping that in mind, of course, Patrick Falconer now holds the accolade of the fastest provisional lap overall, 57.883. A 10 faster than Meredith, but do keep in mind, of course, that 10 will all come down to perfection the infield, and also with regards to picking up the perfect toe. And I think that's what Meredith found was the perfect toe on his lap. Might have lacked a couple of hundreds in the different infield sections, but then again, to put yourself inside the top 10 in this qualifying session, it is going to come down to a mixture of what is outright pace in the infield and absolutely maximising being in the traffic of the cars and picking up that ultimate triple or quadruple toe as the drivers make the way on around onto the oval. And you can see Falconer here with 3 cars in front of him, feeling that was already. We do have the 478 there stepping aside, and that is the car of Adam McNally, deciding he doesn't want to be part of the slipstream train, and that will hurt all the drivers that were behind him, of course, as we see McNally tucking back in, so deciding he wants to now beat in the slipstream train. Now, who can blame him in the fact we've got 5 minutes to go for McNally? Well, this is all about today potentially trying to steal away the Pro-Am Championship crown from Horn and Daniel Downing, and right now McNally and Downing separated by only 200, if that. Indeed, 23 thousandths to be a bit more accurate between the Honda and what is the Elantra driver, and I think there's going to be more between them before this is all said and done. But which way will it swing? Well, he makes his way on around towards the timeline very short. We are going to get an on-board lap with one of our drivers, and I do believe it is going to be an on-board lap with Sim Racing Collective's Andrew Pike as he makes his way towards the timeline. In fact, with the slight connectivity issue there, we may not get a lap with Pike as he makes his way on. Then we'll have to wait and see what we can get the feed through to. And if he does, in fact, we'll jump aboard with the Honda driver, and he'll take us around for a flying lap of the Daytona circuit. Making his way down towards turn number 154 miles an hour, braking at about 250 meters from quarter apex, trail braking down the second gear, nice and tight, and on the exit gets the power in as he chases after Sam Vinales, the Audi RS3 in front, who will be his pace car in front, his slipstream magnet, as he makes way for the S23 flat out, hard on the brakes there, 125 meters from corner apex into turn 4 at the horseshoe hairpin, down to first gear, now back up the gearbox. We can see that Ben Trier deciding to go a little bit wide there and let drivers on pro, not returning to the racing line anytime soon. And as he makes way in towards turn number 5, through left-hander he goes, and onto the brakes here for turn number 6, the second of the hairpins. We briefly lose Pike for a brief moment, but he does return, and as he comes on through the right-hander, onwards he'll go towards turn number 7, third gear here as he upshifts early coming out of turn number 6 in order to settle the rear down and get the power down as he now makes way into the left hand. A nice early apex there, fills the throttle in, and as he makes way out, you'll notice that to be a bit sensitive with the throttle application, the steering input, given that there's a number of bumps in the road as he transitions from the infield back to the oval surface. But now in at the toe on the banking here, and just building up speed, heading upwards towards top gear as he enters top gear at 133 miles an hour into 6th, and this is where the Honda would normally struggle, but with the toe, it means that slow acceleration will be taken away from it, and he'll feel buffeted as he gets ready to brake into the bus stop chicane, looking for his marker, the one board there, braking 100 meters to the first apex, trail braking in to the second apex in turn 10, holding 4th gear, not jumping the 3rd in order to keep the car nice and stable as he makes his way on out onto the second bank. We can see up there the JW Motorsport car staying high, staying trying out the way, as Pike here still in the toe of an Olmsted in front of him, and that is going to be a complete lap of the Daytona International Speedway's road course as he makes his way onwards towards what will be the timing line. But what's it going to be for the Sim Racing Collective driver? He's currently P15, and we've got a couple of Hondas inside that top 10. Can Pike get himself back in there? We did improve in subsector 2, but elsewhere on the lap it's not been an improvement. and for Pike in the end as he practically hits the rev limiter at 154 miles an hour into turn 1. He does not improve at this time, and indeed stays with P15. Although I did notice there something a little bit suspect, and that was an Among Us character to on his driver helmet. I do wonder whether the Sim Racing Collective, they are Among Us fans. For those who are not in the know, it was the viral mobile game turning into a PC game that went viral over the COVID-19 lockdown period, and need a game to play with friends if you want to have trust issues with them. But going from trust issues right now to everyone who seems to be trusting in one another, well, it is Pike and indeed number drivers all working together here. As meanwhile, just off camera, we did see Russell Fowler there going a little bit deep under braking. I wonder if there's a bit of contact with McNally, or whether the two drivers just followed each other into the braking zone a bit too close there, and as Fowler makes his way in towards turn number 7, we do see him make his way on through Performance Link Esports, and well, having been racing at Spa yesterday in what was the Apex Racing League Sports Car Series, and now today in the NXTCC, much like Gavin Carter, albeit not on the grid today, I do believe, but Fowler right now staying in that Audi that's been his trusted steed of previous NXTCC seasons in this one, as he makes his way on around. We also do say hello to Craig Tillerson in the YouTube chat, who's not racing today, unfortunately. Wish all the best luck to the and good evening to you, Craig, and I hope you're doing well. Shame we don't get to see you on the grid. And we also say hello to John Meredith in the YouTube chat, who of course will be cheering on none other than son Alex Meredith and all the other drivers out there, and also Ryan Motorsport on the YouTube chat cheering on Matt Emmons and sending best wishes from Holiday to the team. And I get the feeling that may be Kevin Smith behind the helm of the Ryan Motorsport YouTube channel there. And I hope you do well, Kevin. Indeed, Holiday season in full effect for a number of our drivers, understandably so, as we inch our way towards the summer. What have it already been the first summer month of the year, but we've still got plenty more to come in the United Kingdom and further abroad. But a late lap there from Slamir Chalwowski, a 158.150. That puts him P9 for now in the Elantra, and the Semper Racing driver making some great progress here in the late stages. As meanwhile, off camera, Pike's made his way past my commentary booth window, albeit he stayed in P at 17, but did set a purple final sector. Another driver made way on through the sellers to Mark Wyness. And speaking of the Track Scotland team at the moment, which he's cheering on, here is Kieran Smart, and oh, goodness me, that is looking a bit tasty, as I believe that might be Louis Hesketh, who's deciding to go 3 wide there in the middle of them. And well, Track Scotland, I don't think they'll be too happy. You think they're racers, they all cross the line with 3 seconds to spare, but now they're coming to turn 1, and well, Wyness is not going to be happy at all, as he's made to go wide there, wanted to turn in and get in the toe of what was Kieran Smart, and Hess giving him, put himself right in the middle of the bunch. And well, for what is Wyness, that's his qualifying session over, and right now I think Smart will be frustrated, he's got nobody to work with. But meanwhile, the majority of the field is still out there on laps as it stands. Patrick Falcon is your fastest driver so far in this qualifying session with 57.883, one of only a very limited number of drivers set at 57. The only other one is Alex Meredith, who set it on a 57 point, well, in fact not a 57, we should, in fact yes it is a 57.99, as I correct myself and then correct myself again. And then Ben Altrier is the next driver, who's in a 58.01. So Altrier in the pit lane, so is Alex Meredith in the pit lane, so they're not out there trying to put any more laps in. They think they've done enough. Nick Clemens has parked up, he's going to be P5 at best. What about elsewhere on circuit, ladies and gents? Well, I hear you ask. Well, here is none other than Patrick Falcon. He makes his way on down, straight lines to the bus stop chicane, now been invalidated lap understandably. His session comes to a close, so therefore it's a long slipstream train now as they make the way on through the final corner. And we've got a few drivers up front, including Daniel Downing. This is going to be a critical end to his qualifying session. He has improved in subsector 1, but I don't think he's going to improve much elsewhere as he comes to time and currently P8. And we're in the toe. He does not move any further out the order. What about Wojciech Swierdowicz, who's currently P15? He jumps up to P5 right at the end in the turf, some drives out there, but I think also doing it on his own merit, to be fair. Luke Jones jumps up to P5, puts Swierdowicz down to P6. McCluskey goes P14, and will Swierdowicz still keep himself firmly inside that top 10. And well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is qualifying primarily complete. We've also got Matthew Addy out there, as he's in the turn mark. Sykes right now chasing and pole position. Can he dethrone Matt Emmons from it? They're currently separated by 2 tenths, but has Sykes done enough from P25? No, he hasn't. And Matthew Addy does not improve from P21, and it means for the first time this season, ladies and gentlemen, unless Roy Plummer can spring a surprise right to the end, Matt Emmons will take and pole position. It'll be P24, his best qualifying points of the season, and to do it in the season finale, will Verano Motorsport have already got themselves a massive accolade today, and the number 72 driver in the Honda Falconer has been able to steal away that pole position from Sykes, albeit by the best part of 2 attempts. But that is qualifying complete, and Patrick Falconer is your overall pole sitter, who will have on the front row for company none other than Alex Meredith, the prime pole sitter. And then your AM pole sitter, as we just mentioned, we starting on the second run of the 12th row of the grid, who we met him with his maiden class pole. And I believe that Alex Meredith will, after that pole position at the Hockenheim ring only a couple of weeks ago, another prime pole position, and also sitting on the front row of the grid, all for Meredith is going to feel absolutely special. But do keep in mind, of course, that qualifying is just one part of the story, and whilst qualifying is going to be important to get you in the right place of the order here at the Daytona circuit, the one thing about qualifying here is it's not going to help you when you do go green flag racing, unless you could break away with a pack of cars. But as we do see Addy and Sykes just cooling down, and they'll shortly be taken into the pits. Well, you know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for race number 1. So the drivers make the way onto the grid for the first time today in round 10 of the NXTCC at Season 6, powered by IMB Racewear and brought to you on iRacing. It is going to be Patrick Falconer, who lines up on pole for JW Motorsport, joined on the front row by Alex Meredith for NXTGEN Racing. I do believe that is a maiden pole position in qualifying for Patrick Falconer. If so, congratulations to the 96 driver. Behind the Pro and Prime drivers, it will be your Prime Ben Alchier for Full Tilt Motorsport, his highest qualifying position of the season, and he'll be joined on that second row by Jamie Dory for NXTGEN Pink, who returns to the second row of the grid. It has been some time since we've seen him start there. Luke Jones starts P5 at JW Motorsport. The Welshman joined in the company of Wojciech Spiridonic, with the overall championship winner for Season 7 of right now 9. He's just chasing wins, and that's what he loves to do for Semper Racing. And there'll be Nick Clemens starting P7 for iRacing Esports. The prime driver being joined by Stuart Winers for Track Scotland. And whilst the end of his qualifying session was interrupted after a three-way altercation with his teammate and also Louis Hesketh, I don't think he's going to mind starting at P8. Adam McNally starts P9 for SRO and NXTGEN Gold, and completing your top 10, it is Daniel Downing for Goldwing Motorsport. And keep your eyes on McNally and Downing. They are the two main candidates to try and steal that prime crown away from Lee Horn, but they'll be battling each other as well. Sam Van Ol starts P11 for Goldwing Motorsport ahead of Slavomir Jalvosky for Semper Racing. And then on row number 7, it's Reese Watt for JW Motorsport ahead of Benjamin McCluskey for NXTGEN Pink. But Kieran Smart started P15 for Track Scotland ahead of Luciano Witvoet for World of Racing. Then on row number 9, Duncan Moraes for Goldwing Motorsport and Alan McCain for iRacing Esports, who will then be followed up by Russell Fowler for Performance Link Esports and Andrew Pint for the Sim Racing Collective, his weakest qualifying performance of the season. He completes your top 20. Matthew Addy starts P21, the NXTGEN try ahead of Adam Delmont for SRO and NXTGEN Gold. Then it's Toby Prosser P23 for Aztec Racing ahead of Matt Emmons, the AM pole sitter for Rhino Motorsport, taking his best overall qualifying performance and his first ever AM pole position. Congratulations to Matt. And then we do have on what is row at number 13, what will be the combination pair of Mark Sykes, your champion-elect arguably in the AM class of 9. All he has to do is finish one race and he will take that AM crown for NXTGEN ahead of Sam Smith for iRacing Esports. Matthew Sheraton starts P27 for Aztec Racing, and keep your eyes out for his teammate James Mansesgow starts P28 and will look to fight his way for AM victories here today. Even if the crown doesn't come his way, he's got a P2 to consolidate. And then got Daniel Fritz starting P29 for Whiskey Runner Racing. The Australian driver just ahead of Jake Pitney in qualifying by what was 13 thousandths, and the Aztec Racing driver completes your top 30. Behind the Welshman, we do have the Austrian of Marcel Fritsch for WS Racing Esports, and there'll be Jonathan Collins who starts P32 for Whiskey Runner Racing. Mitchell West starts P33 for Mitch West Performance ahead of Lewis Mason debutant today for Aztec Racing, and we look forward to seeing how he gets on from the 17th row of the grid. Row 18 will be occupied by Gabriel Yilmaz for Aztec Racing and the privateer of Louis Hesketh, and then we do have behind him on row number 19 Roy Plummer, and last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, it will be Jeff Perkis, albeit the car wasn't there in qualifying. I do believe there might be some technical issues on the car for Perkis when he does go racing at the moment. So I'm not seeing too much activity down in that pit lane paddock, but I'll have to wait and see what Perkis could do if he is able to get the car out there. But still, if it's 38 drivers or 37, we've got a very crowded field, no doubts about that. But that is your grid for our first race of the day, and as all our drivers sit there right now, get themselves set. Of course, it is a standing start, remember. It is not what is a rolling start, unlike the tradition at the Daytona International Speedway for most racing here. And well, for Patrick Falconer, he will have the company of Alex Meredith on that front row of the grid. Meredith starting a bit further back, but higher up on the bank. He'll now have momentum down to turn at number 1, but can he get the launch in that Elantra? And that Audi is so quick off the mark. And, well, with only 10 seconds before the lights go on, also keep your eyes out for Matt Emmons further down the order as he looks to try and bring home the AM win, the first of the day. And, well, with all of our drivers set, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the lights are now going on for the first time today here. Raise your hands as Season 6's round number 10 is about to get underway. It is going to be 5 red lights, and race 1 is a go as Patrick Falconer launches off the line. He gets a brilliant start. Alex Meredith, meanwhile, also gets a good launch, but then Tree and Jamie Dory look to go too wide now down into the opening corners. They come down to the anchors, and Altria there defending well, but it's going to be Dory who looks to go all the way around, but cold tyres seem to go a bit into some understeer, and as the drivers make the way on through the corner, we look to the whole field as it sweeps its way in the serpentine through 1, 2 and 3. We've got a couple of cars going slightly, including 3 wide there, a car being sandwiched as we see Benjamin McCluskey in contact. We've got Toby Prosser going to the grass. A bit of a moment now, I do believe that's Duncan Moraes, the Honda which you saw going sideways. The Goldwing Motorsport car that's rejoined at the back of the field and trying to get right back into the fight at the run of the horseshoe hairpin, but it has been a relatively clean start for all 37 of our started drivers, and as they make the way on up towards turn number 6 now, we look back down to the close-up cameras here as this is Falconer still holding on to the lead as he makes his way on through what is turn at number 6 and up towards 7 as they do. Well, Falconer right now started to steady the field out, but remember now it's going to all come down to who gets the best run on the banking. And Samir Jaworski looks up the inside there versus Reese Watt. Side by side they go as they make the way on through turn number 7 up towards the banking of 8. And as they roar the way on through, meanwhile we've had an instant for Gabriel Yilmaz a bit further on down the order, I do believe. A instant coming out of turn number 6. We just see him go around, so he's dropped to the back of the field. And Jaworski right now being pushed along by Reese Watt. These two will try and work together to make sure they don't lose the tie of the cars in front. And that's the thing as well. It now does become the question of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And in terms of wanting to work together as they make the way on through, Russell Fowler meanwhile peeling to the inside here versus what is Kieran Smart as they head in towards the bus stop chicane for the first time asking, and they go left into right here. Fowler gets ahead and Smart won't be too upset about that, knowing he'll get the better run firstly as he's at the tyre exit line, but meanwhile we now have the toe as they make the way onto the turn 12 bank, and as they do, meanwhile you can see there Matthew Sheraton being pushed on by Toby Prosser as they make the way high here, looking to go around the outside of Adam Delmont for P21. Meanwhile further down the order, Jace Smatsescal has taken the AM lead as we see Evans here giving chase, and Mark Sykes meanwhile P3 in the AM class just watching on here, knowing he doesn't need to do anything spectacular. But after one lap of races, Patrick Falco leads ahead of Alex Reddick, your prime leader P2, Wojciech Swoboda P3 ahead of Nick Clevitz, followed by Manali, then Altria, then Downing, then Veloz, then Dory, and in completing your top 10 it is Jones. It's getting very feisty there in the second lap run of what is turns 1, 2, 3 and 4, and here comes Jaworski looking side by side once again versus what as they make the way under braking in towards turn 4. Jones are getting very close to the rear of Jamie Dory and Sam Vanols, but Sidney Vanols, he tries to pick the horse to back as they make the way over the right hand hairpin, and also go towards turn number 6, but as they do, right now everybody eager to try and make some more ground in the infield and then settle down for what is the run of what is the banking of the oval through turns 8 through to 12. But Vanols here defending hard versus Dory as Dory looks to try and fight his way around the outside, but Dory not finding any way through at the moment. Brilliant side-by-side racing between them, showing a lot of respect here in the early stages. They know that this race is won on the final 500 metres of the final lap. You don't win it on the first 9 laps here at Daytona, and as they come on out of turn number 7, right now everybody's still trying to thread the needle with the battlers. Meanwhile, Mark Sykes has been involved in an incident off camera that see him drop all the way to the back of the field. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Mark Sykes, but something's gone very, very wrong, and we'll get you an update on that when we can. And in fact, I believe we may have a replay to explain what's happened. In fact, he's coming to the pit lane as Mark Sykes. I suspect there might be some damage on the car of some description. We can't get a replay of what exactly has happened, but meanwhile, further down the order, this is Smith looking his way at the inside of Emmons to try and take what will be at P25 and put a bit of daylight between the two AM rivals, as meanwhile got a bit of smoke up there into the bus stop chicane. There's a car around, and that is Andrew Pike, who's found his way hastily to the tyre barrier, but what's sent him on his way, as it's also got room for a driver in front. I saw something go very sideways there, and I believe that's Jonathan Collins who's just had a scary moment. But the quick question is what happened to Andrew Pike, and here's the replay. Well, this was coming down under braking, and in contact there from Jonathan Collins, the rear Pike's car sent into the barrier across the grass. I think Collins there in the concertina effect that Pike experienced over the back of what is Windless's car, and in the end the Sim Racing collector drive being bashed all the way round, and in the end pinballing his way to the tyre barrier. We also did see Jonathan Collins taking some evasive action there as Pike tried to rejoin, and will Pike in the end having to take the recovery road to get himself back to the racing. But meanwhile, we return it to you live at Racing, ladies and gents. We're on to lap number 3, and as we are Alex Meredith 2 seconds clear of Wojciech Swoboda, just found his way past Patrick Falconer. And Falcon, they're dropping down to P3, and well, it does mean that Meredith right now trying to break away. If he can get the gap up to an excess of 2 seconds, he will be safe in the slipstream. So Meredith right now has a gold opportunity. So long as he can keep extending that gap and his roll spine don't figure out how to work together, he will be able to just gradually disappear off into the distance. But will he be able to do it? It's easier said than done when you do have the Season 7 champion waiting, of course, to receive his official crown after today's racing. Well, the number 80 driver here absolutely on a charge to try and go hunting after that lead. 1.8 seconds to the gap as he exits turn 7, and I get the feeling here he won't have done enough to be able to get in the battle. But meanwhile, as he does wait, and it's going to be Swirdaichi now knows he's got even more work cut out for him as he roars his way on the banking. Will mean while we do look a little bit further on down the order, Ben Alltrier chasing after Adam McNally, and Alltrier having a dismal start to the day today in terms of losing 3 places over from 2 in the prime class, but then again he can get them back quite quickly. In his prime roles, McNally and Clemens are right in front of him, and that championship update in the prime class with McNally right now ahead of Daniel Downing, so it's going the way of McNally a little bit at this time. Remember, we've got 3 races here, and indeed we won't know the true story until all 3 races are done, and those will be the provisional championship standings until after all post-rally incidents are reviewed. So therefore it will go to this upcoming weekend when the instant reviews will most likely occur. But meanwhile, going high, that's Nick Clemens, who as he makes one through, I believe he's picked up an automated slowdown for track limits coming through the bus stop chicane. Very easy to pick one of those up, and that's going to cost him a huge amount of time as he gradually threads his way down the order. He's still not so that slowdown. He will eventually, as he comes down towards turn 1, he's going to pick all the way down the order. Meanwhile, Luciano Witvoet battling side by side with Clemens, and well, 2 in front there. That's going to be Jaworski battling with Jones. Jaworski in the inside as they come through turn 1 in towards 2-3 they go once again, and Witvoet right now holding on as they make the way in towards turn 4, getting ahead of Jones, sealing the deal, going defensive as hard as he possibly can. Clemens meanwhile looks at the inside of Jones here towards the horseshoe hairpin, recognises the fact there's a space for him to exploit, and does exactly that in the Irish Esports driver. Been on an absolute brilliant move there to take the place. But meanwhile, as they make the way onwards towards turn 6, you can see Jones gets the better long run out of turn 4 into forward 5. Clemens onto the grass, settles the car down, back to the inside here. Jones gives him the space to rejoin, and in doing so, Clemens can use the brakes of the Honda in order to force the door right back open. And well, the number 13 drive still in the side-by-side fight as they make the way in towards turn 7. Neither one wants to give up here, but the problem is, of course, the more they fight like this, the more of the opportunities they'll give to the drives in front to start to pull away. As they come through the left-hander, it's going to be Jones who gets back ahead, and I think Clemens now will be made to tuck back into the pack here as Racewear tries to close up as they roar their way on turn number 8 once again. But as they do, meanwhile, looking down the order, Roy Plummer battling side by side with Jonathan Collins. Collins going very wide there at turn number 7. Behind him is Louis Hesketh, the prime driver. And as they head onwards towards what will be at turn number 9, 10, 11, going towards the bus stop chicane, when neither driver wants to settle down here. And they're going to battle 2 wide as they make the way through, as Lewis Mason meanwhile trying to break away for a P4 in the YAM class here, and that'll be a great result for Mason if he is able to bring it on home in his debut race. But you see a bit of contact between Plummer and Collins, not over between them yet, as Collins is going to try and go outside to inside. Meanwhile, Plummer's going to hold the inside in return, backs up there on the inside line. Hesketh turns in, but finds Plummer, can't make his car disappear, but in contact between the two of them seems to both go to the grass respectively, and where will be Hesketh who comes off the stronger of the two. I think there might be words between them after this race, given the contact and how it could have been a near miss for them. But meanwhile, as we look back inside the top 10, this is Sam Olsen who has got Jamie Dory squirming all over the back of him in towards turn 1. Just in front is Daniel Downing, and I can imagine that Olsen here might be trying to work not just the pockets of the Goldwing Motorsports Teams Championship, but also trying to act as rear guard for Daniel Downing, who right now needs to stay close as possible to Adam Delmont, if not finish ahead of him in this race. Was ahead onto the brakes here in towards turn number 4. Half the race almost complete come the end of this lap, and right now no change between them. Meanwhile, James Mazescal, he's battling with the Aztec Racing, a peers of his in the 660 here. You see it go very well for Adam Delmont there, a lock up under rotation in towards turn number 4 and trying to steady the car down. Mazescal does get ahead, in fact he jumps ahead and so does Kieran Smart. Meanwhile, Toby Prosser loses out, Matthew Addy squeezes his way through. And Matthew Addy, we started P21, he's currently still P21 as he battles his way out the inside of Adam Delmont. Not the greatest start today for the 777 driver, and luck just not on his side. And a little bit door-to-door contact there with Adam Delmont, albeit these two very familiar with one another. They've spent plenty of time banging doors over previous seasons of the NXTCC, and they're doing it again here as they come in towards turn 7. But it's going to be Delmont on the inside as Addy's made to go a little bit wide. It's going to open up the door for Toby Prosser, and we ride on board with here as he drag races his way in the tow behind what is Delmont and Addy Addy right now trying to drop himself into this line of cars, but the problem is we do say hello to Dylan Mystery. I do believe that's the profile photo of Dylan Mystery there that Moss is using. I think a little bit of a running back and forth joke amongst the Aztec Racing drivers as they make their way in towards turn number 9. Where it's going to be Prosser on the inside here as they head in towards the braking zone. So close. He's got Addy on his outside, and indeed Addy backing off. In the end, you can see Prosser picking up the place, and in return now have to try and go on the attack once more versus Delmont as they roar the way out to full speed. But as they do, meanwhile behind them, Matt Evans are still in a very comfortable, what is P25 here, or P2 in the AM class. James Pascal has gradually pulled away in terms of what is that lead of the AM class, gradually pulling off into the distance. And how did James Pascal exactly make the move for the AM lead versus Evans? It happened all the way back on what was lap number 1, and here's the replay, ladies and gentlemen. And this was at the race start time, so they cleared turn number 4, and this was the free one between Evans, Pascal, and what was there, the iRacing esports car of Alan McCain. And in the end, Evans backing off there safely, I think, conscious of the fact that 3 does not go into 2 in towards turn number 5, and in the end, letting Pascal go. And well, all good as fit, and then it all went wrong behind, and that was the car coming charging across the grass. That was one of what was the Goldwyn Motorsport cars. I think that was Duncan Rise, and we did see it was the 26 there of Gabriel Yilmaz being turned sideways, and Jonathan Collins as well also being given a shot on the side. So therefore it wasn't the cleanest end to the infield section on the open lap. We didn't quite catch that, but it's good we got to see it there. But things got very tense and terse between them as we return to your live racing pictures. And as we do, well, now Alex Meredith, we talked about the fact that on lap number 3 he had a 2-second advantage over Wojciech Swierdojc, but found his way past Patrick Falconer on the infield section on said lap. But right now Meredith has been closed back up to Wojciech Swierdojc, absolutely hustling here in order to chase after Meredith as they make the way on around turn number 8. And as they do, we can see this top 3. It's got Adam McNally trying to leech onto the back of it, and then 1.1 seconds to Daniel Downey, who would love to get a bit close to McNally, but these drivers right now all pushed each other to the absolute limit as they make their way towards the bus stop chicane. And Meredith will find himself in a very precious position here, in the fact that of course he's in the lead overall, and he'd love to make it a second overall win, given the fact he did pick up the overall win in race number 1 at the Hockenheim ring, adding his name to that very limited list of drivers who've not been in the pro class to take overall wins. I believe it's 6 drivers now when Meredith added his name to that list, but can he become a repeat overall winner outside of the pro class? And that'd be his target, and that accolade, I believe, not being achieved by any driver so far in the pro and classes, albeit I'm sure somebody out there will remind me. I get the feeling that Reese Watt may have done it twice, albeit as they make the way on towards turn number 1. I do know Reese Watt's the first ever to do it. Oschersleben in round number 2, or in fact in round number 6. Oschersleben in season 2, I should say. But as they come in towards turn number 1, you can see that all drivers now getting very eager on the brakes, very greedy with the amount of apex they take. And Meredith going a bit deep, so did Dory a bit further back as he battles side by side off camera with Downing. But here comes Swierdojc looking around the outside, sweeping on through. Contact there between the 2 drivers, and well, I think Swierdojc expected that Meredith wouldn't be there on the inside, but Meredith not wanting to make his car disappear. And as they come out of turn number 4 up towards 5, that contact is going to cost Meredith some momentum, and Falcon in the end's on the inside now as they come into 5. The JW Motorsport driver, a relatively light car, trying to pounce on the lead of this race as Swierdojc goes defensive onto the anchors they go. Behind Dory has found his way out towards P5, getting ahead of Daniel Downing, who want to stay within arm's reach of this battle as they make their way out to the right-hander up towards turn number 7 they go. And as they head onto the brakes, it's going to be an alley up the inside of Meredith, and right now the SO NXTGEN Gold driver sees an opportunity to lead the Pro-Am class, and well, he's not going to give in any time soon for the simple reason now he can start to look to break away as Alex Meredith finds himself all out of sorts here as Luciano Witvoet has crept right up into this battle with all the chaos going on, and now everyone's got to pick a side as they go 3 wide on the bank of turn number 8. It's going to be on the low line. Ben Aldria, meanwhile in the middle of the road, it's going to be Slam Mitchell-Roski, and up by Jamie Dory, who loses all those places he just gained as they head in towards the bus stop chicane. They're all 2 by 2 here as they come on down. No driver wants to back off. Everyone thinks though they've got the right to lead the pack, and Luciano Witvoet in does take the lead on this pack for P4, but it's 1.6 seconds to Adam McNally, and with McNally firmly in the top of Patrick Falcon and Swierdojc, I suspect that top 3 is now at a risk of breaking away from the rest of the field. But as they make the way onwards towards another lap down to lap number 8 in due course. See everyone now trying to work together here, recognising all their battling and tussling is costing them race time, and therefore they don't want to lose out any further as Jamie Dory now squeaking his way ahead of Slamen Jaworski as they come down towards the start-finish line. Meanwhile, going high, that's going to be Daniel Downing, thinks he's got the overspeed here, but how quickly that overspeed turns against him as Luke Jones holds the inside line in towards turn number 1. Meanwhile, it's going to be a battle on the brakes here. Dory looks up the inside versus Downing. Downing from the space, brilliant awareness of all the drivers here to give us great racing action, but at the same time running door to door. And as they come out of 3 in towards 4, right now, everywhere you look, everyone's scrambling on the brakes. iRacing esports drivers, Nick Clemens and Alan McCain having a little bit of contact there, a little bit of a love tap between them as they look to try and sneak up the inside Samir Javoski, and more drivers have been brought into this mix. Further back, Stuart Wyness, who was only 4 laps ago, 6 seconds off of this battle, is now firmly there. Indeed, the battle for what is P4 is going from Luciano Witvoet to Stuart Wyness, and it is only 4 seconds separating 11 cars. But as they make the way on through turn number 6 up towards 7, well, meanwhile your leaders, Swear is still ahead of Falconer, but they are still fighting each other up the road in the rear of the picture. Meanwhile, well, we saw a couple of drivers coming through, and then here's the next pack, and this is James Smatzerskow, who's just been passed by Kieran Smart for P20, but the AM leader right now, knowing he's got what is a load of primes around him. Well, he's got Jay Pitt and Matthew Addy at the best part of 4 seconds behind, and then Matt Emmons a further second back, and therefore he'll be feeling safe. Smatzerskow falls below the yellow line. Now, drivers have been warned they're not allowed to race or overtake below the yellow line unless they've been pushed down there. Then they are allowed to rejoin off the yellow line, but they do have to do it at the discretion of the drivers who push them. So therefore, it will look to keep it above the line, and the race director will be keeping eyes out for what is those infringements of that rule, and also the bus-stop chicane. There will be warnings of track limits. But meanwhile, we look back to Lewis Mason as he chased after Louis Hesketh, and the Aztec Racing driver versus the privateer as they make the way onwards towards the bus-stop chicane. They're fighting the P29 as they head towards the braking point, but which one's going to get ahead of the other? Mason and Ian squeezed the 2 wheels on the yellow line, but in the end, some space being given to an extent, but Hesketh definitely getting his elbows out there and saying to Mason, no, you don't. But meanwhile, as we look all the way up towards the front of the field and look back for the rear of your race leader into where's turn number 1 for the penultimate time in this race, goes the lead of the 2 Audis. It's Swear ahead of Falconer, and then the Honda Adam McNally keeps the company as they head returns 1, 2 and 3. And Swear right now, whilst he may have a lot of success bars in this car, you can tell one thing, he's not phased by it nor by the lights or the Morse code that Patrick Falconer is trying to communicate. And Adam McNally in a P3, well, he's on course for an overall podium, but more importantly for McNally, he's on course for the prime win, and that is what he wants here, to level the playing field versus Daniel Downing going into race number 2. And well, if both drivers pull off a similar result in race number 2, it means they will then be contesting the lead of the prime championship, and Lee Horn's advantage will have been quashed over the course of the 2 races. But of course, this is just race number 1, and that's all the theory crafting here, and we're not going to get too involved in it. We'll give you updates between the races today, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, Daniel Downing, more compared to McNally, who seems to be having the time of his life at the front of the field. Daniel Downing is absolutely having to scramble here to hold on to P4 in the prime class, P7 overall, as they make the way on towards turn number 8. And right now, he's not having the opportunity to chase after Jones because he's got Meredith, Dory, Clemens, McCluskey, Jaworski, McCain, and Wyness all itching and scrambling to try and find their way past. And indeed, Meredith right now is coming back like a bad rash, and as they make their way down towards the bus stop chicane, where it's going to be the battle of the Alantras here, and well, Downing holding position, and meanwhile Meredith on the back of him, and Indian can't find his way through, and I think they're all cognizant of the fact they're letting Jones just run away if they fight, and Jones is 7 tenths clear, will be Downing getting a much better run through the bus stop chicane, gaining what was 1.5 tenths there on Jones through the chicane, and Clemens meanwhile goes high. That's another slowdown for the iRacing Esports driver, and that is going to hurt him massively now as he'll fall to the back of the pack. But as they make the way onwards towards the final lap, well, here is your race leader, and he has got what's Patrick Falconer right behind, and Swiridage versus Falconer. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen, as next time around they will see that checker flag, and Falconer's going to look high on the outside here. Meanwhile, McNally's just going to wait his turn. No, he doesn't need to do anything spectacular as they come into turn number 1, but Swiridage defends, and Falconer knows it's all about that last run out of the bus stop chicane. That's where you need to make the move, but will Swiridage try and be tactical here and try and let Falconer go early and then come back at him? That's always consideration, of course, in the fact that a driver may, if they're leading and they haven't got the tie, they may lose the lead only for the first half lap to get it back at the very end in the drag race. But it's also a risk you take by giving up the lead. Track position is always valuable in case, of course, you make a mistake, and well, if you're behind, you're not going to catch up. Whereas Meredith here still sits behind with Daniel Downing as they all fight for P7. This is also where the gloves will start to come off between drivers. We're going to stay focused on where's the battles inside the top 10, as up the inside all that Meredith defends Downing as they roll off the right-hander. Will mean, well, just behind them it is going to be Samir Javoski, who's now fighting with Jamie Dory as Dory gets around the outside. I think Javoski loses now in the battle with was McCluskey through turn number 6, but as they come through the left-hander onto the bank they go. The first two oval banks now, and it's going to be line astern here as it all come down to the last couple of corners. That bus stop chicane waits for our drivers once more. And here are the leaders as they make the way to it. Witvoet only 2/10 clear. But remember, it's the run out of this that makes the difference. Now, how will Witvoet play it? Will he just take the normal line? I suspect he will here. And the underconfident he can carry the speed. And now Falconer, it's all going to be on with the JW Motorsport driver to try and get the best possible run here, as 3 attempts is the exit as they drag race their way around towards the timing line. And as they do, the 80 driver here feeling safe at the moment. 2 attempts is the gap. Falconer is closing little by little. They've almost completed the bank. It's going to be a straight race run now as they make the way up towards the timing line. But which one is it going to be here as they drag race their way? The checker flag gets ready to wave. Falconer goes high. It's 8 thousandths as they head towards the line. Who's going to take victory? It's going to be Witvoet who wins. In the end, had a Patrick Falconer with Adam McCluskey taking the prime win. Luciano Witvoet and Ben Ultre round off your top 5. Lou Jones takes P6 ahead of Alex Meredith, who just sneaks past Daniel Downing at the line. Benjamin McCluskey and Jamie Dory complete your top 10. Meanwhile, James Smazer's down the side-by-side Matthew Addy. He takes P21 and the AM win there for the Aztec Racing driver. And a little bit further back, Matt Emmons takes P24, P2 in the AM class. And well, further back, ladies and gentlemen, here he comes. And well, he only needed 3 points today. He's had a rough and tumble in race number 1. But your AM champion, the first ever AM champion in the NXTCC, finishing P33. It's Mark Sykes. He's done it, ladies and gentlemen, in the 666 machine for Next Gen. He takes the AM crown with what is a P8 finish in the AM class, and now knows that all the pressure of just scoring 3 points today is off his shoulders. And well, with that, as we've got one more driver to come to line, Andrew Pike making his way on through, and the Sim Racing Collective driver comes on home to be the last of the lead lap finishers. In fact, not quite, we've got one more driver to finish this race, but Pike takes P34 for the Sim Racing Collective after an unfortunate end to his race with that instant going on through was the bus stop chicane in the early stages, but in it to win it, as they say, and therefore make his way all the way to line. But then we will have your last lead lap finisher with Sam Van Olst retiring 2 laps in the end. In fact, finishing the race 2 laps in the end. Let's correct ourselves. And therefore, into checker flag, it will be Sam Smith who will be your last lead lap finisher here. P35. We did have what was the best part of 37 starters, and in the end 35 of them finished on the lead lap, with one retiree in the form of Mitchell West. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it off the line. But ladies and gentlemen, as our drivers cool on down, what a first race of the day here for our season finale at Daytona. And Witvoet, once again, he may not have started on pole, he started P6. He snuck his way through, used the slipstream to his advantage, and that is why he is your Season 7 overall champion, and he is still picking up the wins. And that Semper Racing Audi RS3 under his tutelage, absolutely unstoppable. As meanwhile, Adam McCluskey will know that is the first blow he's needed to deliver today to take the prime win and take P3 overall versus Daniel Downing. And I can imagine at the moment right now Daniel will be thinking, right, what have I got to do to get back at McCluskey? And well, if the results carry on this way, the advantage that Lee Horn had going into this round today, well, after race number 2, it could be removed. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, also a huge mention to James Spancer's for the AM win there and cementing that P2 spot in the AM Championship. We take a look to the scenic view, and as we do, this is how our drivers finish, subject to any assured inquiries. And as we can see, after a brilliant first 10 laps of racing here at the Daytona International Speedway in round 10 of the NXTCC Season 6, powered by IMB Racewear, brought to you on iRacing, Witvoet taking the win for Semper Racing, ahead of Patrick Falconer by 700ths at the line. The JW Motorsport driver man missed out on the win, but he'll still be happy with a P2 overall, as will P3 finisher Adam McCluskey with a prime win there for SO and NXTGEN Gold. And then it was 7/10 to Luciano Witvoet, P4 there for World of Racing, ahead of Ben Ultre, run up in the prime class, and the full tilt Motorsport driver definitely making his aspirations to finish inside the top 10 of the prime class, move full speed ahead. Luke Jones taking the 3rd place spot on the Pro and podium. Congratulations to the JW Motorsport driver. Indeed, he's been absent from the Pro and podium for the most of the season, but the Welshman making his way up there in a brilliant drive in the 222. Really one of the unsung heroes of this race. Alex Meredith, P7 there for Next Gen. A great start to the race, particularly after that pole position in the Pro class, but in the end being enswarmed by what was the charge of the slipstream pack, and well, in the end P7 was where he finished, the Englishman. Daniel Downing, P8 there for Goldwyn Motorsport, also being swallowed up by the slipstream pack and not quite having it go his way. Then Benjamin McCluskey for Next Gen Pink ahead of teammate, Jamie Dory, completing your top 10. Samuel Jaworski, best SP Allen for Semper Racing ahead of Alan McCain, with Stuart Winnis, Nick Clemens and Matthew Sheraton complete your top 15. Then a Reese Watt P16 and a bit of a frustrating race, having a battle back and forth for Adam Delmont for the most part. And then Kieran Smart P18 for Track Scotland, making as much progress and also a regress in equal measure. And then we saw completing your top 20 Russell Fowler in his brilliant battle for Performance Link Esports with both Smart and also Toby Prosser. And after your top 20 drive of the Aztec Racing Drive, his teammate James Mazasgal, your AM winner for the first race of the day. Matthew Addy, P22 ahead of Jake Pitt, with Matt Emmons run up in the AM class then, not quite able to bring home the AM win, but still a second place finish, and that moves him a little bit closer to that third place spot in the AM Championship status. And the Verona Motorsport Drive being followed up by Marcel Fritsch and Duncan Moraes, with Jonathan Collins P27 there, but more importantly for him, third place in the AM class, and for the Whiskey Runners Racing team, another podium coming their way, and Collins will be absolutely proud of that. Couldn't quite make it double podium, but Daniel Fritz was the first of the AMs to finish off of the AM podium, P28 for Whiskey Runner Racing behind his teammate. Your top 30 was completed by Lewis Mason on his debut, taking a P5 in the AM class. Not a bad performance indeed for the newcomer in the 991 for Aztec Racing. And Louis Hesketh completed your top 30. Gabriel Williams, P31 ahead of Roy Plummer, only 2 tenths of line between them. With Mark Sykes there with P33, all he needs to do was finish the race, and doing exactly that to take 8th place in the AM class, but more importantly for him, the maiden AM title for any AM participant. Andrew Pyatt, P34 ahead of Sam Smith, finishing on the lead lap, and then finishing 2 laps down. Sam Van Olst, P36 there for Goldwyn Motorsport, and we did have your 2 retirees of Mitchell West for Mitch West Performance and Jeff Perkins, the privateer, and I do believe both drivers not starting the race. So 38 starters, 36 finishers, 35 on the lead lap, and that was race number 1, ladies and gentlemen. But don't dismay, we still got 2 more races to come here at Daytona, and well, we will be returning in approximately, it'll be 6 to 7 minutes time to give you an update on the championship standings after the first race, provisional of course, and to lead you in to our second race of the day. But before we step away, of course, just time for a quick word from our title sponsor this season, and thank you to them as always, that being IMB Racewear. We will see you very shortly. We are back then, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back for plenty more racing action here in the Next Gen Racing Touring Car Championship Season 6 finale. And we're here at the Daytona International Speedway getting ready for race number 2 of the day. And after a thrilling race number 1, well, the most important thing we need to do is immediately bring you up to speed with how the championship standings have morphed provisionally based on the results of race number 1. And, well, as we do bring up the provisional top 15s of each of our Drivers' Championships up, starting with the Oval Drivers' Championship, as we can see here, Wojciech still leading, of course, your defined champion for Season 7, but Mikey Doble not on the grid today. Indeed, the Doble Sim Racing team and family not on the grid, it would seem. So Benjamin McCluskey has moved a little bit closer, but Adam Delmont is hot on his heels, and on top of that as well, Luciano Witvoet right there, and it seems though it is becoming a four-way battle for that runner-up spot, and McCluskey, Delmont and Witvoet all in the charge here if they can find a way to bring down at Doble's 829 points. Meanwhile, in the Pram class, as we can see, Lee Horn still holds on at the top. Remember, he's not here today. He's tuning in on holiday. So therefore, he'll be biting his fingernails and hoping that Adam McNally's not able to close down the outstanding what is 31 points. He's got to close it down after that winning the Pram class in race number 1. And Daniel Downing dropping to P3 there ahead of Racewear, Alex Meredith. Matthew Addy now is out of reach of being able to take the crown. So therefore, it's now a 5-way fight. But Alex Meredith is on the precipice of also being removed from the eligible drivers, given the fact the points are running low. So it's still a 5-way fight. And then in the AM class, well, Mark Sykes, with that 8th place finishing class, he takes the AM championship crown, as with a gap of what is the best part of 157 points to James Smazasgal. Smazasgal cannot overhaul Sykes' advantage now, and Smazasgal will be fighting instead to hold it to P2 versus Collins and Emmons. But indeed, you can see there, Jonathan Collins and Matt Emmons closing together, only at what is 56 points between them. Craig Tillotson not on the grid today, so they're holding P5. So it is a little bit of a quiet AM class, but the fight is on for second through to 4th. And well, as we do return to circuit side, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost set for race number 2 here of the day. As we can see, we're now moving towards the evening. The headlights are starting to go on the cars, and I do believe I've been informed in my ear we are going to be having what will be effectively a nighttime race for race number 3 to end things with the fireworks at Daytona, and a little bit of trivia for you with regards to the lighting systems at Daytona a little bit later on. But as we look to Nick Clemens making his way on around through turn number 7 right now, keeping his cool and carrying on, as we do say hello to Phil McDougall there, and of course a veteran of the NXTCC, having raced in multiple seasons for CXR Project Platinum. I hope you're doing well, Phil, and always great to have you tune in, even if you're a little bit late at the same time as well. Better late than never, as they always say, even when under braking, albeit perhaps not a little bit too late, otherwise you may end up making contact with a driver. And we did see a few moments or a few flares up between our drivers into the hairpins on the opening couple of laps, but at the same time as well, it wouldn't be the NXTCC if there weren't a few incidents here and there, but plenty of brilliant racing and plenty more to come in our second race a day, which is only 10 seconds away. But the question is, of course, can anybody stop this man? Wojciech Witvoet has taken another win, his first win a day here already. Can he make it 2 more given at the time available? As the checker flag comes out in this warm-up session, the only way to find out is to tune in. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to make our way to the grid once again. So as they all make their way to the grid, this is how they'll line up for our second race of the day. It is Wojciech Witvoet, who starts where he finished off on pole position for Semper Racing, joined on the front row by Patrick Falconer. Behind them on row number 2 from the Semper Racing JW Motorsport drivers, it's going to be your prime positive of Adam McNally with SRL with Next Gen Goal. Luciano Witvoet starts P4 for World of Racing, knowing that late gain towards the end of race number 1 really held him in good stead. He'll be wanting more of that in race number 2. Ben Trier starts P5 for Full Tilt V Motorsport, really sneaking his way through the order after an early number of losses, but found his way back into that P5 finish ahead of Luke Jones, the JW Motorsport driver, the Welshman, who took the 3rd place spot on the prime podium and really was the star in the background in race number 1. Alex Meredith starts P7 for Next Gen, not on pole, but to be fair at the same time as well, and knowing now the game is different, he'll be starting in the pack, and he'll look to fight his way up through the pack. Ahead of Daniel Downing, who starts P8 for Goal with Motorsport 9, he needs to land a blow back versus Adam McNally in the proverbial boxing ring of the Prime Championship. Benjamin McCluskey for Next Gen Ping, and his teammate Jamie Dory complete what is the top 10. Slavomir Chalvosky P11 for Semper Racing after a great race number 1, plenty of battling for the 99 driver, and Alan McCain starts P12 for iRacing Esports. We'll then do have on what is row number 7, Stuart Winus for Track Scotland ahead of Nick Clemens for iRacing Esports. And then we do have Matthew Sheraton for Aztec Racing starting P15 ahead of Rewat for JW Motorsport. Adam Delmont begins his race P17 for SO and NXTGEN Gold at 9. He needs to make his way into the top 10 in order to be able to have a great end to his championship now, given the difficulties of race number 1. He's got the company of Kieran Smart for Track Scotland. He'll be looking to try and break his way up through the order as quickly as possible, given the challenges of qualifying, and also race number 1 seeing him lose as many places as he gained. And it's Russell Fowler for Performance Link Esports and Toby Prosser for Aztec Racing to complete your top 20. James Spencer's Gal starts P21, your AM pole sitter and your winner of race number 1 in the AM class for Aztec Racing ahead of Matthew Addy for NXTGEN. Behind them, Jake Pitt starts P23 for Aztec Racing ahead of Rhino Motorsports' Matt Emmons, who'll be looking to go back toe-to-toe with James Spencer's Gal for the AM win this time around. And then we do have on row at number 13, Marcel Fritsch for WS Racing Esports, the Austrian driver, making headway in race 1. We'll want more of it in race number 2, ahead of Duncan at Moraes for Goldwyn Motorsport, with the instance in lap number 1 cost him dear, and now he's got to recover. And Jonathan Collins starts P27 for Whiskey Runner Racing, head of teammate Daniel Fritz. They line up together on the 14th row. And then behind them will be Louis Hesketh, the privateer, ahead of Aztec Race's Gabriel Yilmaz, to complete your top 30. P31 goes to Roy Plummer for NXTGEN, ahead of Mark Sykes, the AM champion, now known as No Pressure on him, so therefore he's got nothing to lose going forward, starting P32. Then Andrew Pike for the Sim Racing Collective will be hoping for a better race number 2 after the bus stop chicane incident of race number 1 ahead of Sam Smith. And from the Sim Racing Collective and iRacing Esports drivers, it's Sam Van Ols for Goldwyn Motorsport and Mitchell West for Mitch West Performance. And then on your final row of the grid, well, that will be your final row of the grid, ladies and gentlemen. 36 starters in this race. And, well, as all of our drivers get themselves set, we are only a few seconds away from going to lights on once again. And, well, as we can see, the floodlights are getting turned on even more. Wojciech Swodaj versus Patrick Falconer. And it's 10 seconds away from us seeing what will be the lights out procedure for the second time today. Behind him is Adam McNally, who knows all he's got to do is repeat the result from race number 1, and he could be on course for a maiden Prime Championship crown. But as the lights get set, the engines roar, and it's going to be 1 red light, 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. And it's lights out and away we go once again at Daytona. Another 10 laps to get underway, and Wojciech Swodaj gets a good start as the colt rolls downhill in towards turn number 1. All the fields away, and as they make their way towards the opening braking zone, it is exactly what set the race in order as they make their way in towards the opening corner. But as they do, when we look to the blimp camera, you can see many a 2 wide further down the pack. A couple of drivers there on cold brakes going very deep, but all wary to give each other space. James Spencer's Gal moves up to P21. A good start there from the Aztec Racing driver, and as they make their way down to the braking zone, and Constantine hard here. This is where we could see some instances. A couple of drivers getting a little bit sideways there. Matthew Addy going quite slowly in a 3 wide, while the Aztec Racing drivers are Matt Emmons. Meanwhile, off circuit, that's Louis Hesketh who's taking a trip to the weeds. As we now look back down to the circuit side here, close up. Andrew Pike as well, having a good start, 4 places gained, as he tries to battle his way out the order. P29 already, trying to find his way around the outside to the inside of where it's Marcel Fritsch. They make the one down, albeit he won't be able to. Instead, he's defending position here versus Jonathan Collins. And as they all come through, Collins battling side by side there with none other than Sam Van Ols. And Van Ols right now also making some early gains. But as they make the way up towards turn in number 7, Benjamin McCluskey on the outside of Alex Meredith, the 2 NXTGEN sister team drivers won't want to impede one another here. They'll want to try and work together to try and close back up to the leaders as they make the way to the oval banking. And, well, this will be now the test of who is going to be the one to duck into the toe and who's going to insist they want to be on the inside or the outside into the bus on chicane and have no friends to work with. What is McCluskey and what is Meredith here? In fact, McCluskey, I should say, and what is McCain here with Meredith pulling away. McCluskey will get the turn. Meredith, meanwhile, McCain feels as though he's got the overspeed as they head on to the anchors, and Indian McCluskey backs out as they go left into right. There's been an instant for Daniel Fritz further down the order. Meanwhile, Toby Prosser balanced side by side here still with Kieran Smart, the Track Scotland driver, still P18. He just can't seem to find a way to be able to upset or shake off the drivers behind him as they make the way onwards towards lap number 2 shortly. But as they do, you can see Russell Fowler as well now trying to fill his way out of the toe. But will he do so? No, not at the moment, as he is the link that brings the chain together in this train as they head on towards the flat before the pit lane entry. And as they make the way through, Matt Emmons meanwhile making his way past Duncan Rains. Mark Sykes meanwhile has had an absolutely monstrous start, already up into P24, the best part of what is 8 places gained as they make the way towards lap number 2. And after 1 lap, it is Wojciech Swodaj who leads, as we see here on screen, ahead of Patrick Falconer, followed by Luciano Witvoet P3. Meanwhile, your prime leader Adam McNally P4 ahead of Ben Altria P5, Jamie Dory P6, Luke Jones P7, and Daniel Downing P8. Alan McCain, meanwhile, well battling there with Alex Meredith for P9. Gets there, Daniel Downing losing the rear of the car in these cold conditions, and well, Meredith catching the car in time. Indeed, everyone behind the scenes around him, and just about missing what could have been an absolutely nasty shunt for many a driver there. But brilliant cat-like reactions from everybody involved, and was they make the way onwards towards what will be a turn number 4. A bit of contact there, I do believe, between what was, I think, Adam Delmont and Daniel Downing. Downing sent sideways, and Meredith sneaks about the inside of the pair of them here as he looks to try and gain 2 of the place he lost back. As they make the way towards turn number 5, well, the question will be now who's going to back out first and foremost. In fact, coming into turn number 7 there, as they get my corner numbers completely messed up, and as they come through the left-hander, well, right now Meredith still up high and not in the toad as he tries to come down, but he's got to face with Daniel Downing on the low line. And as they make the way up towards turns 9, 10 and 11, Meredith once again being made to wait. Stuart Wine is here. I think he's got something to say about this as we ride on board, looking down over the nose of the track Scott machine, and the Scotsman right now on the attack here as he looks to try and pounce versus Daniel Downing in the battle of the 3 Elantras. Side by side he gets ready to go and to break it in, but doesn't go for it in the end as Meredith on his right as they go 2 wide on through the chicane, and with brilliant race in between them. Meredith in the end does sneak ahead, albeit track limits being on his mind. Now will he have to take an automated slow down here as he goes up high? I get the feeling he will have to, as meanwhile we can see Sheraton just tucking in and pushing Winans along. So Meredith in the end battling side by side, brilliant battling, but in return now lose it out as they make the way towards the end of this lap. As they come through Reese Watt coming out of nowhere here. And the JW Motorsport driver in the tow, looking to make it 3-5 potentially in towards turn number 1. Fastest lap of the race falling to Jamie Dory initially at 58.039. I suspect will be in the 57s before this race is over. But as Watt dives up the inside there of Sheraton, now looking up the inside of Winans as well. Can't quite find him, has to wait his turn, but gains one, but not both, as they head up towards turn number 4. Meanwhile, Mark Sykes making even more progress. We see Matthew Addy in a scramble with Andrew Pike, and Pike 30 places gained so far. Well, he's definitely absolutely right his way. Oh, goodness me! And for Addy, it goes wrong there. Clipped in contact with Joe Smatsensgow, the leader of the AM class, and Smatsensgow then dropping down the order. Sykes is released into the AM lead with Matt Evans and John Collins right behind him. And this top 3 AM battle right now with Sykes, in fact, with 1.4 second gap, and meanwhile Evans now falling back here, but into P2 in the AM class, and he'll be absolutely pleased to move his way up the order. But meanwhile, Duncan Rains is going to disrupt the flow of John Collins here by trying to get on the inside into turn number 6. Once they come through the right hander, a bit of door rub in between the turn. Rains is not clear at the moment, and Every's got more work to do here in order to try and seal the deal on this move. But Collins is not giving it. You can understand why, because Collins wants to finish P2 in the AM class minimum. He wants the AM win, and in doing so can give himself the best possible chance of taking P3, if not P2 in the AM championship. But as they make the way up towards turn number 8, well, right now it's all going to be about the tow once again, and working together as we look to the second of Whiskey Runner Racing Cars that's behind Gabriel Yilmaz and James Spencer now 2 seconds up the road from them. And as they make their time and presence up towards the next braking zone, well, meanwhile, from them looking a bit further down the order, Slamir Jaworski, who's had an absolute nightmare start to this race for Semper Racing, has dropped all the way down to P34. He's battling with Louis Heskiv here for P33. Heskiv going defensive in the battle of the Elantras as they come in towards the braking zone here for turns 9, 10, 11. 2 wide they'll go. Heskiv's not backing out. Jaworski in the end made to go very deep there, and Heskiv fighting hard, and Jaworski having to completely back out of that move before he ended up going straight on at the chicane. But as they head onwards towards the next lap, meanwhile, we look back to your race leader, Wojciech Swierdajczyk, who the Semper Racing driver, holding on by 5/10 to Patrick Falcon and Luciano Witvoet, your top 3 pulling away. Adam McNally still there, as meanwhile it's a huge amount of braking, and everyone's shuffling places here as they head through turn 1. And Voltilby Motorsports all doing an absolute brilliant job right now to be able to battle with Dory, flashing his lights there, trying to get into the head of Jones, trying to get Jones to make a mistake, and therefore have the opportunity to go hunted after McNally for the prime win. But McNally right now, has to be said, if this carries on all the way to the end, if things finish as they currently stand, well, McNally will take the Provisional Prime Championship lead, and he will give himself a golden opportunity to take the Prime Championship crown come the end of the final race of the day, albeit subject to the reverse grid. And well, we don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but back-to-back prime wins would absolutely set him up for success. As meanwhile, Daniel Downing, the other major belligerent in that championship battle, the Goldwyn Motorsport driver, currently P11, P5 in the prime class, he won't be out of it, but he'll know that it's a huge uphill battle. As meanwhile, behind them, Stuart Wine is up the inside of Matthew Sheraton into P13. Sheraton not fighting it too hard, and I think cognizant of the fact he doesn't need to get involved here. All he needs to do is stay behind and run with the pack and get involved at the end of the race. which is where all the opportunities will come to him. And as they head on down towards turns at number 9, 10 and 11, we're going towards the bus on chicane. Here is Mark Sykes, the NXTGEN driver with a little ice, who I do believe that is a snowflake on top of the car, unless it's a logo for something. We're going to go with a bit of snowflake and absolutely cool as a cucumber right now as he heads in towards that braking zone, thinks about ducking into the tyre of Prosser, but decides against it as Pike going slightly defensive there, keeping Prosser behind. 3 cars in the line, and Sykes trying to capitalise on all the momentum he can as he charges his way out of the bus stop chicane. But how much speed will he gain this time will be the question that's on his mind, and the overspeed building there as he heads up the gearbox. We show you the dashboard there on the bottom right hand corner of your screen in terms of speed he's picking up, pulls out the toe for a brief moment, but I think this might be more to bleed off speed rather than gain any more, knowing he's got a 2-second advantage of Matt Emmons. He doesn't need to make any further progress here, and instead he can just save his time, save his place and save the car and bring home the AM win, which will be a nice cherry on top of the AM Championship crown he took from race number 1. Then he crosses the timeline and goes on to lap number 5, where we bring you back the battles box to the bottom right corner of your screen, and in good time as well. It's just in front, Alex Meredith still fighting it now, battling for P18, with it all going in the wrong direction for the NXTGEN driver, as he's got Russell Fallon and Kieran Smart to contend with in front of him, and well, if the results finish, they currently stand, that will eliminate Meredith from the Prime Championship hunt. Indeed, he's an outsider going into this race, but then again, anything can happen until that checkered flag falls, and therefore he'll be keeping his hopes up as high as possible as he battles side by side here with Jake Pitt. They head too wide into turn 5. He'll get a nose ahead versus Pitt, but Pitt will have the important inside line into the second of our hairpins in the infield section. But will Pitt commit to the bit? Yes, he will, as he forces the battle round the corner. And as they come out of the corner up towards turn 7, they go. Well, Meredith will now have the inside in towards the left-hander. But you'll know all this battling is costing time, and it's costing him a small amount of tyre life. And the Elantra's tyre life is at a premium on that front end, even with the cooler conditions our drivers are racing in currently. But as they head up onto the bank in a turn at number 8, we look further up the order. Indeed, we look now back to your leader here, Wojciech Swierdajczyk, as he holds a 5/10 gap over Patrick Falconer. And Falconer being closed by Witvoet here, and of course the World of Racing driver knowing that this is where he needs to consider going after that P2, if not the win, in order to keep his hopes alive for the run-up spot in the Prime Championship, well, not the Prime Championship, I'd say the overall Championship trophy, as they head onto the bank in a turn number 12. 3 seconds is the gap to Adam McNally, but notice there how McNally falling out to the toe of the top 3 means he's not got any pace to work with, and the previous laps for Adam McNally have been 8/10 slower than everybody else behind him, because he's not got a slipstream partner to work with. McNally is out of the pack, and this means he now gets ruled into a pack behind. And here comes Jones, who'll get a nose ahead as they head on towards lap number 6. Jamie Doreen behind Jones, investing high and on the outside line as they head on towards the brakes, but the Honda's going to be strong here under retardation in towards turn number 1, and we can see that in the fact that McNally in the end gets it firmly stopped and seals the deal as they roar their way out of turns 1, 2 and 3. We look back for the rear of the 478 car, and for McNally right now, this is going to prove whether he is a deserved Prime champion. If he can hold it, oh goodness me, hold the fault there as Bill Trier turns sideways in the run through turn number 4 and being brutal for a brief moment, and well, that is going to only open up the wound in the field here in terms of all the battling as everybody now scrambles to fill the void that Trier has left through that contact. Now, what exactly triggered that contact is the question that we need the answer to, and I believe we will get a replay of it very shortly as we continue to watch what is Adam Delmont on the outside there, with Reese Watt trying to battle his way on through, and will Delmont in the end not being made to stay behind as Reese Watt holding that outside line in towards turn number 7, but Delmont here forcing the issue back open in towards the left-hander, but they'll stop their battling there and now look to settle down into one-line formation, and Delmont goes low in the end to give space to his rival and just take a nice early low line, and it's Stuart Whiteness who ends up going up high and will be left high and dry without the toe. But we take a look back at what happened to Ben Trier only moments ago. Scissors under braking into the horseshoe hairpin. Dory on the inside. Ultrier turns in, and contact between Dory and Ultrier. They do survive the contact, but Ultrier in the end going almost to the grass and losing was the best part of 8 places there for that small tap from Jamie Dory, and in the end so frustrating, but you can understand they didn't mean it. It's close racing between them, but I can imagine that some tempers are starting to flare a little bit, and it is getting warmer and warmer inside those virtual cockpits. But as they roar their way past us on at the live pictures once more, while drivers right now, including Jamie Dory all scrambling here as Dory trying to go high, looking to make it 3 wide as they come on towards the start-finish line stretch. And as they do, it's going to be McCluskey in the middle of the road, but Dory gets a huge overspeed for the double toe to go up high, but he tries to go down low and shut the door, but McCluskey is there, and therefore he can't still shut the door on his teammate, as otherwise you don't want to make contact with your teammate. It's the ultimate taboo in motorsport. As they headed towards turn 1, you can see that Alan McCain now trying to fight his way on past Luke Jones, does exactly that, but then again we are into lap number 7. We're not on the final lap, so this is all still to play for, and I can imagine this is all jousting and sparring for the very end. It's looking there towards the goal in motorsport. Oh goodness, there's contact from Downing to the rear of Jones, as watch Jones going very slowly on the apex of turn number 4, under braking to give the space to Watt to coexist on the corner, and as they come in towards turn number 5, Watt can get ahead, but Jones right now working behind his teammate. I can imagine acts as a bit of a rear gunner to keep Downing at bay, and well, definitely they're going to try and work together in the fact that Watt is still an outside contender for the Prime Championship. Downing, if this result goes the way it's going to go by the looks of things, then he will fall into the same category as Watt, and it will be Manali who's got all the world to play for and become Prime Champion. But again, let's hold on to the theory and talk about what's happening right now. We can only talk about the facts as they currently stand, and it is that Daniel Downing's got a huge amount of pressure building from behind. That's Winans and Sheraton who are both on the charge. We'll be right on board here with the rearmost of these Prime drivers and the Aztec Racing driver in the draft as they make the way up the gearboxes. Flash of lights there from Winans trying to get to the head of Downing, and I think also trying to say to Downing, can you not go any faster please? We're losing them up front, and well, as they come in towards the braking zone for turns 9 through to 11, it's going to be absolutely placid right now between the 3 drivers. They're not going to fight each other because they don't want to lose the pack in front, but you can imagine as soon as opportunity does arise, the fighting will escalate very quickly indeed. But heading onwards towards the turn 12 bank, and from them we must talk a little bit about our AM drivers as Jonathan Collins and Matt Evans are continuing to involve their little fight for what is a P25, and more importantly for them, second place in the AM class. And for Evans this is important, and also for Collins, because for Collins he's trying to chase down P2 in the AM Championship. Evans is trying to chase down P3, which Collins holds on to currently, so therefore these positions could set them up for a very unique dynamic into the season finale, the final race of course that is, given the fact we are in the season finale round, but not the utmost race number 30 or 30 this season, but they head on to lap number 8. Evans is there, but can he look for a move this time around? I don't think he can, and it was on lap number 6 that the move was made by Collins for the position, and this is how it was made at the time. And where it was a freeway drag race up to the timeline, and in the end, the number 27 going between the Sam Smith, Collins on the low line, Evans staying high, Collins committing all the way to the inside, and Smith in the end going very deep but turned in. A brilliant attempt there for Smith to go for the cutback, but Collins shutting the door firmly in Smith's face, and keep in mind only for Smith to find his way through it a little bit later on that lap on the draft round towards the bus stop chicane as I understand it. But as we do return to your live racing pitch as well, we look here to Evans, who right now still half a second behind Collins, and in their battle for the second place spot on the AM podium. Up the road it is Jake Pitt and Toby Prosser as the 2 Aztec Racing drivers push each other forward. The Welshman ahead of the Englishman as they head in towards turn number 7. Nothing between them at the moment, with Mark Sykes, your AM leader, 6 tenths behind and well clear of his AM rivals. But meanwhile, from them, we look back up to inside the top 10. Here is your Pro-Am leader, Reece Watt for JW Motorsport, and this result could be very important indeed for Watt, in the fact that going into this race, provisionally he was P4 and was the best part of 59 points of Adam McNally. And well, if he takes the prime win, he'll close the gap to McNally to a slight degree, given that McNally's right behind him, but he'll also bring himself into that continued outside chance of the Prime Championship, and it would be McNally ahead of what would be, I do believe, Downing, with Reece Watt right there with Downing, so it become a three-way fight all the way to the very end. So Watt right now will want to bring home this win and try and keep as much of that battle open all the way to the very end as they make the way up towards turn number 1 once again, just in front. Jamie Dory and Benjamin McCluskey putting each other's forward. The next-gen pink drivers fighting for P4, and McCluskey, well, he's going to be eager to find his way past Dory, as behind Alan McCain on the outside. Then up the inside goes Adam McNally on the defence. McCain given a slight rub, pushed slightly wide out of turn 1, albeit I don't think he's going to mind that, all things considered, as they head on down towards turn 4. But speaking of the exit of turn 4, Luciano Witvoet has found his way past Patrick Falcon off camera, and he's now battling for the overall lead. And well, as Wojciech Swierdowicz looks to try and make it 2 wins out of 2 so far today, understandably, in the fact that he's your champion, he just continues to take wins every which way and there. Well, meanwhile, Witvoet wants to win, given the fact that would help him take what would be P2 over Mikey Doble in the championship. And as they head out of turn number 6 up towards 7, brilliant battling all the way between these drivers, and Jamie Doble behind leads the second pack as they head in towards the left-hander at turn number 7. But right now, nothing between our drivers here, and indeed everyone's showing a lot of restraint, but at the same time also really thinking about where the battle will be. But I suspect the next time we come around, that's where we'll see the eruption between our drivers, and all those battles will flare up to the maximum as they roar their way on towards the oval banking once again. Further down the order, Andrew Pike fighting side by side with Adam Delmont, the battle of the two Hondas. We normally see them fight inside the top 10, but misfortune has belayed them both today, and therefore they're fighting for P17 and to be firmly somewhere inside that reverse grid. Remember, of course, that reverse grid is anywhere between P13 and P23 based on the lottery draw, and therefore you want to finish 13 as a minimum, but you always want to be a bit further up inside that top 23 if you can to give yourself a better chance. And Andrew Pike doing exactly that as he gets back out of Delmont, but Delmont will come back at him on the next lap. But as they head out of the bus stop chicane, Ryan Alex Meredith also there, looking to make a bit more progress. His race definitely has not taken a positive turn compared to where he started. The P7 start, P19 currently, but he will pull out the toe and look to go high and around the outside as he does so. Meanwhile, Alan McCain, as he heads down towards turn number 1, I do believe McCain has lost a couple of places. He's got Adam McNally on his inside here. McNally making a move for P2 in the Pram class. We're on to the final lap. White flag is out, and McCain losing that initially, but remember, he's going to try and come back at McNally towards the end of the lap, and that is where McNally will need to get his elbows out and try and defend as hard as possible, because for McNally right now, this result could determine whether he's going to have an easier time in the season for not the final race of the season, I should say, and potentially become that Prime champion. Daniel Downey as well, off camera, has made his way back to P9, P4 in the Prime class, so Downey is keeping his chase alive here, but Reed Swat, meanwhile, is 8 tenths clear at the front of this pack, and well, he has got the company of Benjamin McCluskey and Dory up front, who seem to be pushing him slightly back towards Wes McNally. But for Reed Swat, if he can bring this home, it would be a landmark victory and a very important one to put the Prime Championship on a knife edge in our final race of the season. But of course, we'll find out next time they come to the start-finish line as they make their way through turn number 7. And meanwhile, in the AM class, it's mostly quiet at the moment. Mark Sykes is still leading. The battle for P2 between Collins and Emmons is separated by 4 tenths. So as we look to drive head onto the banking, we look back to your leader of Wojciech as he heads on towards the flat, the back stretch, and will Luciano Witvoet and Patrick Falconer all 2 tenths between each of the cars here. And I think Witvoet right now waiting for the ultimate run through the bus stop chicane as they head on through. Meanwhile, behind Jamie Dory, ahead of McCluskey and Reese Watt, looking for that opportunity to try and get the best possible run as they head on through and up towards turn number 11. Watt goes a little bit deep, but it doesn't cost him too much time by the looks of things as they head up towards turn number 12. Dory goes high, and as he does so, carries the speed from the high line as Sheraton and Wine is too wide there. But meanwhile, we come back to your leaders, ladies and gentlemen, and as they race their way on towards the checkered flag, Swierdijk was leading on the start of this lap, and by looks of things, he's going to lead it all the way to the end and make it 2 out of 2. Witvoet tries to go around the outside, but it's too late. Swierdijk takes victory for Semper Racing. The World of Racing driver P2 out of Patrick Falconer, Jamie Dory P4, McCluskey P5, Reese Watt takes the Prime win P6, and the JW Motorsport driver with a huge lifeline, Adam McNally in the end has taken P8 behind Alan McCain, being outrun to the line, and Daniel Down in P9 just behind him. Matthew Sheraton completes your top 10. Mark Sykes takes the AM win in what is P22, and the next gen driver taking that win after just bringing it to line in race number 1 to take the AM crown. Jonathan Collins in the end taking 2nd place in the AM class ahead of Matt Emmons for P24, Emmons P27. So Collins in the end taking a key result that will definitely keep him well and truly in the hunt for the 2nd place spot, or at least 3rd place ahead of Emmons. And well, with that, we've got a couple more drivers to come to line. James Smanson's down in the end. It's all gone wrong for Aztec Racing at P34, always P6 in the AM class. He'll still be 2nd place in your favourite 2nd place in the AM class into race number 3. But now we know the job's just a little bit more pressured, but he will be your penultimate lead lap finisher, with your final lead lap finisher being Louis Heskiv, and finishing 2 laps down. Your last finisher of this race, 36 starters, 36 finishers, Roy Plummer, ladies and gentlemen. But what a race, and indeed, for Wojciech Swierdijk, making it 2 out of 2 so far. Well, nothing can stop this man when he is in his form. Indeed, you could say he's synonymous to an Ash Sutton of BTCC world, in the fact that right now he just seems to be in a class apart no matter what is thrown his way. And Luciano Witvoet, meanwhile, P2, the World of Racing driver, a vital result in his battle for the runner-up spot versus Benjamin McCluskey. Mikey Doble, and will it have been enough? He'll feel as though it will have been enough to get him right on a firm footing going into the final race of the season, but we will see all that and more when we do come through. Witvoet there in the pit lane, celebrating that win in the Prime class, and knowing he's given himself an outside chance of taking up that Prime crown. But with McNally taking P8 overall and P3 in the Primes, the SRO Next Gen Gold driver will know that it wasn't exactly the result he wanted. He wanted the win, or at least P2, and Alan McCain sneaking ahead by only what was 14 thousandths at the line was not ideal, with Daniel Downing just behind him as well. So therefore, McNally and Downing will both be battling hard, but McNally will have the advantage. He'll also have the lead over what was Lee Horn, and therefore it's all McNally who's now got the pressure on him going into the final race of the season to become the Prime champion, take his first ever Prime crown in the NXTCC. But as the drivers make their way into the pits, of course, Mark Sykes, who wrapped up the AM Championship in race number 1 provisionally for the win in race number 2, is only going to add even further security to that fault as he makes his way on down in the 666 machine. And he couldn't believe it after race number 1. I did briefly catch up with him in the pit lane, and he was saying to me, wait, have I done it already? And I reminded him, yes, Mark, all you need to do was secure 3 points, and have it done exactly that. So everything now will feel like a bonus to him. But what's not a bonus is part of your schedule, and as always, we love to see it on the race results from each every race, and here are the provisional results from race number 2 in round number 10 of season 6 of the NXTCC, brought to you on iRacing and powered by IMB Racewear. And as we can see, Wojciech Swierdajc taking the win, back-to-back wins for Semper Racing by 300ths at line over Luciano Witvoet for World of Racing and Patrick Falconer. Again on the podium, 3rd place there for JW Motorsport, having a great end to his season so far. And Jamie Dory, a further, what was 6 seconds almost behind P4 for Next Gen Pink ahead of teammate Benjamin McCluskey. And well, I think McCluskey would have been hoping it would have been the other way round to keep him in the hunt for that 2nd place spot in the overall championship. But to be fair, both drivers picking up the key points, and their main focus, I suspect, today is making sure they defend that team's championship crown for Next Gen Pink. Reswap P6, your pro and winner there for JW Motorsport by what was 4 attempts at the line over Alan McCain for iRace Esports, and Adam McNally at P8 completing the prime podium of what was Watt, McCain and McNally, with the SO and Next Gen Gold drive followed up by Daniel Downing, his main rival on the field today for Gold with Motorsport, and your top 10 being completed by Matthew Cheverton for Aztec Racing. Stuart Winers, P11, a good run there in the number 61 for Track Scotland, and definitely getting himself right into the front in the thick of it, especially now going into race number 3. The same can be said for Ben Altrier for Full Tilt Motorsport, who was, of course, for a podium, but that instant between himself and Jamie Dory in towards turn at number 4 midway through the race cost him dear, but he recovered well to P12 from a P15 drop. And then Nick Clemens, Russell Fowler and Kieran Smart completing your top 15, with the Track Scotland drive getting him within arm's reach of the top 10, and therefore the 39 driver knows all to play for in the final race of the day. Andrew Pyatt, P16, having started from what was P32, a brilliant drive there for the Sim Racing Collective driver, ahead of Alex Meredith and Adam Delmont, and completing your top 20 was none other than Toby Prosser and Jake Pitt. Behind the Aztec Racing pair, Mark Sykes, your AM winner for Next Gen, ahead of iRace Esports is Sam Smith, and Smith separating the 2 AM drives with Jonathan Collins, your run-up in the AM class there for Whiskey on Racing, making it 2 podiums out of 2 today. And then also your final potential reverse grid position going to Jonathan Collins for that P23. He was ahead of the Goldwyn Motorsport Prime pair of Duncan Rays and Sam Van Olst, with then Matt Emmons completing your AM podium of Sykes, Collins and Emmons for Rano Motorsport, and the 72 driver now knowing that top 3 finish in the AM Championship may be just that little bit harder, and he's going to need the win in the final race of the season. Mitchell West, P27, wasn't on the grid for race number 1, but great to see the Mitchell West performance car getting on the grid for race number 2, ahead of Daniel Fritz, Whiskey on Racing, and completing your top 30, it was Gabriel Yilmaz and Marcel Fridge. Then we do see Slamir Jaworski at P31 ahead of Matthew Addy, the Next Gen driver, just having no luck here today once again, with James Smazzersgale with that misfortunate early instant, the Aztec Racing driver P33, and knowing that 2nd place spot in the AM class is a little bit more under pressure now, but still ahead of Luke Jones and Louis Hesketh, who was your last lead lap finisher, P35. We did have one more finisher, of course, and Roy Plummer completes the 36 starters who all made it way to the end, and the Next Gen driver finishing at 2 laps down and therefore classified. But that was race number 2, ladies and gentlemen, and an absolutely brilliant race, no doubt about it. But of course, we still got one more race to come, and it is, as always, the reverse grid race of race number 3, our final race of the day and our final race of the season. And you know what time that means? It's time for us to do the reverse grid draw, our final one for this season. And well, for the uninitiated, ladies and gentlemen, we do have our Next Gen Racing Lottery Bowls, so the numbers 6 through to 12 inside. And very shortly, I'm going to close my eyes, shuffle the balls, and draw 2 balls out of the bowl, one at a time, and whatever number they add up to, from P13 through to P23, that will be your reverse grid for the final time this season. season. And what will it be? Let's find out. So we'll do an extended shuffle and take our first ball out of the bowl. And our first ball is going to be the number 9. So we've got a relatively moderate reverse grid so far. But what's it going to be in terms of our other number to join the number 9? Well, here we go. And it is going to be the final reverse grid of the season. It is going to be, well, play pontoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's the number 21, and that means Jake Pitt takes the final reverse grid pole position of the season, and he'll be joined on the front row by Toby Prosser. It is an Aztec Racing 1-2, a huge reverse grid, one of our biggest ones, and well, an absolutely prime opportunity for Alex Meredith, potentially starting from what will be P4 on the grid, to bring on home a final win of the season. But how will it all play out with the Championship wide open? The Teams Championship, by looks of things, has been sealed in the favour of NXTGEN Pink with Double Sim Racing on the grid. The AM Championship has fallen to Mark Sykes. The overall championship already in the capable hands of chequered. But we do have that question at run-up spot. But most importantly, who will become your prime champion? Will it be Adam McNally? Will it be Daniel Downing? Or could it be the outside chance of Reese Watt? Well, all that and more, we'll be back in approximately 7 to 8 minutes to find out, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you very shortly after a word from our sponsor, IMB Racewear. return one last time this season, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, it is now night time in the US state of Florida here at the Daytona International Speedway. The floodlights are on. It is time for race 30 of 30 of this season, and it's time for us to finally bring the curtain down on the NXTCC Season 6. And whilst we're in the break, we do apologise for a slight delay in getting back to the racing. Well, there's been plenty that's been going on behind the scenes, and let's get to it. Firstly, most importantly, the top 21 reverse grid will not see Jake Pitt starting on pole. Instead, it will be the first time ever we see an AM starting on pole position in the reverse grid race, and Mark Sykes will be taking that pole position as a 47-second post-race time penalty was applied to Luke Jones at the end of race number 2, as he wasn't able to serve a slowdown penalty in time. And well, for Jones, it's heartbreak, of course. That puts him well down the order out of race number 2, and therefore puts him at the back of the field for the purposes of race number 3. But on top of that as well, to quickly fill you in on the status of the provisional championships, and most importantly the Pro-Am Championship, we started with the Oval Drivers Championship, as we can see here, in the fact that overall, Wojciech Swiatek leading there with an extended lead after 2 wins. But look at the battle for P2. Benjamin McCluskey has taken the second place spot, 6 points clear of Mikey Doble, with Luciano Witvoet a further 14 points behind. But it is closing up between them, and Adam Delmont is still there. 35 points separates the 4 drivers, and Benjamin McCluskey knows this is his prime chance to leap his way into that run-up spot and hold on to it. But Witvoet and Delmont will be right there with him. In the Pro-Am class, meanwhile, Adam McNally is now leading by 14 points over Lee Horn, so Horn is out of the running for what is that Pro-Am Championship crown. Daniel Downer a further 4 behind. It is 18 points between them, and then Reese Watt has also given himself a chance with that win in race number 2, and Alex Meredith, unfortunately, now being the best part of what is there, I do believe, the 98 points behind. He isn't in the hunt anymore in terms of bringing home that Pro-Am Championship crown, so we're down to what is 3 rivals, McNally, Downing and Watt, and it is McNally who leads it by 18 points. And in the AM class, Mark Sykes, confirmed champion after the race 1 result, but confirmed ever more that winning race number 2. But look at Smansescal versus Collins. Collins now only what is 41 points behind. If Smansescal has a nightmare race and retires from this one and scores a 0, then Collins could steal that second place spot. But right now, Collins will know all he's got to do is finish this race, and he will take the 3rd place spot in that championship battle ahead of Matt Emmons, who will be looking now to seal the deal on P4. So there's the updates, ladies and gentlemen, and we are only months away from going into what is our final race of the day. But as I say, we do apologise for the confusion with regards to the reverse grid position. It is a top 21 reverse grid, but it is Mark Sykes who is the first AM to ever take an overall pole position for a reverse grid in the NXTCC's history, and it does seem as though it's a bit of a crowning moment for Sykes in taking that in the season fly, in which he's become the maiden AM champion. But as we do get set one last time, plenty of racing to unfold here in what is this final race of the season. We are only 3.5 minutes, if not sooner, away from going to the grid, and what all drivers right now will know, excuse me, that there is absolutely plenty of racing to come all the way to the very end. As most are drivers in the pit lane currently, I think some of them not quite expecting there to be what is the best part of an extra 5 minutes tacked on to what is this final practice warm-up session. But as they all wait to get themselves set, well, right now all drivers very happy in terms of the fact it's been a season to remember, and indeed the NXTCC continues to go from strength to strength. And well, as we do see Average Joe there saying, pull the Uni's internet. I do believe that might be in reference to potentially finding a way to prevent some drivers from making it to the end of the race there. And we will see Katie Eames of the Facebook chat saying, hopefully with no major carnage with reference to race number 3. Well, indeed, now it is going to be a race where I think all the drivers will know that most of the pressure is off at this point, unless you're hunting that run-up spot in the Oval Drivers Championship, or alternatively you're hunting that Pro-Am crown. But for the AM and also the Pro class, for the most part now, it's gloves off, and they'll enjoy this one. Indeed, it'll feel as though it's going back to round number 1 for some drivers, in the fact they'll be getting those elbows out of plenty, but still there are accolades and prizes up for grabs, and well, who is going to be taking those final accolades? We look to Russell Fowler here. Performance Link Esports driver who's definitely had one of his strongest performances over the course of this season here at Daytona to date. But he's got one more race to come. He's going to be starting quite high up in that starting order of the top 21 inverted. So therefore the 61 driver could look to end things on what would be an absolute Fowler Classic when it comes to fantastic drives indeed. Always known, of course, for what was that absolutely monstrous set of victories at the Fuji International Speedway when he made his name known in the NXTCC back in season 4. Well, as the Performance Link Esports driver from the United Kingdom makes his way on through at turn number 8. Whether he is in one of his touring cars, GT3s or other classes of machine, you name it, he always gives it a go. And now as he gives himself every opportunity to give it one last shot of the day, we look to Patrick Falconer, a driver who's definitely also had a great day here. The JW Motorsport driver looking to end all his season on a high, doing exactly that with 2 podiums out of 2 so far. And well, he'll be thinking there might just be one more podium available for him if he can find it in this final race. But of course, he's going to be starting all the way down in what will be at P19, so he's got to try and fight his way through, much like Luciano Witvoet and also one is Wojciech Swierdajczyk. Swierdajczyk has only taken 2 wins out of 3 so far today, and well, if he can make it 3 out of 3, that would be absolutely incredible. But at the same time, I think the number 80 driver at this point will know that all he needs to do is see the checkered flag out on this one to end the season with a big smile. But at the same time as well, I suspect he'll want to try and spring a surprise and try to do a P21 to first challenge and complete it. But that will be the question. Will he be able to do it? And will he become the driver who's come from the furthest down the order to take an overall win? Well, I don't think we've ever had a win come from a driver overall, that is, outside of what is the top 15, if my memory serves me correctly, in the NXTCC. In fact, I think we may have had 1 or 2 in earlier seasons. I think it's more outside of the top 20. So could Swierdajczyk be one to bend history today and set a new record? Well, that is a consideration here at the end of the season as Evans makes his way onwards towards what is turn number 1. Indeed, a corner's caught out many a driver, but not Matt Emmons. And well, ladies and gents, when the clock finally strikes, one is 15 minutes. And you know what time it is? It is time for us to head to the grid for the final time this season. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, one more trip to the grid, and this is how they'll line up for the final partial reverse grid and race 30 of 30 in Season 6 of the NXTCC powered by IMB Racewear. It is Mark Sykes who becomes the first ever AM driver to take what is a partial reverse grid pole position, the next-gen driver with Jake Pitt alongside for Aztec Racing, the prime pole sitter. Aztec Racing's Toby Prosser starts on the second row P3 ahead of Adam Delmont, your pro pole sitter for SO and NXTGEN Gold, with Alex Meredith starting P5 for Next Gen, ahead of Andrew Pike for the Sim Racing Collective. On row number 4, it's going to be Kieran Smart for Track Scotland, ahead of Russell Fowler for Performance Link Esports. And then we do have completing the top 10, Nick Clibbins for iRacing Esports, and Ben Altrier for Full Tilt V Motorsport. Stuart Winans starts P11 there for Track Scotland, with both of the Track Scotland drivers here having a great opportunity to end their final race of the season with a huge points haul. And well, he'll be mindful of the fact he's got Matthew Sheraton for company starting P12 alongside him for Aztec Racing. On row number 7, it's Daniel Downing for Goldwyn Motorsport, who right now is in the back and forth battle. 18 points between him and Adam McNally, and he knows McNally's going to have a difficult day here in this final race in order to go the way of the number 17. But the 478 driver will have other plans here, and the SO NXTGEN Gold driver knows he's only 20 minutes away from taking his prime crown. Alan McCain starts P15 for iRacing Esports at a JW Motorsports Reswap. Keep your eyes out for the 32 driver in the Audi RS3. He is the outsider in that Prime Championship battle, but then again, if McNally and Downing have a nightmare race, we could see what steal this away. Benjamin McCluskey starts P17 for NXTGEN Pink ahead of Jamie Dory, and the 2 teammates there together once again. McCluskey on course potentially for that runner-up spot in the overall championship, with Patrick Falconer P19 for JW Motorsport ahead of Welder Racing's Luciano Witvoet. Then P21 is Wojciech Swierdajczyk, who starts off the 11th row for Semper Racing ahead of Sam Smith for iRacing Esports. Second place Am driver on the grid, Jonathan Collins starts P23 for Risky Runner Racing ahead of Duncan Race for Goldwyn Motorsport. And on row number 13, It's Sam Van Olsen for Goldwyn Motorsport and Matt Emmons for Rhino Motorsport. Watch out for Emmons. He looks to try and end his season on what will be a great high with regards to taking another podium potentially. Mitchell West starts P27 for Mitch West Performance. A good race in race number 2 and looking to go further up the order in the final race of the day. Head of fellow countryman from Australia, Whiskey Runner Racing, Daniel Fritz. Gary Williams for Aztec Racing and Marcel Fritz for WS Racing Esports complete your top 30. With Stamir Jaworski P31 for Semper Racing ahead of Matthew Addy for NXTGEN. Final, the penultimate row of the grid will be James Spencer's Gal for Aztec Racing and Luke Jones for JW Motorsport. And then your final full row of the grid will be Louis Hesketh for Privateer and Roy Plummer P36 for NXTGEN. And last but not least, P37 by his lonesome on row number 19 for Aztec Racing, Lewis Mason. 37 starters then, ladies and gentlemen, and well, we have had it all run up to this final race of the day. And for our final race of the season, we have an AM driver on pole. It's your AM champion for this season, Mark Sykes. He's got it in the bag already, but could he pull off some magic here and bring home an overall top 10 as well? Could Jake Pitt potentially spring up a prime win overall and in class, or will it be to the likes of Adam Delmont and Andrew Pike to scythe their way through and potentially snatch the final overall win of the season? Meanwhile, of course, behind, it's the argument of Downing versus McNally as they line up together there in your camera shot. Everyone absolutely set, and well, as we look back to the front of the field, we're only approximately 10 seconds or so away from the lights going on, perhaps a little bit sooner, ladies and gentlemen. But indeed, as we see the questionnaire of KT in the Facebook chat asking, are we getting fireworks at the end? We may indeed have what would be some fireworks at the end, and I suspect it may not just be fireworks in terms of what is the proverbial gunpowder fueled ones, but also fireworks between our drivers. I do believe, ladies and gentlemen, we are having a slight delay to what is the race start due to a technical issue with the starting procedure light. So all drivers are currently waiting on the grid here, and we'll have to understand what's going to happen shortly. But when we do get an update for you, but I do believe just an issue with the software that's enabling the triggering of the lights. There are a couple of drivers who are yet to get onto the grid as well, and well, in fact, I think we're only missing one driver at this point, is Louis Hesketh. But also, whilst we are waiting further down the order, of course, there is the World of Racing driver from the Netherlands, Luciano Witvoet. He will have Benjamin McCluskey starting 3 places in front of him, as you can see there, the NXTGEN pink card just ahead of Jamie Dory, offset to the right. And well, the full process here is that Cam Witvoet spring a surprise and dethrone McCluskey from that runner-up spot in the overall Drivers' Championship. Well, that's one of the things to keep your eyes out for. NXTGEN Pink will know they've got the deal done with Doble Sim Racing not here in terms of defending their championship crown. So therefore, it's all to play for in the battle for P2 in the Overall Drivers' Championship, and the Prime Championship is that battle between what is McNally and also Golding with, well, not Golding I should say, Downing for Goldwyn Motorsport there, merging the two names together, but we've also Reese Watt as that outsider who could always spring a surprise. But as the grid sits here at the moment, everyone eager to go racing, and Andrew Pike there talking about the difficulties of the race director in the YouTube chat. And as I say, we are having a bit of difficulty with regards to getting the lights turned on to go racing for the final time, ladies and gents. But I do believe if they take too long, then what ends up happening is that the lights go on by default. But as we do wait for them to go on, a little bit of trivia for you with regards to the Daytona circuit, the road course at night, particularly when it's raced in the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona, in the fact the floodlights are so strong for NASCAR races, they actually have to be turned down in terms of their intensity for the purposes to simulate nighttime effectively in the 24 Hours of Daytona. They're turned down to approximately 20 to 30% of their standard power output in order to increase or add a layer of difficulty when it comes to racing, because if they were at their full power or their standard intensity for the likes of NASCAR, for example, then you wouldn't really have an effective nighttime in the 24 Hours of Daytona. And well, you are seeing that here with those floodlights on to a significant degree, and the circuit absolutely lit up for all of our drivers, and all of our drivers in position. The only driver not on the grid is Louis Hesketh. I do believe there might be some issues for their car, and therefore we might see the 194 not make it on to the pits. But indeed, as all the drivers just sit here at the moment, well, we could have some concerns with regards to the engines of our drivers' cars as well. And absolutely getting ready at racing to go. I can see Phil McDougall there asking, with all the stats, even about the lights, what lumens are the light bulbs in terms of floodlights running at Daytona? Well, unfortunately, I can't give you the answer there, Phil, although I do appreciate you pushing my general knowledge to the maximum. And, well, you never know, I might be able to find that out for next time we do come to Daytona. But all the drivers on the grid waiting to go. And as they do, Well, I'm hearing in my ear, ladies and gentlemen, that we are still just waiting at the moment for the resolution of the technical issue with regards to lights, but definitely an odd end to the season here, and hopefully we don't see any engines go up in smoke before we do get the tyres lit up. But I believe we might be getting the lights sorted out soon, and as a result, we might be able to get underway. We are just waiting for confirmation from race control. So I do believe, ladies and gents, we've got 2 minutes 30 left on what is the standard timer before the lights do go on. So therefore, I believe that they're currently just trying to get the technology rebooted to get the lights underway a bit sooner than the 2 minutes 30. So therefore, it does mean here it is going to be a little bit of a race against time for our race directors to get all the software rebooted. But still, credit, this is the first time this has happened. And, well, we have had these extended grid starts. Of course, we had to walk you through those grids succinctly. And, well, these things do happen every so often, and well, as all drivers get set, and the race director's just told me in my ear that he's doing everything he can to get everything set. We do look back to Daniel Fritz here further down the order, the Whiskey Runner Racing driver, Audi Sport Custom Racing Machine there. Well, he'll be looking to try and end on a high, perhaps look for a double podium with his teammate Jonathan Collins. They've had a number of double podiums this season, albeit they've been denied it at what is Daytona so far. 30 seconds, by the way, now, ladies and gentlemen, until we do go to the lights out procedure. So we have got the technology back up and running, which is thankful to hear. And well, things happen 10 seconds now. In fact, we are getting a very quick rundown to the timer. So therefore 30 seconds to become 10. And for Mark Sykes, reality is now going to hit it. He's going to be starting from pole here. And well, the lights are going on. Here we go for the final time this season, ladies and gentlemen. At Daytona, it is going to be 1 red light, 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. And it's lights out, and away we go for the final race. Race 30 of 30 as Sykes gets a brilliant start. Toby Prosser meanwhile is at 4-1. So does Adam Delmont, Jake Pitt as they make the way down. It's going to be a scramble into turn 1. But Sykes has done what he needs to do as they head on through in towards the braking zone. But as everyone comes on down here, where it's going to be gloves off for plenty as 2 wide many go. There's no tyre temperature, no brake temperature either. How long they've had to wait on the grid. These cars are going to feel like ice cubes as they make the way in towards the hairpin. A couple of cars running wide there, including, I do believe, what was the car of Kieran Smart, also Matthew Sheraton, both taking the trip to the grass but recovering it very quickly. And well, speaking of Kieran Smart, he's up into P8 already. A great start for the track Scotland driver. In fact, he's losing one place but finding his way back up after losing the drag race. There's Binnell Trier taking the inventive line to open up turn number 5, but in the end not gaining anything from it as he tucks in behind Smart, who looks to dive to the inside there. Battling a plenty as we can see a few nose-to-tail contacts there between drivers, but nothing that's out of the ordinary. And as they make the way on for the hairpin, we can see, oh goodness me, it's all gone wrong for Matthew Addy. And also I believe that is Daniel Fritz has gone sideways across the grass. Also got a car pointing the wrong way for Louis Hesketh, and also Gabriel Yilmaz as they all get it back together. But a nightmare into the second of the hairpins. And meanwhile, as we look up towards the front of the field, Adam Delmont right now battling his way with Toby Prosser, and Sykes is just trying to run away with this as they power their way up towards the bus stop chicane for the first time in this race of 10 laps. Well, right now Sykes has got to do more than this, as meanwhile Prosser's going to fight with Delmont, or is he? Now this will be the big question. Will Delmont be allowed the opportunity to chase after Sykes, or will Sykes just run away with this? We can imagine it'll be the former rather than the latter, but Prosser may have other ideas as they make the way onwards towards the bank in a 12, but so far minus a bit of a shunt in towards turn number 6. All the drivers safely on through the opening lap, it would seem, as they bring themselves up towards the banking. And as they do, we take a look back immediately as to what happened on the opening lap. This was Matthew Addy, ran a bit wide there onto the grass behind him as well. The Aztec Racing Machine that made, oh goodness me, not contact in the end, or if it was sliding contact. Addy coming into the side of John, but Collins who in turn then made contact with Gabriel Yilmaz, and behind that was the car, I do believe, James Smadson's, in fact that wasn't Smadson's car, that was, I do believe, the car of, what was, unless I'm very much mistaken, in fact I think it was Smadson's car who did make the contact with Daniel Fritz. I'll correct myself again. So that's what happened there between them, but we return to your live racing action now. That was your major incident on lap number 1, and well, as we do, car going straight on there, and that is the, oh goodness me, and Addy's gone around. That's contact with Marcel Fridge, and the 3 of them all coming together there, and well, you can definitely see they're seeing red now, our drivers. It's the final race of the season, everybody losing their tempers to a degree. Mark Sykes, meanwhile, has dropped out the lead of this race, and well, that's happened off camera. I suspect that's happened on the run round towards turn 1 onto lap number 2. We'll try and understand what exactly happened to Mark Sykes very shortly indeed as I head in towards turn number 6 for the second time of asking. as they make the way on around onwards. They'll go towards turn 7. It's nose to turn and tail right now as they head in towards the left-hander. Sykes 9, he's currently P7. The next time drives down in P26, so therefore he doesn't need to do anything in terms of worrying about Matt Evans getting close. All he needs to do is bring this car home as they head onwards towards what is turn number 9. And as they do, Sykes right now being made to fall down the order, but how exactly did he fall down the order? Well, here's the replay. Well, this was the run up towards turn number 1, albeit as they came down to the braking zone. Sykes on the outside there. On his inside was Delmont, so was Prosser, and Sykes in taking it very gradually, letting the car run deep. And there was further movement from what was there, I do believe, into P3 Andrew Pike, and Sykes just staying out of danger, knowing he doesn't need to fight anybody and doing exactly what's needed to end this season on the ultimate high. But as they head out onto what is the banking once again, coming through the bus stop chicane. Well, meanwhile from Sykes, we do look back to Stuart Wyness, who's into P8 and will start in P11, unlike teammate Kieran Smart, who's up into P6. Both drivers made gains, but Wyness has made a few more by comparison. But Track Scotland definitely firmly established inside this top 10 right now and looking to make ever more progress as they go on to lap number 3. Further back, Adam McNally here. We're talking about the Prime Championship battle. McNally down in P13. We're slow down here. That's P13, the Prime class. And what is going to put him down P14 as up his inside goes Sam Manoles. This is P21 now for the SO NXTGEN Gold driver. And Daniel Downing, meanwhile, is in P8 in the Prime class here. Could this be a late twist in the tail with Reeswatt just in front of Downing ahead of him? So therefore, this could be all to play for here. And, well, I'm not going to try and guess who's going to take the Prime Championship crown right now, as it could go any which way given the results. But meanwhile, here comes Downing looking for the move on what? As they head in towards turn number 6, and whilst they head in towards that braking zone, the JW Motorsport driver right now looking to keep Downing at bay. But remember, the more they fight, that gives more time for McNally to try and recover his race. As what up the inside of Sykes here, looking to get past the AM driver, and I think Sykes should steer it clear once again. Doesn't want to become a belligerent in this battle as they head out of 6 towards 7. What comes over to the racing line? Sykes on the inside there at Downing. Downing not having an easy time here, made to go round the outside of 7, albeit Sykes there just trying to steer clear. As they head onto the bank into turn number 8, will Downing now losing sight of what as they head around turn number 8 here. And Sykes definitely, well, I don't think he needs to be helping Watt out, but right now Watt gaining a huge advantage here on what is Downing and being allowed to pull a whole second over the Elantra driver. As meanwhile, the Elantra driver trying to battle his way past the Am Audi as they head down towards the bus stop chicane. But as they make the way in towards the braking zone from our drivers here, we look a little bit further down the order to Matt Evans, just second place Am driver up to P24, gained 2 places overall and 4 in class, and Evans enjoying a great race so far. The Rhino Motorsport driver, 9 is more to gain as Mark Sykes going very slow. He's had a trip to the grass there for the chicane. The next gen driver dropping down to P18, and what was looking to be a fairy tale end to the season. Well, it's definitely been a great one, but it hasn't quite been a fairy tale that you would like, as the 666 driver just making his way along the bank in there at turn number 12, and I suspect clearing a slowdown after taking that trip to the grass. But he's got Matt Evans getting closer and closer very rapidly indeed, and Evans on the charge. But meanwhile, looking back up towards your leaders, this is Delmont ahead of Prosser, followed by Pike as they head on to lap number 4 at 10. Through the left-hander they go. And as they make the way on through the S's and in towards the horseshoe hairpin, will Prosser still there, ever threatening. And Delmont right now, the SO NXTGEN Gold driver, just looking to try and keep that Audi at bay. But I suspect he'll be feeling confident he's got the brakes to be able to do so, and he'll just gradually let Pike be the one to try and find his way past the Aztec Racing Prime driver. But then again, with Alex Bedif on the hunt, also Kieran Smart there, both drivers making more and more progress with each and every corner turned right now. They're getting close to this battle. Smart looking up the inside. It's been a nice move there. Under braking, Meredith sees it coming and therefore does not fight it too hard. I mean, cognizant of the fact they can't afford to lose the top 3 and let Prosser run away to Prime victory. And well, for Meredith, it's important to him in the fact he wants to finish inside the top 5 of the Prime Championship when all is said and done. Meanwhile, for Smart and Track Scotland, it's important to them as they look to try and get themselves back into the top 10 of what is the Teams Championship before the season is over, if not finished best of the rest, P11. But as they head on to the banking, Smart does clear Meredith for now, and therefore onwards they go. Russell Fowler, Stuart Wyness, Nick Clippers and Reeswatt also onto the back of this bike. But it is 1.1 seconds to Andrew Pike in V3, and Pike is gradually pulling away, but Prosser pushing Delmont along as much as he can, trying to help Delmont break away, wanting this to become a three-way fight for victory and nothing more than that as they head through the chicane. But will it go that way? We've still got plenty more laps to find out, as meanwhile Mark Sykes under pressure from Evans. Evans up the inside, this is the AM lead, and Evans slides on through. But I suspect here that Sykes right now with what is a damaged car by looks of things, he crawls his way into the chicane, or is he just simply backing off, knowing that he doesn't need to fight anymore? He just needs to bring the car home in order to feel as though it's a job well done at Daytona. Indeed, there's nothing more to fight for other than another victory, but Emmons, I think, will want that victory with both hands wide open. But as they head on the banking here at turn number 12, Sam Bernal's pushing Jones along, and Jones, of course, I think will be absolutely chomping between the teeth in the fact that what was looking to be a great race 3 ending was upended with him not being able to serve a slowdown on the final lap of race number 2, and therefore being awarded a 47-second post-race time penalty, which we misinformed you about, and that's why Jones is well down the order after the race concluded. But they're heading in towards turn number 1. Well, meanwhile, Yilmaz versus Plummer. 2 wide they go in towards the corner. Plummer on the inside. This is a P3 in the AM class for P26 overall. And Roy Plummer here on the inside line onto the brakes. And in the end, a bit sensitive on the brakes there. Wanted to be safe, particularly with Yilmaz's car phasing in and out of the internet ether. And therefore, Plummer playing it safe, tucks in behind Ben Altria. And now he's got Mason behind for company. And Mason looking for an opportunity in the Honda 3 Type R. Looks up the inside. Doors open there. Plummer sees it coming. And the battle of the 2 Hondas. Lewis Mason with a brilliant run on the brakes there, gets to the Plummer for P28 and P4 in the AM class. Lovely move from the 991. But as they head in towards the next hairpin, roaring the way up, Ben Altria now having to deal with Yilmaz here. I think as though he wants to get through as soon as possible. But let's talk back to one of the big championship contenders in the Prime class, and Reece Watt here for JW Motorsport, making his way past Stuart White. Is getting in another Prime position out to P5 in the class. But Watt needs more than this. He needs the Prime win, and he needs Downing, and also what is McNally to have a nightmare into this race. And right now you could say that McNally, who you see here, is definitely having a nightmare. He's P19 overall, P13 in the Prime class. Duncan Rice is the next target, 1 second up the road, and I can imagine that Goldwyn Motorsport are going to be on the radio to the South African driver right now to say, whatever you do, do not let McNally through, because they want, of course, their driver Downing to take that Prime crown. And whilst Moraes will do everything to defend, he won't push McNally off the road or end his race, understandably due to fair racing. But I can imagine that when it comes to battling, those elbows may be a little bit firmer compared to how they are against other drivers, because there's a massive team's championship consideration on the line for Goldwyn Motorsport. But as they head on towards the next lap, here is Pitt versus what is Downing. Downing trying to pick up another place here for P10 on 1.8 P8 in the Prime class. And in fact, it's Pitt who's on the attack here versus Downing. And Downing goes a bit deep. Pitt's going to cut back here through 1. It's a lovely return move. And in the end, Pitt does get ahead and takes Downing on and takes P10 off him. Dory now looking to get involved. As they head onto the brakes here, it's going to be Alan McCain who's keeping Dory is interested and busy as they head through the horseshoe hairpin, in the fact that McCain trying to make his way through. McCluskey also there, and Sheraton just behind. So I think Downing's going to be given a little bit of breathing room here to try and come back a bit later on this lap. But right now, Downing just as much as McNally being made to work the hardest in this race. As meanwhile, Reece Watt up the inside of Alex Meredith in towards the second hairpin. Watt is continuing to carve his way out the order here in the Prime class. Now to P6 overall, P4 in the class. His next target is another Audi in the form of Russell Fowler. And well, as we jump on board with the 32 driver, what he knows that P3 could be all he needs after that result in race number 2. And as he makes his way onwards towards what will be the bus stop chicane and powering his way on around. In terms of the results, of course, going into this race, what was behind McNally by the best part of 34 points, and if things were to finish as they currently stand, it would be Reece Watt who would be your Pro-Am champion and taking that Pro-Am crown. Indeed, it's been a long time since we've had the opportunity to say that for the 32 driver as he chases after Fowler here, but it's going to be ever close between him as he powers his way up the gearbox, and indeed it's a long way to go, and the commentator's curse could be just as important here, albeit we never want to apply it to any driver, and therefore as Watt makes his way on around, well, he'll know he's got to take it one lap at a time. And Downing right now continues to be frustrated by Pitt, with Dorian, McCain, McCluskey and Sheraton behind, and also Witvoet on the back of this as well. Downing will know he can't afford to lose any prime places. He needs to find a way past Pitt and stay clear with 4 seconds to Clemens in front. Oh goodness me, and there's drama as Downing's turned to the wall with Dory going with him. The two come together, and Daniel Downing's race, well, that is not a turn he wants as the car's in the middle of the road as everyone takes evasive action off the racing line. And in the end, Daniel Downing's Prime Championship hopes, that could be it, ladies and gentlemen, for the Goldwyn Motorsport driver. It's all gone wrong, and now with Adam McNally coming on through, McNally will now know for SL NXTGEN Gold, he's got to go hunting. He looks on the inside, there's more drivers, he dives inside, that's Duncan Moraes who's turned to the grass And the SO NXTGEN Gold Driver won't want that for the simple reason that if he does manage to do it on circuit, he could see a post-race penalty, which sees him lose the championship he's coveted. It's late drama here at Daytona with only 4 laps to go, and McNally falls behind Jones, and also belongs to P30 in the Prime class once again, and it's all unravelling for McNally. It's all unravelled for Daniel Downing, it would seem, and Daniel Downing's in the pit lane. The cars had to be towed to the pit. It's heartbreak down the Goldwyn Motorsports garage, and well, now for McNally, it's what can he do? He's been all this way down in P18, and I think the answer is he hasn't got much he can do anymore as he powers his way onto the banking. Meanwhile, overall, Adam Delmont has just been allowed to run this lead with Toby Prosser pushing him along every step away, Pikeman as well, and Kieran Smart will right now still ahead of Russell Fowler for the time being, and Reese swap. Surely somebody at JW Motorsports got to be on the radio to tell him, Reese, all you've got to do is finish P4 in class and you'll have this. What right now is going to steal the Prime Championship with 3 laps to go at the end of this run of the banking, if my maths is correct. And the 32 driver here, I don't think he's going to quite believe it as he makes his way on round. But as he does so, charges his way up towards what is a turn number 1 once again with 3 more laps to go of this season. Well, right now, Watt's not going to take anything for granted. You can't take anything for granted in the NXTCC. As meanwhile, McCluskey here in a 2-way train with Luciano Witvoet, and meanwhile trying to make the way past Alan McCain as they head in towards turn 1. McCain cuts it back to the inside, but Witvoet defends hard, squeeze into the apex, but McCain gets his nose alongside, and the Prime driver here is not giving in as they fight over what is effectively P10 with Jake Pitt at the head of this pack, and behind this Sheraton and Witvoet, as meanwhile Dory, a third of 5 seconds back, has got Jones off of him, and also McNally. But as these guys scramble together, Witvoet coming back versus McCain, brilliant battling between these two. And I wouldn't be surprised here if right now Witvoet's saying, shouldn't you be in the Pro class, Alan, given the fact they're fighting so hard. But as they head in towards turns 5 and 6, that's of course the success balance that the world of racing drivers carrying in that Veloster, definitely making his pace. Feels stunned to an extent and forced him into this battle here, but that's exactly what it's designed to do as they head through turn 6 and up towards 7. But finally, Witvoet does get ahead and seals the doors shut ahead of the 2-1-2 and McCann as the iRacing Sports tries to look around the outside, but I suspect this will be all for naught as they come through the left-hander. But as they make the way on to the banking, indeed, so many of you saying a huge amount of drama, and Andy Rooney saying hashtag hydrate. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to say, Andy, with the delay to the grid start, I've run out of water in the commentary booth. There's even more drama with regards to the fact I think my voice isn't going to make it, but still enough about me. We're here for the races as they make the way in towards the bus stop chicane, and Adam Delmont right now still holding off with Toby Prosser and Pike as they make the way on and around towards the bank at 12 once more. Meanwhile, as they head on through, Emmons still leading in the AM class here ahead of a wounded Sam Benoist. And Emmons for Arno Motorsport, if he brings home this result, which is not going to change, will be the complexion of the AM Championship. If we do our quick mathematics, in fact, it will still mean, I believe, that he would be taking home what would be the P4 spot, albeit Collins was the best part of 62 points ahead of him going into this final race. But I don't think it's going to be enough because Collins is currently running all the way down in P7 in the AM class, and it would be enough for Collins to hold on to the 3rd place spot. But goodness me, it would be a turn, and Emmons would, he'd fall only slightly short as they make the way onto the penultimate lap. But Emmons here looking to get feisty, looking to battle with Falcon at Jones and McNally. And McNally here still trying to find a way up the order. He's up into P11 in the Prime class now, but the SO NXTGEN Gold driver will know that he's got to make more progress. And Jones here is going to fight him every which way as the JW Motorsport driver in the end does have to give in slightly on the run round turn 1 into 2-3 as they come in towards turn 4. McNally down the inside, and we're trying to put up a defiant fight all the way to the bitter end, but he needs more than this, and his next target is Matthew Sheraton, who is 8 seconds up the road. In fact, 7 seconds as I adjust my eyesight, and as they make the way onwards towards turn number 6. Well, McNally right now, he's got to hope that bad luck falls the way of free swap. But as they head in towards the braking zone, we can see Jones and Falcon are fighting hard here. They're fighting each other just as much as McNally and the 2 JW Motorsport teammates. They've had it on the radio and say, don't let McNally through if you can help it. But what, meanwhile, making his way over the banking, and well, as the 32 driver makes his way on around, well, right now he'll know that he'll want to get ahead of Fowler to gain one more place before all this is said and done. As meanwhile, further down the order, Daniel Fritz has had to be towed to the pit lane as I understand it, as our leaders head down towards the bus stop chicane. Still Prosser pushing Delmont into the corner at the moment. I wonder if the next time around we might see Prosser try to go for a late charge, a drag race to victory, and become the 7th Prime to ever take it over winning the NXTCC. Well, we'll have to see as they head on around down because we've got one more lap to come, and Delmont getting the better run this time, as meanwhile Prosser being pushed on by Pike, as Pike looks to try and find his way on through, but he'll do it on the very end of the run to what will be the final lap of this race, as they make the way up to lap 10 of 10 in race 3 of 3 in round 10 of 10 in season 6, as they roar their way at night time. The floodlights shine, and now it's a shiny moment for Delmont, Prosser and Pike, your top 3 here as they head into the braking zone of turn 1. Prosser defends the inside, Pike looking around the outside. Meanwhile, Smart versus Fowler, they almost go too wide. Reese Watt 2 seconds behind, has backed up here. In fact, I do believe that is Daniel Downing in front, who's a lap down. So what right now? Well, he knows he doesn't have to pass Downing, but I do wonder whether he's cognizant of the fact that he might want to gain a little bit more of places before this is all said and done, just to give himself some more security in case anything should happen right at the end. And in fact, McNally is back into P11 in the prime class here for SO and NXTGEN Gold, as he comes through what is their turns 1, 2 and 3 and up towards 4, and as he heads in towards the braking zone here, the SO and NXTGEN Gold driver has found his way clear of Jones and Falconer for now, but of course he does have the final lap and the final run of this race to contend with all the way out the Boston chicane. That's going to be the biggest moment. Meanwhile, Emmons has now got Sykes right behind him here in the battle for the AM lead as they head in towards turn number 6. 3-5 they go, but still Jones and Falconer not stopping fighting one another whatsoever. You wouldn't think they were teammates given the amount of fighting they're putting on, but we love to see it as they go side by side for turn number 6 once again. As Falconer looks to hold around the outside. Well, in the end, both cars with damage to them, but it will be Falconer who holds on just a little bit longer, and Sykes right now looking for the opportunity to find his way on through as they head through turn number 7, but I don't think he's going to get it. Instead, we'll tuck back in here as they make their way onto the banking. But as they come on around, meanwhile, we look back to your leaders here, ladies and gents, but this is Adam Delmont, and well, now Prosser's fallen back a little bit this time. I think Toby Prosser is deciding it's time for all gloves off, it's time for the drag race as they head up onto the banking, and the SO and NXTGEN Gold driver's got a long run to go in a Honda that takes his time to get up to speed, but will he have enough as he makes his way on through 12? It's going to be off the bank very shortly, and it will be now a drag race all the way to the end. Prosser 2.5 tenths back, closing little by little, but that checker flag is not too far away. Delmont's looking good, but here comes Prosser. Prosser has to go high, he's got to go a long way round, but I think it's going the way of Delmont, and Delmont takes the final checker flag of the season ahead of your prime winner Toby Prosser, who takes his first ever prime win and overall podium. Andrew Pike completes the overall podium ahead of Kieran Smart and Russell Fowler, but Reese Watt with P4 in the prime class as we wait to see where Adam McNally comes on through. I think the JW Motorsport driver's done it, ladies and gentlemen, because for McNally it's going to be P11 the prime class, but I think McNally will just miss the prime crown by a very slender margin, but we won't confirm that in writing or cement it until it's all over. But I think Reese Watt has done it in the JW Motorsport machine, and in the same picture as well was Matt Emmons, who takes the final AM win of the season. P17 ahead of Luke Jones and Mark Sykes, the AM runner-up. But then again, Sykes taking what was the AM championship crown in race 1 of the day, so therefore it's just icing on the cake, the extra points that come with it. We've still got more drivers to come on through, including Roy Plummer, who makes his way across the line to take P5 in the AM class, P27 overall, ahead of Marcel Fridge and James Smazesgal in an unfortunate end to the season for the Aztec Racing driver, but he will be your AM runner-up in the championship, but not the way he wanted it in, no doubt about it, and will drive for Collins in taking P7 in the AM class. Whiskey on the Racing will be your third place finish in the AM championship when all is said and done. But goodness me, ladies and gents, we've got one driver to come to the line, and give them a round of applause just like everybody else. They all deserve it for all the performances they put on today and throughout the season. Mitchell West will be your last lead lap finisher, P32 and P80 in the prime class. A Mitch West performance in what has been a difficult end to his season, but still plenty to build upon from his first season in the NXTCC in the 101 Elantra. But as our drivers make the way on around, here we can see Adam Delmont right now just gradually bring it on through. They're celebrating what is the fact he's taken the final win of the season. That's always a great feeling to end on the ultimate accolade of taking the win. And the number 37 driver, SO and NXTGEN Gold, ahead of Toby Prosser, taking his first ever prime win and indeed his first ever overall podium, a P2 as well for the 41 driver. And I think he'll be absolutely proud of that. As you can see the Aztec Racing drivers doing donuts there in the middle of the runoff area down the back straight. But as they do, well, Reese Watt here as he makes one through. I'm just checking in to see whether we've got any update with regards to who your provisional prime champion is. Nothing yet at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as we know, we'll let you know. But I believe what is the best part of about 10 points, Reese Watt has done it as a result of this P4 in the Prime class, the final race of the day, and Adam McNally taking P11. I think a lot of our drivers right now doing celebrations down the pit lane on the grass, indeed having an absolute bash there in the fact it is the end of the season. But as it is, ladies and gentlemen, of course, a special mention to Wojciech Swierdijk. It didn't quite go the way he wanted it to in the final race of the season. But to be fair, we've already 2 wins out of 3 in what was this finale at Daytona. The 7th racing driver having already locked up the championship come the conclusion of what was round number 8. Well, to him and the overall Drivers' Championship, the ultimate accolade you can take, and becoming what is his maiden overall championship crown, indeed breaking up the stranglehold that Jamie Dory and Mikey Doble had. With Mikey Doble being a 3-time champion, Jamie Dory being a 2-time champion, and Wojciech Swierdijk becoming a 1-time champion of the NXTCC. But as all the drivers gradually part themselves down on the start for this straight there, and I think they're all going to get together as best they can. Indeed, it does seem as though it's a bit of bedlam at Daytona right now. Well, let's take you through those race results, subject to any stewards' inquiries, and well, here they are for the final time this season. And as we can see, after our 3rd race of the season, for round number 10 of season 6 of the NXTCC, powered by IMB Racewear, Adam Delmont taking the win for SL with NXTGEN Gold, ahead of Prime winner Toby Prosser for Aztec Racing, and then Andrew Pine for the Sim Racing Collective completing the top 3. From them, it was, I do believe, Kieran Smart for Track Scotland to run up in the Prime class there, and a great end to his season for Track Scotland as well, guaranteeing the best of the rest status in the Teams Championship with that P11, thanks to his efforts, and that of Winus down in P8. But between them, Russell Fowler completing the Prime podium of Prosser, Smart and Fowler for Performance Link Esports, with Reese Watt there with P4 in the Prime class, P6 overall for JW Motorsport, ahead of Nick Clements for iRacing Esports, and a further 2 seconds to Stuart Winus in P8. Alex Meredith, P9 for NXTGEN, ending this season with multiple top 10s, always a positive. Then Benjamin McCluskey at P10 there, behind the NXTGEN drive for NXTGEN Pink, and cementing the deal there as NXTGEN Pink becoming your back-to-back teams champions for that successful title defence. And as we can see, then P11 at Jake Pitt for Aztec Racing, ahead of World of Races Luciano Witvoet, where Aztec Races Matthew Sheraton, Alan McCain for iRacing Esports, and Adam McNally for SRL NXTGEN Gold, completing your top 15. Patrick Valgard at P16 for JW Motorsport, ahead of Matt Emmons, your AM winner there for Verano Motorsport, and then in his season on the ultimate high of taking the AM win, ahead of Luke Jones. And then runner-up in the AM class, P19, Mark Sykes there, your AM champion for NXTGEN, ahead of Sam Vanals for Goldwing Motorsport. Then Jamie Dory, P21 for NXTGEN Pink, not the end of the season he wanted, but still he'll be absolutely gleaming in the fact that his team have defended their championship crown in the Teams Championship, ahead of Duncan Moraes with Louis Hesketh, and then Gabriel Yilmaz taking the final spot on the AM podium, and what has been only one of 3 AM podiums this season for Aztec Races driver in the 26. Lewis Mason just missed out on the AM podium there, but still a great debut day today at Daytona for Mason, and if he is on the grid for season 7, you can imagine that 991 he will be challenging that AM championship crown from the outset. Wojciech Swierdijk, P26 December racing driver, known he's got it all and didn't have any pressure in the final race of the season, had a Roy Plummer with Marcel Fritsch, and then what was James Scout and Jonathan Collins completing the top 30. Stamir Jaworski, P31 ahead of Mitchell West, and then it was Ben Altrier, the first time tries to finish a lap down for Full Tilt B Motorsport, ahead of Daniel Downing, with Daniel Fritz 3 laps down there for Whiskey on a Racing, and then finishing 6 laps down and therefore classified as a non-finisher as he did not complete over half the race distance, Sam Smith and Matthew Addy there, P37, retirement after 1 lap of race, an unfortunate end to the day for the NXTGEN driver. And well, after 37 starters, we did have 35 finishers, of which we did see 32 of them on the lead lap. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings to a close all of our racing here at the Daytona International Speedway and all of our racing for this season of the NXTCC. But of course, we've still got plenty to come here on the show, in the fact that we have had absolutely fantastic racing from lights out to checker flag all the way through. We are still waiting for confirmation on what is the championship status with regards to the Prime Championship, and that is being counted for at the moment. But what we will do in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, is advise you that coming up for the remainder of the show, whilst the racing has finished, we will be getting post-round interviews with our championship winners once they are provisionally confirmed across what is the overall championship, the Prime Championship and the AM Championship, plus our Teams Championship. We are also also going to be doing the live raffle draw for our drivers who participated in every round and every race of this season. And there's a huge £50 prize up and offer. It's the biggest prize available on this grid for our drivers who took part in every single race of the season. So therefore, don't go anywhere. We are going to step away for approximately 10 minutes. We may be back sooner. We'll let you know if we are going to be back sooner. But we'll be back soon for our post-round interviews and also our raffle prize draw for the end of the season. And after that, of course, we will be telling you more about Season 7 and what to expect. So without further ado, we're going to step away. And like Andy Rooney says, someone get that man some water before the interviews. And I'm going to be doing exactly that, Andy. You're spot on. And we'll see you all very shortly. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. And well, as we do return, before we get to our post-round interviews, there's just one question we need to answer, and that is, who is our participation raffle draw winner? And here are our 9 entrants. Now, for those uninitiated, what exactly is the raffle draw all about? Long story short, over the course of the season, we have champions across our classes. We have stellar drives, we have teams champions, we have everything in between. But most importantly, we also need to give credit to the drivers who are there week in, week out, putting the practice in and being on the grid, not just for each round, but for every race, and getting their cars home from lights out to checker flag in each area of the race. And here are our 9 drivers out of all our participants who have completed every single race as classified. They've been on the grid for every single round and made it to the end. No non-finishes, no disqualifications, no non-starts. They are Wojciech Swierdowicz, Adam Delmont, Daniel Downing, Adam McNally, Alex Meredith, Patrick Falconer, Alan McCain, Reese Watt and Sam Benolst. And well, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the raffle ball numbers on the left-hand side there. And well, it means they've got a number assigned 1 through to 9. And well, as we do cut back to what is the commentary booth, once again, you know what time it is. It's time for us to once again get the lottery balls out. And I've changed numbers in the bowl this time to be 1 through to 9. And what is going to happen in short is very shortly, I'm going to close my eyes, shuffle the balls around, we'll draw a ball out, and whoever it is, they will be our winner. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the participation raffle prize draw. And this, of course, being for £50, the prize. Well, the biggest prize is on the grid. And that's the shuffle complete. And, well, we now put it in the hands of fate. And our winner for the raffle prize draw is going to be the number 3, which means that whilst he may not have taken the Pro-Am Championship crown today, Daniel Downing is going to be your raffle prize draw winner, as we do bring those names back up on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. And well, as you can see, there they all are, and very shortly it is going to be highlighted there on screen, Daniel Downing, the winner of the raffle prize draw. So congratulations to Daniel. Whilst he may not have taken the Pro-Am Championship crown, he has taken that raffle prize draw and is the recipient of the £50 that will come to him. And of course, always there for all the drivers to earn that reward if they are able to complete all 30 races. But of course, that's our raffle prize draw winner. Now we come to our champions, and it is going to be, without further ado, a great honour and privilege, ladies and gentlemen, that I am joined by none other than what will be in the interview very shortly, Wojciech Swierdowicz. And well, as he does join me in the interview, we're going to be hearing his story of the season. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen, up on screen. And well, as he does join me now, good evening to you, Wojciech. And well, 10 rounds are finally complete, 10 weeks of racing, and you were already our Season 6 Overall Drivers' Champion as of round number 8. But now you're at the end. Does it feel even more special? Does it feel a little bit different? How does it feel to be our Season 6 champion?
Yeah, that was my plan, to fight for it from the beginning, and just it went way above expectations. So yeah, I'm very happy with the whole season.
Well, I must admit, when you say it went well above expectations, all the way through the season, you were absolutely flying. From our season opener at Silverstone all the way through to today at Daytona. And whilst we have talked to you a number of times, and you said about the strengths of the Audi, I mean, it takes 2 to tango, as the saying goes. And whilst you've been in a very strong car this season, you've also put on some absolutely incredible performances in the Audi RS3. I mean, even with all the weight in the car, it's never held you back. And we saw that again at Daytona.
Yeah. Well, today, race 1, like, everybody kind of gave me positions. They all made mistakes, even from the first lap. I think 4 people got a slowdown penalty, so I was in third, just driving around. So a little bit luck as well.
Well, a bit of fortune coming your way, and at the same time being able to put it together with your delicate skill behind the wheel. And I have to ask, over the course of this season, as the season went on, did you start to feel that the championship was naturally coming your way? Particularly as we went into the mid-season break, you had one of the largest advantages we've ever seen after 4 rounds, and that advantage never came down.
Yes, that's what it felt like, because with the changes, how the reverse grid works, if you're doing good quali, you will get a good race 1. And if you do good race 1, you will have a very good race 2 as well. There's not that randomization involved as much as last season. So if you're able to, perform in the quali, you're gonna do well throughout the whole week.
Oh, indeed, and that consistency as well going hand in hand. And I have to ask, with regards to the consistency of the performances as well, I mean, we've seen a lot of one-off stellar performances from different drivers, no doubt about it, but you seem to find a way that even if you're not having the best day out there, you're able just to keep stringing those results back together, back to back. Even when you've not had a perfect top 10 in the first 2 races, in race number 3, you find a way to turn it around. I mean, that takes a lot of skill and effort as well. Is that something you've really honed in? Because that seems to be something that just held you back a little bit in Season 5.
Most of the week, first 2 races were excellent. I don't actually remember, did I have a bad race too this season? So race 3 is always kind of about pressure. So you kind of do your own thing, maybe wait for mistakes from other drivers, and that seems to be working throughout this.
Almost definitely, it's worked absolutely hand in hand. Like you say, there's never really been a moment where you've put a foot wrong with regards to races 1 or 2, in fact, and even in those reverse grid races, of which today we did see a P26 from yourself in race number 3, but I suspect after what was a bit of a hustle and bustle in the opening stages of the laps of race number 3, I can imagine you finally put your feet up and decided, you know what, it's time for me to relax a little bit. I don't need to win this one.
I didn't try to win. Like I said, I just was trying to drive cleanly, but unfortunately, I made a mistake. I take one other driver, and I'm not proud of that. Unfortunately, it didn't affect anybody's championship in a bad way. So that's still, yeah, I'm still happy.
Well, it's great to hear you so happy with regards to your performances. And, well, I have to ask, of course, it's not just a great day for yourself, albeit as our overall Drivers' Champion, but also a great day for Semper Racing, because I do believe the provisional standings do show that Semper Racing have finished P3 in what was a bit of a lonely P3 for most of the season. Not quite close enough to the top 2, but well enough to stay away from the battle for P4. I mean, it's a great achievement for the team.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, like with only pretty much 2 drivers throughout the half of the season, there were 3 of us at the beginning. Yeah, that's. I think we did very, very well.
Oh, without a doubt. And of course, looking back over the season now, if you were to reflect on what has perhaps been your highlights or your one highlight round or race in particular, does anything stand out?
You actually surprised me with that question. I actually don't know. I was waiting for a bad track for Audi, where would have would it be a bit slower? Maybe other drivers would perform better. That never happened. Like I had a strong quali in every single week, pretty much. So yeah, like, all of the weeks were stellar for me.
Oh, indeed, stellar weeks. I mean, you are a stellar driver as well. I mean, you've got a reputation that precedes you with regards to a previous on the North American continent Alpha Touring Challenge champion, then coming over to the NXTCC, almost doing it in your first season back in Season 5 and taking the crown in that season-long fight with Mikey Doble. But the second time around, you've done it. And I have to now ask the question, what's next for yourself? Can we expect you back on the grid for Season 7 to defend your crown?
Most likely, yeah. That's the plan at the moment. I still don't know the schedule. It might collide with my holidays, so I'll see once the schedule is out, and I'll see if I will miss the last round or something. Maybe that would change my mind, but most likely I will be back for Season 7.
Oh, that's absolutely fantastic to hear. And also, just off the back of that, whilst we're not going to reveal too much with regards to the Season 7 calendar, of course, I do believe that you were asked in the build-up to this round with regards to your choice of circuit. Now, without revealing what circuit you've picked, I can see what circuit you've picked on my screen here, and our viewers can't see it. But can I ask why you've picked that circuit in particular?
It's just one of my favorite tracks. It just has everything. It has a long straight. Well, if I start describing the track now, everybody will know what's the track. Yeah, but that's the kind of track. It has everything. It has a good opportunities to make passes more than one place, and yeah, it usually provides a very good racing, and I kind of love it. I love the challenge of this track.
Well, I'm sure that's going to keep some of our viewers guessing as to which track you've picked to fill up our calendar. And for context, ladies and gentlemen, we've done the Season 7 calendar a bit differently with nominations from a number of individuals who make up the NXTCC grid and also the organisation team. And Wojciech, of course, picking one of the circuits as our overall Drivers' Champion. But Wojciech, coming back to yourself as well, I have to ask, well, you've really gone strongly with the Audi this season. We saw you in Season 5 in the Elantra. Could we expect you perhaps in the Veloster or the Civic Type R for Season 7, or are you going to stay with your trusted machinery?
Oh no, the plan is to go with the Honda this time, so there's won't be Audi again.
Well, to see you go in the Honda now, that is something I think is going to raise a lot of eyebrows, and we look forward to seeing you do that. But just before we do let you go, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast this evening?
Oh yeah, there's loads of people to thank. Yeah, like all the admins that are involved in organizing the league. It's like I think it's close to 10 people. You know, all the points tables, live stewarding and reviews after the race. There's a lot of effort going that, you know. There's 3 different classes, so a lot of going on, and yeah, to run such a league, it takes a lot of time and effort. All the league sponsors, it seems to have quite a lot. All the drivers that are showing up every week, because, you know, without drivers, there's no racing. Obviously, shout out to yourself, Paul, for doing every excellent broadcast every week. My teammates, you know, even if we not talk a lot during the races, but we have like our WhatsApp chat and we share our experiences, how the races went and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, keep the passion going to keep racing. And there's one more special thanks to a special sort of teammate, Benjamin McCluskey. Because Benji almost gave me a good tow in the quali almost every week. So, you know, he gave me a great quali opportunity. At the same time, he bagged the P2 in the general classification. So, yeah, he's my favorite teammate, let's say, this season.
Oh, absolutely love it, Wojciech, and I'm sure Benji, if he's listening right now, will really appreciate that special mention as well. And well, we need to say a big thank you to yourself in the fact that you've been an absolute star all season long, and well, great to hear you've been enjoying it so much and really getting to grips with all the drivers and behind the scenes. But Wojciech, for the last time this season, it is my honour to say firstly thank you for joining me in the interview room, but more importantly, on the behalf of everyone in the NXTGEN Racing admin team, congratulations on becoming our Season 6 overall Drivers' Champion. Of course, you've laid down the gauntlet for Season 7. Will you be able to defend it? That's the big question of the future's time, but until now, savour it, enjoy it. Congratulations, my friend. Have a fantastic rest of your evening, and we will see you again in Season 7.
Thank you. It's an honor, and I'll see you all in the future.
So hearing there from your overall champion for what is Season 6 in the drivers category, and that is Wojciech Spiridowicz, with an incredible set of performances. And even today, back-to-back wins in races 1 and 2, race number 3 ending up in contact with another driver. And unfortunately, as we did see in the background footage, ended up having to go to the pits in the end, and therefore not being able to end perhaps things on the high that he wanted to necessarily. But still, talking more about his championship in general and saying the consistency, and literally every week, if you have a good race 1, you can have a great race 2, and then race number 3 always about salvaging the points that are available. When he hasn't put a foot wrong this season, it must be said, he's never had a race 1 or 2 where he's been pushed outside the top 10, or at least significantly not to be able to recover his way back into the top 10 by the end when he does see the checkered flag. And that has been the secret to success. Plus that as well, the combination of the Audi, which has proven to be a strong car this season. It has to be said, the Audi RS3 really does seem to have not had a weak circuit on the calendar, but as well as the car, you've got to have the right driver behind the wheel. And that's exactly what our number 80 driver has done week in, week out. Even with all that success bias in the car, regularly challenging, if not taking pole position with 56 kilograms of success bias. I mean, I can tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen, I've been walking up and down the virtual paddock speaking to drivers across the Pro, Prime and AM categories. They've all said the same thing. How on earth does this man do it with that much weight in the car? And, well, that is down to his skill and determination. I can tell you one thing, if we're going to see him in the Honda in Season 7, I think we are in for a treat, because if anybody can make that Honda go one step further, and that's not to besmirch or dismay the likes of Kieran Sharp and also Andrew Pike and company for the Sim Racing Collective, Adam McNally, they've all made the Honda shine. I think Swerodich will push the Honda to its absolute breaking point, and that is something we'd love to see from the Semper Racing driver, your deserved Season 6 overall drivers champion. But, ladies and gentlemen, of course, that now brings us on to our next interviewee. And, well, our next interviewee is going to be none other than Adam McNally, who gets ready to join me in the interview room. And as he does so, we will show you flashing up on screen. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. His title, his trophy, if you will, as being our provisional Pro-Am champion. And, well, as he does now join me in the interview room, Adam, it was close, and I should point out to everyone at home, we thought it had gone the way of Reese Watts, but by only 4 points in the end, it went the way of yourself in an absolutely nail-biting end at Daytona. I mean, I have to ask firstly, can you believe you've pulled it off right at the end of the season?
No, really, to be fair. I know Lee wasn't here, but race 3, I had 2 good races, 1 and 2. Just kept myself out of trouble, and then race 3, I got involved in an incident up ahead. I'd got to slow down, and I thought that was it. I thought I was done. I dropped back to like 22nd, 23rd, and somehow managed to finish 15th. So, but no, I didn't know I'd won it, to be fair.
Well, goodness me, Adam, and indeed, I think you kept everybody guessing without a doubt all the way through the race. I mean, we thought it was going to be close, but not that close. And, well, let's wind it back a little bit. The fact going into today, obviously, Lee not on the grid, like you say, but Daniel Downing also looking to put in a very strong set of performances like yourself. I mean, the two of you have been nipping at Lee's heels practically the whole season. You've even led the championship for multiple rounds. But coming to this, it really did start to feel as though it was going to be about which one of the two of you could leap ahead of Lee first.
Yeah, like race 1, I managed to get a really good result. And then race 2, I think I got a bit damaged coming into the bus stop. And I could just see Daniel behind us, and I thought I just needed to keep him behind us because I knew he was the closest to battling. But Reese snuck in at the end there as well. I didn't realise Reese was so close. All I was concentrating on was Daniel. I actually let Reese pass in race 2 just to try and stay on the back of him and not get involved in an incident.
Oh, indeed. And, well, it looked as though, with regards to both races 1 and 2, it was always going to be, firstly, keeping it clean and also keeping it calm and collected, and doing that in the first 2 races. I mean, at that point, after race number 2, was it started to sink in, you know what, with the fact that it's gone wrong for Danny, or not necessarily wrong, but he's finished behind you, and Reese Watts become more of an outside threat, that actually race number 3 should just be a really comfortable run?
Oh, no, definitely not, because I knew anything could happen, any incident. If I'm taken out, that's it, race is done. And like I said, I did actually get involved in an incident. I got some front end damage, but I luckily managed to get away with just a bit aero. So, like I said, it could have went either way still. I could have lost it on that last race. It wouldn't be the first time in the season. But, like I said, it's been absolutely great all season. The Pro just shows how close the Pro-Am Championship's been.
Oh, without a doubt. And speaking of your wider season now, I mean, today's been quite a special day in its own right, given the fact back-to-back podiums, including the win in race number 1, and then that phenomenal recovery in the end to take what was that completion of a P10 in the Pro-Am class in race number 3 and the championship crown. But what has been your highlight this season, if you had to name one round or one race in particular?
I think actually my race win, because it was my first race win. But also tonight, because I was literally not expecting nothing from this track with being in the Civic. And it was the first time I've put a top 10 in qualifying. It's the first time I've got a podium in race 1. So, like I said, my race winning probably is tonight for the battling.
Well, that's absolutely fair. I mean, in the fact that, well, really, the ultimate way to wrap it up is in a season finale when everything is on the line. And like you say, achieving your first top 10 in qualifying, the win in race number 1, it couldn't have been a perfect way to set yourself up for success. And we talked a little bit earlier on in the season about the Honda and how it's been that car. I think many have found, yourself included, has been a little bit down on pace compared to its rivals, minus in the corners. But you've really had to work hard in order to get the most out of this Honda.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I said, on the straight and pull out of the corners, it's been lacking compared to the other cars. But like I said, making up for it on the brakes in mid corner, it's a good car. So it's sort of balanced itself out. It has felt the slowest car on the grid to me, but that's maybe just the way I drive it, because Delmont seems to have managed to stay up near that pointy end all their season. But yeah, I've actually enjoyed it. Real nice car to drive. It's a bit twitchy sometimes, but that's fun.
Oh, indeed. And speaking of Adam, your teammate from SL with Next Gen Gold and the team's championship, I mean, it's not just a great result for yourself today, albeit you are really the hero of the Pram class, it must be said, but also provisionally in the team's championship. With the results from today, it does mean SL and Next Gen Gold have held on just ahead of Next Gen to take P4. I mean, it's been a back and forth campaign between the two of you, the Sim Racing Collective there as well, all the way through the season. But to be 4th place and in the end, really the best of the rest of the pack, that's an achievement.
Yeah, I mean, really happy with that, considering there's only 2 of us in our team as well to score the points. So I think a really good achievement, and maybe what with 500 points off first, with another driver on top, what could have possibly been close to first place.
Well, still, there's always the what-if questions, and like you say, we had one more driver, but still, that's something that could come in Season 7. But now looking ahead to Season 7, with your Pro Championship crown for this season, it's quite the possibility we could see you in the Pro class should you be on the grid for next season. Are we expecting you back in Season 7?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm definitely looking forward to coming last in the Pro category, but that's part of touring car racing, making that jump up. But I'm more than happy to do it and push myself a bit more. Had to get on a bit, practice a bit more.
Well, that's fantastic to hear, firstly. And now I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit in the fact, much like what we're talking about earlier with Wojciech, in that each of our championship winners from this season is going to be nominating a circuit to appear on the Season 7 calendar. I'm putting you on the spot. If you were to pick one circuit that you were to see it raced in Season 7, is there one that immediately comes to mind?
Can I pick a track that there's talks of possibly coming to iRacing before Season 7 starts?
Yep, you can.
Croft. It's got to be Croft, my home circuit. So hopefully that's here in time for the next season.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. If Croft does arrive on iRacing, we know it's coming at some point, but will it arrive before Season 7? Given we've got a major update coming in 2 weeks' time. Well, if it is, it will be locked in there as nominated by Adam, our private champion. And then going away from Croft necessarily to back to the racing. Well, we talked about your highlights as well this season, Adam. But lastly, I do have to ask, is there anybody you'd like to thank or give a shout out to live on the broadcast this evening?
Yeah, just as always, everyone that does all the admin work behind the scenes, sorting out the penalties, sorting out the races each week, giving us weights for the cars. Yous lot for doing the broadcast. It's always great to go and watch back. After even if you've had a terrible race, it's still a good broadcast to watch back. And like all the drivers, just for turning up and making the racing what it's been all season. I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, Adam, likewise, we have to say a big thank you to you, not just for your performances throughout this season, but for joining me in the interview room once again this evening. And, well, what a way to wrap up your season. The fact it all lost, but in the end, you managed to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat and become what is our 6th ever Pro-Am Drivers Champion for Season 6 of the NXTCC. Congratulations to you, a well-deserved championship crown. And, of course, the pressure is on to step up in the Pro class in Season 7, but we look forward to seeing you try. Until then, have a great rest of your evening, my friend.
Right, thank you very much.
So hearing that there from Adam McNally, a very happy 478 driver for SL with Next Gen Gold, and what I think a bit emotional as well in the fact that, like you mentioned, whilst Lee may not have been here to make it what was the maximum potential contest in the Pro class, it was always going to be a change, and it was a change that's run throughout the season. The swing of the points, leading the championship for what was 3 rounds back-to-back in the early stages before Lee Horn came on strong in the mid into late stages of the season. But in at the end, never giving up and having really his highlight round of the season here at Daytona in the Honda, never thinking he'd get a top 10 in qualifying, let alone at Daytona in the Honda, the car that struggles on the straights. And then in race number 1, a P3 overall, and with it the victory in the Pro-Am class. In race number 2, despite the damage he picked up and he mentioned, which cost him time, taking P3 in the Pro-Am class, and in at the end bringing home that absolutely vital result in the closing stage of the race to take what was a P10 in the Pro-Am class. And that P10, I do believe, being promoted to P10 at the line, as we do just double check what was at the classifications of that race, that being enough to see him across for that championship crown and just pipping Racewear to the title. And what an end, ladies and gentlemen, no doubt about it. I mean, it could have gone any which way between what was our driver of Adam McNally, also, excuse me, what was his competition of none other than Daniel Downing, and also Racewear. And I do believe that's actually an error there. What is the P10 listed should be P11, and we do apologise for that, in the fact we do always get something slightly wrong in the late stage of the day. But then again, it wouldn't be without some technical issues on the night. But whether it was a P10 or a P11 in the Pro-Am class, it was enough for the SL with NXTGEN Gold driver and Adam McNally. Looking forward to the change ahead, and we're nominating the Croft circuit to be in our calendar for what is our next season of racing. And well, I get the feeling that is going to be something special should Croft arrive, and I would be very happy to hear the thoughts of McNally when we do go racing there, and his thoughts as we take on the circuit for the first time in Anchor in the NXTCC. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more champion to talk to, and well, he's been waiting very patiently, and I think he's been very patient over the course of what is trying to graft his way to a championship crown. But without further ado, you know what it's time to do? It is time to get a word from what is this man, and that is Mark Sykes, your AM champion, as he does join me in the interview room now. Mark, it's been a long time coming for you to pick up an accolade in the NXTCC, and with the arrival of the AM class, it was a back and forth battle between yourself and Harley Bicknell. And when Mr. Bicknell was no longer able to make the race in this season, it looked all clear. But then James Smassersgal said, "No, you don't, Mark." But indeed, yes, you do, Mark. You are AM champion for season 6 of the NXTCC. How does that make you feel?
She won something, Paul. I can't believe it, mate. I mean, what? I've been been admin at NXTGEN for 16, 17 years, racing in the console years and everything. I've never won a thing. For all these years, and I've finally done it, and I'm over the moon, mate. Absolutely over the moon. The past seasons in the NXTCC, like you said, I've just been caught up in a lot of unlucky stuff, unlucky incidents. But yeah, I'm absolutely over the moon with this. I know, you know, it's the AM Championship, which is brought in new this season, but I just can't believe I've done it. I can't believe I've actually won it.
Oh, that's absolutely fantastic to hear, and I can hear the emotion in your voice as well to have finally achieved after 16 years of waiting. And well, to be fair, some may not have patience, but you have the patience of a saint, it must be said. And we're talking a little bit about tonight, Daytona seeming really bringing out some of the finest aspects of your driving from this season. A P2 in class in qualifying. Race number 1 not going your way whatsoever, but a P7 that was enough to seal the championship crown, and then a victory in race number 2 in class, and another P2 in race number 3. I mean, it was back and forth, but to be fair, you could say that about your season.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, after race 1, I thought I just messed it up, to be honest. With obviously, I made that mistake coming into the left-hander just for the banking section, and I think I clipped Delmont slightly up the backside, which speared me into the tyre wall, gave me wheel damage, and from then obviously I had to come in and pit, repair the damage, come back out last. And I thought, oh, here we go. The nerves have got the better of me, and I've just messed it up from here. And I didn't think I won it, but then come out race 2. I thought, right, head down, concentrate, Mark. Make up some places, because obviously you get a certain amount of points for obviously overtaking each AM driver each person in your class, and just pick my way through and won race 2, and I knew from then that was it. I actually clinch a championship. But no, it was a good night tonight. I really enjoyed it. Some good battles up and down the field. Obviously, race 3. After I knew I had the AM Championship sort of sewn up, it was mine. I just stayed out of people's way, to be honest. And I got a reverse grid pole as well. So here we go. But yeah, I just thought, right, I'm just going to stay out of people's, because I knew there was other championships going on. Well, in the Pro Am, I knew there was a Pro Am Championship still to wrap up. So I thought I'd just stay out of people's way in race 3. So that's why I dropped back quite a lot.
Well, that makes absolute sense, to be fair. We thought you were doing that in race number 3, which is obviously taking the first AM reverse pole position, and in the end just steering clear of all the danger to see home the trophy. But a solid day at Daytona, like you say, and looking back over the season, I mean, you've had some absolutely fantastic days. I think one that really stands out in mind, if my memory serves me correctly, were the performances at Sandown in your battles with Harley Bicknell. The two of you really going toe-to-toe, and you finding a way ahead of Harley. And also what was a little bit later on in the season, and our circuit of what was, if I remember correctly, Mugello, where in the end a new circuit, but definitely establishing your brand on the Mugello circuit. When you look back over the season, beyond Daytona, are there any other sort of highlights that stand out to you personally?
No, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head there. I think Sandown, I really enjoy that track. It's a difficult track, as we saw with some of the incidents that went on. But yeah, with Harley racing, I was a bit gutted that Harley pulled out. I did send him a personal message, sort of saying this, but I thought, big me and Harley, battling the championship through, and then Harley got caught up in a few unlucky incidents, like I've done past seasons. So I was a bit gutted about that, but there you go. But yeah, Sandown, I've really enjoyed that track. Really enjoyed that track. And Mugello, yeah, being a new track, I seem to really gel with the TCRs in that, and yeah, really enjoyed racing around there.
That enjoyment definitely shining through, and well, whether it was battling with Harley Bicknell or alternatively James Mansell-Gow, you definitely pushed all the distance. But also, let's talk a little bit about the car for this season, the Audi RS3, a strong car, and indeed your main rivals also leaning into the Audi. But it seems to be a car that's clicked with yourself over the course of the season.
Yeah, I mean, my first ever season in the NXTCC, I chose the Veloster, which I liked, but then I switched to the Audi. And I've had tips, obviously, from Gavan Gardner, who used to race the Audi non-stop, and obviously a lot of coaching from Jamie Dory, which has really helped me. He's been so patient with me, and I do appreciate everything Jamie's done for me. But the Audi is just a mega car. The start is... It was a weird thing to get used to, the start procedure of the Audi, because as you probably know, there's 0 revs. You don't do any revs at all because of the torque on the thing. So you literally flip it in the first, and then you just, as soon as it goes green, you just go 3/4 revs and go. And that was one of the hardest things for me to get used to. And the Audi has this weird thing that some corners you could be in between gears, because you're always up a gear. So say Honda's going into a certain corner in the second gear, the Audi being third. And then some corners you want to be in like 3.5 gears, if you see what I'm saying. So it was something to get used to. But over the last few seasons, I've sort of gelled with the Audi. Not sure if I'm going to be in the Audi for season 7. Watch this space. I'm thinking about maybe changing, but yeah, I'm not sure at the moment.
Well, looking ahead, you just mentioned the fact you might be changing car, and we'll be interested to see what you change to. But then going on to season 7, of course, we still have one circuit that needs to be nominated, and it falls to you this task, Mark. Are there any circuits that immediately come to mind when you think season 7 that needs to be on the calendar?
Well, I'm hoping, if the rumours are correct with what iRacing is saying, they are saying that Thruxton is going to be coming. I'm hoping it's coming in the next build. If it is, that will be my track for season 7. If it won't, then obviously if it doesn't come in, I'll have to think about another track. But yes, Thruxton would be my choice as long as it comes in the next build.
Well, that's definitely going to make it interesting, because it does mean we're looking at 2 new circuits to iRacing potentially being new to our calendar as of Season 7. It was Croft from Mr. McNally only months ago, and Fruxton from yourself. And, well, Mark, that would be absolutely brilliant to see, no doubt about it, you roaring around there. Because I get the feeling you've done quite a bit of real-life marshalling of the Fruxton circuit, so it must feel like second home to you in real life, let alone the simulator.
Oh yeah, I always call it when I marshal at Fruxton. I always call it my happy place. It's I just love Fruxton. Obviously, you know, Jamie and Martin Bringworth introduced me to marshalling, and I've never looked back. It's the best thing in the world. But Fruxton, it's my home track really. It's only 40 minutes, well, 35 minutes up the road from me, so it's a brilliant place. And yes, I've driven actually round the track a few times, and I just love it there. It's a great place.
Well, we absolutely love to hear that, and we'd love to have you with us all season long, but I'm sure there's a few people you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight.
Yeah, well, I'd like to thank my mum and dad for bringing me into this world and allowing me to win this championship. On a serious note, definitely, like I've said before, Jamie for sticking with me, giving me all the coaching with my racing and my racing style and tweaking things here and there. He's a saint. You, Mr. Walsh, for your commentary. I listen back every week, and it's absolutely brilliant. You know what I mean? This series wouldn't be what it is without you, basically. And to, you know, all the drivers, everyone that's raced, everyone that's I've battled with, and all the NXTGEN admin that's involved behind the scenes. You know, without everyone, NXTGEN wouldn't be what it is today.
Well, Mark, we also have to say a big thank you to you, of course, because it wouldn't quite have been an amateur championship to remember like this if it weren't for yourself. And, well, firstly, thank you for joining me in the interview room once again, and congratulations on becoming our first ever AM Drivers Champion in the NXTCC. Of course, the Pro-Am class looms in Season 7, but we look forward to seeing you rise to that challenge. But until then, savour the moment, enjoy it, congratulations once again, and have a fantastic rest of your evening.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you.
So we're hearing there from absolutely exhilarated, but also, I suspect, emotionally exhausted Mark Sykes of NXTGEN. And goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, now that is something to remember. 16 years he has chased winning a series in the sim racing world, and after 16 years of dedication, patience, a few swear words probably as well, which we're not allowed to repeat, and everything between, he's found his way to the top step of the AM class. And to be fair, it was a tough season. He had an incredibly close competition in the first half of the season from Harley and Bicknell. It was a shame that we did lose the JW Motorsport driver, not able to make the second half of the season, but still, with Harley fading into the background, we then had the rise of James Smansfield, who kept Mark honest every step of the way. But in the end, only one person could be champion in the AM class for this season, and it was the NXTGEN driver. And, well, the performances there at Daytona really being the embodiment of what has made Mark Sykes your AM champion, your first ever NXTCC AM champion. A mixture of results perhaps, but underneath the hood, a perseverance and a consistency that only been interrupted by incidents that came his way unexpectedly. And we saw that in race number 1, and, well, we saw it many a time in the season where he bounced back from the university, and that's why Mark is your AM champion. And nominating Fruxton should it arrive on iRacing in the next update. And, well, we look forward to seeing plenty of British circuits on the calendar if that does happen, and some circuits which are very dear to the hearts of not just the NXTGEN Racing Administration, but also many a driver on this NXTCC grid, many of them being massive TCR UK and BTCC fans. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's not quite the end of our interviews. We still have one more interview to do, and, well, we are only going to be hearing from one individual with regards to this interview, because, of course, it is the team's champions we need to speak to, and it is going to be none other than NXTGEN Pink. And on their behalf, joining me is going to be none other than Jamie Doble, as I do believe he is just wrapping up a couple of proceedings, but he is going to join me very shortly, and we are going to be hearing from the man himself, the leader of the team that takes the team's championship accolade. Jamie, firstly, a huge congratulations to yourself and the team at NXTGEN Pink for defending the championship title successfully. I mean, you've been, and you'll continue the statistic. I remember you saying clearly at the end of season 5, you have been on the winning team for every season in the NXTCC so far, and you continue to do it. I mean, I bet you just can't believe it. 6 in a row and not looking to slow down anytime soon.
Yeah, well, as I said last season, you've got to, if you can't get the Drivers' Championship, you've got to set aside for something else. And I mean, I'm fortunate. I've always had quite a strong team with me. You know, we work well. And yeah, it's just worked out, scoring those consistent points. If one of us has a poor race, and everyone else can jump in.
Well, it's definitely been consistent. Also, an absolutely fantastic roster. Of course, we're only hearing from yourself today, but making up the team is also Benjamin McCluskey in the 28. Gavin Gardner not on the grid for the last couple of rounds. Wayne Douglas and also your prime driver, Andrew Holmes, an all-pro team -1 prime. I mean, it has been a consistent effort from all the team across the board all season, ever since day one in Silverstone National.
Yeah, exactly. It's, you know, building the team and choosing the team. You know, try and go for strong drivers and try and get an unbeaten run. Try and make something special, see how long we can go on for, and make those cars stand out. Hopefully the pink and blue cars and NXTGEN Pink and themselves are always there or in a screenshot challenging and just, you know, working together well. And yeah, the group gelled. Obviously Wayne had a tough start to the season. And Gavan struggled motivationally towards the end, which we all do. It's, you know, it's a lot of time to run something like this, but I think, you know, with the help of them two and me and Benji at the end, we had enough just to clinch it. Obviously the Dobles are right on our heels, and Semper being who they are there, and I expect a fierce rivalry next season, put it that way.
Oh, without a doubt. And speaking of some of those individual efforts, of course, in the overall Drivers' Championship, you finished 6th, which has been your lowest finishing position in your 6 seasons of the NXTCC, but the competition continues to get tighter and tighter. On the flip side of the coin, Benjamin McCluskey announced himself as a potential future overall champion with 2nd place in the end, and 2nd place by a single point over Adam Delmont.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Benji's picked up these cars a lot recently, and you can see his pace coming through, and he's just gelling to them. He's always been in. He always likes the rear-wheel drive, so to see him moving up is always good. As anyone, you know, I sit and look at a lot of statistics behind the scene and see drivers and work out who's moving up classes in the next season. I mean, personally, I feel like I've had a bit of a poor season. I just didn't really gel with the Audi this season, and I got caught in a few little incidents that I normally wouldn't put myself in, and I think I just need to go away in the off season, come back next season. It will be a new car, and to try and get what I feel I can get, and that's being back up there.
Indeed, it may not always be at the perfect harmony between yourself and car, but either way, we always see you fighting it up there, trying to get the most out of each and every race. And coming on to Daytona today as well, we saw that from yourself. 3 very challenging races, 3 races which are all about running in the pack just as much as trying to battle your way on through it all the way through. A very different dynamic compared to most of the racing this season.
Yeah, obviously this is one of those tracks I try, and when I plan a season or when I've chosen tracks in the past, I'm always mindful of each car's strengths and weaknesses, and trying to make the field as close as possible with the pointing structure and car dynamics. Obviously, the Audi is, as I've heard you say a number of times, phenomenally good at drive out of a corner. With the torque it's got, it just picks up speed better than any other vehicle. However, because of the gear ratio, as Mark was saying, it tops out quite soon. So the Audi was good going onto the banking and out the bus stop, but as soon as you get to that start finish line, all the other cars were just on top of you. So I thought, what's a good way to end the season? And that's anyone can win, being Daytona, as we've seen in real life and things, and sim racing. Anyone can win. All the cars are close together, and it's going to be about the dynamic of drivers thinking for whether it's worth going for that position, as well as the bigger picture of trying to get those extra points. So yeah, it worked well, and I mean, there's more to look forward to next season.
Oh, indeed. And, well, just to close in thoughts, of course, Season 7 around the corner. We're going to be walking everybody through the calendar and the track list shortly. And I think we're more than happy to have you stay around and talk a little bit about that calendar. But for the Teams Championship perspective, I mean, of course, now the question is, can you make it 7 championships out of 7 and also come back to get that elusive 3rd overall Drivers' Championship crown?
Well, yeah, that's the plan, obviously. Being a driver, I've been thinking a lot about my car choice for next season, to try and take it to Wojciech, who's been subliminal. I've never, in the history of this championship, the NXTCC, no one has won the championship as early as he has done, and that just shows his driving caliber. So there's going to be a bit of a wait time to reacquaint myself, probably a bit of playing around with my setup and things, just to try and be able to focus a bit more on the driving, as well as getting good, really. So, but yeah, see, seven teams championships. I think, I'm trying to get Gavan back for season 7, and I hope he does come back, because he is an integral part to the team. He is the guy who brought the pink to NXTGEN Pink. So yeah, hopefully we'll come back with season 7 champions as a team. And yeah, I don't see why I won't be going for the overall.
Well, we'd love to see it chase the overall. And, well, coming on to Season 7 then, let's talk a little bit about our calendar. I think we can reveal it now. Are we good to reveal it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Alrighty, well, without further ado then, ladies and gentlemen, on screen is none other than what is firstly our advert for Season 7, and it all kicks off on the 23rd of July 2024. So we've got a bit of a break, and we'll talk about what's going to be in that break as well, with Jamie joining us here. We'll go all through that shortly, but let's jump straight to that calendar. And as we can see, we're going to be kicking off at the Catalonia Grand Prix circuit, and, well, we did hear earlier, Jamie, of course, from what was both Adam McNally and also Mark Sykes. They are suggesting we should have Croft and Thruxton added on there, but this is a calendar packed with variety and nominated by a whole host of different individuals as well.
Yeah, so I thought we'd come away a little bit from me choosing the tracks, and I thought we've done that. It'd be good to do a legend series, so to speak. So I thought the people who see the racing more than anyone, week in, week out, is yourself. More than anyone, whatever makes your voice go, we know we're doing all right. So I thought, you should have 3 choices. What you think the touring cars are good at, the safety car as well, whether he wants to do some laps and he sits there, watched it along with the race director. So they picked them, and then there was 5 slots left open, which would obviously be the 3 champions this season, and then the 2 overall champions in season gone by.
Well, definitely a fantastic mix of individuals to nominate different circuits on through, and we've got plenty of variety on there. I mean, talking about the season opener, we went to Catalonia, only what was, I do believe, I want to say back in season 2 for the national layout there, and that was quite nip and tuck all the way through. We've also got the Hockenheim Ring, a circuit which was much loved when we raced there the first time, and indeed that was the place where you did seal, I believe, was it your maiden championship crown over Mikey based on result countback?
Second season 4, season 3, season 4, one of the 2. It was it was my last championship, was that one.
Yep, sorry, thank you for reminding. I knew it was one, but not the right order. We've also got the Fuji Grand Prix circuit. I mean, we got to see some legendary racing there, not just for its sweeping corners, but also the extended straight. Charlotte Roval as well, a very interesting circuit from our safety car driver as well. I mean, your thoughts on that one?
Well, as he always says to me, he's paid per. It changes on week. He's paid per lap 1 minute. He's paid per mile an hour the next minute. So I just think he with the chicane in the middle there, I think he just wants his money's worth, to be honest.
Oh, indeed. And then a very intriguing one, and this is something that's new for Season 7. Round number 5 is going to be a 1-hour event at Spa-Francorchamps, as nominated by yourself. Can you elaborate on why we've got a bit of a different format for what is the mid-season race?
Yeah, so these 20-minute races are great. We've been doing them for 6 seasons now. I thought, what would add a bit of spice to bring drivers back, which is what I'm always trying to do, is add something. So round 5 at Spa, the plan is for an hour race, and it will be a full reverse championship order. So last place in the championship will start P1, and first place in the championship with weight will start last. There will be an allotted pit stop time, so everyone has to pit within that time, monitored by the race director, and there will be all 4 tires have to be changed, and also there will be a minimum pit stop time. They have to stay in the box. What that does is allows everyone to have an equal length time, even the cars that are running weight. And then the second half of the race, where endurances can get a little bit dull, if we're being honest, all the cars will be on the same weight. So hopefully the overall pros will be still trying to battle through with an equal car to all the people around them. So it should add a bit of spice, and it'll be triple points as if they won a 20-minute race.
Well, absolutely a brilliant idea, I personally think, and I think many will be absolutely grinning at the thought of a bit of a mix-up there from our traditional 3x20 format, and a brilliant circuit for it as well. I mean, you can't have a motorsport in Canada without Spa-Francorchamps, no doubt about it. And I do see Andy Rudy there, the YouTube chat, saying, get Sonoma in there, need some love. I mean, we've had Sonoma in the past, it may make its way back, but I don't think it's going to be on the Season 7 calendar. You never know for Season 8. And I mean, Jamie, from your perspective, are there any rounds on this championship which you as a driver will be screaming out for more than most now? Keeping in mind, of course, Thruxton and Croft being our final 2 should they come to iRacing.
The amount of laps I've done around Thruxton in real life is my it's my go-to. So I know every inch of that circuit in real life. I'll tell you how good the laser scan is. So that'd be the one. But looking at the calendar, I think, we always manage to, even at the most difficult of circuits, this series seems to just always be close and always on edge. So Thruxton would be my favourite, but I'm looking forward to it all. It's going to be a technical season.
Oh, most definitely. And well, if anybody's out there wanting to sign up, of course, it's £12 for a single driver, £20 for 2 drives, or if there's 3 of you out there and you're wanting to enter a team, the perfect way to do things, and it is £25 for 3 drives, a lovely discount. And as I can see on there as well, Jamie, we're looking to limit the grid this upcoming season to 45 cars, so shortening the grid down slightly, but to be fair, not taking away what its essence is, the absolutely brilliant touring car racing that we know and love.
Yeah, the reason being is just doing all of the work that makes us different with race directors, safety cars, and things like that, setups. It's a lot of work behind the scenes that my other half hates, if I'm being honest. But hey, 45 cars I think is ample for each category. Anything more just can get a bit clumsy at times, especially with touring car racing. If you look at any touring car series within the world, really, that they don't have massive grids. They have big grids, but not massive grids. So having 50 cars on a grid, as much as it looks a great spectacle at the beginning of the season, it can be a bit touch and go, and bloods can boil, put it that way. So we're trying to limit it and provide quality over quantity.
That's absolutely fair. And of course, that's going to kick off on the 23rd of July. And we're all looking forward to all the racing broadcasted live from circuit side. And I'm very pleased to say I'll be back in the commentary booth bringing you all the action. But of course, Jamie, before all that, we've got also the legends returning. I mean, it's something that has been screamed out for by many a driver as we bring it up on the screen. And well, £5 entry fee, starts on the 18th of June, runs for 5 weeks. And I think the calendar was published earlier today, so we might be able to get that up on screen screen shortly. But I mean, just tell us about the fact we're bringing the legends back, and this was something where it all started for Next Gen in the way on the iRacing platform.
Yeah, so the legends, obviously, a lot of people who race in this watch the BTCC, and other than the BTCC on ITV, the legends are hugely followed. I think they just provide equality and close, amazing racing, similar to touring cars, but rear-wheel drive with motorbike engines. I just think, we've learned a lot since when we first brought these out, and I'm following a lot of the real life things with the random race 3 reverse grid. So if there's 50 cars on the grid, say it'd be P1 to P50 potentially being reversed, which is what they do in real life. And I just think, for a little off season, it's just going to be a way to race and just I mean, legends and touring cars in my eyes are two of the closest racing you can have. So I like my close racing. I like being sweaty after a race. So yeah, that's why I've done it.
Well, absolutely fantastic suggestion, no doubt about it. And to see it coming back, I think everyone's going to be absolutely ecstatic for. Unfortunately, I don't think we can quite flash the calendar up on screen at the moment, or it's not immediately available to hand. But can you give us an insight of sort of what circuits we're expecting on that 5-week calendar?
Yeah, so the calendar for the legends.
In fact, we can get it up on screen. Sorry to cut you across. We'll
Got
get
it?
that up on there.
That's all right.
But go on, as you were saying.
Yeah, so we obviously start off at Monza Junior, which with these cars, it's just going to be a slipstream haven. Like I say, bumper to bumper action, and it will be nice and close. Then moving on to obviously Catalunya National, again a nice big long straight, a bit of technical section through there, a little bit of drifting. Into Sebring, the slightly shorter Sebring. You can see the trend with the long straights and working as a team and keeping the cars close together. To Oschersleben, smaller course, which is probably the most technical on the circuit, with a nice big back straight going on to Mugello Short, which the last turn where it cuts down through the S's there, the third set of chicanes, it comes right onto if you take it too quick, onto a nice a grassy end. So there's challenges, but as well as trying to keep what legends are all about, and that's close pack racing. So it's been thought out.
Oh, it's an absolutely fantastic schedule, and like you say, it's all been thought out and planned. And well, ladies and gentlemen, if you do want to be on the grid for the Legends mini-series, which bridges the gap between Season 6 and Season 7 of the NXTCC, be sure to get yourself signed up today via the official Next Gen Racing Discord, which is the #1 place to go to for all things sign up for our series. But Jamie, just before I do let you go, appreciate you having the extended time to talk to us, not just as a driver on the grid for the NXTCC, but also one of our admins and one of our senior admins at the Next Gen Racing community. Is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to before we do begin to wrap up for today?
It would just be the usuals, as I always do every season. It's going to be a little bit of a spiel for a few minutes. I'm just going to go to my post I done earlier, just so I can make sure I get everyone. Obviously, I'll start off with Alan McCain, who does all of the nice pictures for me, so I can put them in the tables and make it look more professional than a lot out there. Gaz for doing the safety car. He sits there week on week, edging to go and charging me an absolute fortune to be a safety car. But it's deserved. Martin for doing the stewarding. He is the most unliked person in the lobby, as all stewards are, but I think he likes that secretly. Mark for doing all the liveries for Next Gen, doing the points tables, making it look crisp, and doing all the promo work, anything design related Mark does, which is phenomenal. Gavan does all of the behind the scenes points, looking at the formula on Excel. I don't know how he does it. He's just a whiz. I hope to see him back next season. To the champions, obviously Wojciech, Adam, Mark, Benji and Gav for the teams as well, and everyone who's participated, all the sponsors, affiliations, partners within Next Gen. everyone who's raced, who makes this league what it is. Without them, we wouldn't have one. But lastly, would be yourself, Paul. You know, like I've always said, you are more than 50% of this league. Without your voice covering the NXTCC, it just wouldn't have the same vibe. You are the David Addison of the NXTCC. You know, you get people coming in, you get real life racers who tune in to listen to you and watch this because your voice is so iconic and how you do things is so slick. It's just, yeah, hats off to you. So, you know, yeah, just everyone who's part of it, you know, and to the other half for neglecting her for another year.
Well, Jamie, it's an absolute pleasure to have you as always join me in the interview room and to talk about what's upcoming in the land of Next Gen Racing. No doubt about it. But with that, congratulations once again on your performances throughout the season for the 6th place in the overall Drivers' Championship and also for being part of the defending championship winning team of Next Gen Pink. We look forward to plenty more in Season 7. And again, a huge gratitude to yourself for running things behind the scenes and making the NXTCC what it is as the head admin of it. We look forward to plenty more as of the end of July, but until then, have a great rest of your evening and we'll speak again soon.
Thanks a lot, Paul.
So hearing there from Jamie Dory, ladies and gentlemen, and well, what a load of insights there with regards to not just his racing this season and that successful title defense of the Next Gen Pink team, but also talking about what's upcoming and at the forefront with regards to, we see it back on the screen there, of course, Season 7 of the NXTCC being around the corner in only 2 months' time, if that, and in between, we do have the Legends mini-series for 5 weeks, and well, if you do want to be on the grid for either of those, as we mentioned earlier, the best place to go to is the official Next Gen Racing website, which you'll see on screen soon, and then head to the official Next Gen Racing Discord. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to wrap up because we appreciate it's heading close towards midnight here in the United Kingdom. And well, to wrap up, we firstly need to give you an update on the provisional standings in our championships after 10 of 10 rounds of racing. And as we see, firstly, here, the overall Drivers' Championship standings. And well, after 10 rounds, and what an absolutely iconic way to crown in his maiden championship with a elite amount of points in internet speak. The numbers 1337 translating to elite effectively, an elite season he's had as well. Wojciech Swierdijk with 1,337 points. Your champion ahead of Benjamin McCluskey, who in the end just outran Adam Delmont to the runner-up spot by a single point, and Luciano Witvoet P4 there on 839. It wasn't to be the end of the season that the Dutchman wanted, albeit coming on very strong, and at one point talking about hunting Swierdijk down all the way to the very end, but the fortune was not on his side. But to be fair, the World of Racing driver in P4, again, an example of just what you've got to do to be P4. Sometimes the world is against you, and I think he may have felt it time and time again in Season 5 and again in Season 6, but to finish P4 against all the adversity, well, that goes to show how close it was run between himself, Delmont and McCluskey for the runner-up spot. A further 10 points behind Mikey Doble, the Doble Sim Racing family and team not on the grid today, unfortunately, but a P5 there. And, well, Jamie Dory at P6 just behind him. And the lowest the pair have finished are 2 major champions. And, well, they've got a new name in amongst their ranks now of Swierdijk, and therefore they're going to need to be hot on their toes for what is Season 7. Kieran Sharp, P7 there on 631 points. Fend off Isaac Doble to the finish with Reese Watt, P9. And you're winning, effectively, overall Pro-Am standings driver, in the fact the highest placed Pro-Am there by what was the best part of 14 points, in fact 15 points over Adam McNally in P12, and between them Joseph Doble and Patrick Falconer. But look how close it was to be in the top 10, ladies and gentlemen. 2 points denied the JW Motorsport driver Falconer from being a top 10 finisher, with McNally a further 12 point. Lee Horn only a point off of him, then Andrew Pike and Daniel Downing completing your top 15. And I do believe our top 5, if not our top 10 Pro-Ams, are going to be moving to the Pro class next season, so therefore it's all to play for at the top end of the standings. Then coming to the Pro-Am class, and when the points are adjusted based on Pro-Am finishing positions, Adam McNally, your winner by 4 points in the end, and indeed so close between them, but it was just enough for McNally versus Reese Watt, and what not being able to find that last overtake at the very end versus what was Russell Fowler and Kieran Smart being the difference after all their battling. Daniel Downing at P3, a valiant third place, and in the end the top three separated by 30 points. And credit where it's due to Lee Horn, a further 8 points behind, not on the grid today, but that shows you how far Lee Horn came over the host of the season, and in the end just not quite able to be on the grid for the season finale, due to be on a holiday, a well-deserved holiday, but not quite able to make it 2 Pro-Am crowns in his NXTCC career. Alex Meredith, P5, and what a resurgence in form after what was a dismal mid-season. But Meredith finishing P5 there by the best part of 56 points over Stuart Winess. And, well, if you want a mention of the drivers who've really been the ones to watch this season, newcomers to the grid overall, track, Scotland, Stuart Winess and Kieran Smart, with Winess taking P6 in the end. And whilst he ran out a little bit of steam towards the end of the championship campaign, at the same time as well, it must be said the Scottish driver absolutely enjoying the racing out there, and it showed in terms of the points he accrued. Nick Clemens P7 ahead of Matthew Addy, with Matthew Sheraton and Ben Altrier completing a top 10, with Altrier in the end just making his way into the top 10 when all was said and done, ahead of what was Alan McCain, and then Slamir Javoski and Kieran Smart, both 4 points behind, but Javoski ahead of Smart based on result countback, and then Sam Van Olst and Russell Fowler completing a top 15 at Pro-Ams. And then coming to the AM class with 1,294 points, Mark Sykes has taken that crown by the best part of what is there, almost 200 points over James Smansisgow, to be precise, 197 points, and Jarford Collins a further, what was, I do believe, 49 a foot there, but running Smansisgow close to the wire. Collins being chased hotly by Matt Emmons, and what was to be for the Rhino Motorsport driver, I can say this now, if he had been on the grid since day one of this season, I reckon Emmons could have potentially challenged for the championship crown, and I think next season in the AM class, with Sykes most likely being promoted, if nobody else is promoted, that trio of Smansisgow versus Collins versus Emmons, and that's before we consider people like Bicknell potentially coming back, alternatively what would be Smith also being in there, we could have an incredible AM championship to carry on from where we left off in season 6 going into season 7. Gabriel Yilmaz P5 in the end as well, a valiant set of points there. Craig Dillon not on the grid today, so therefore missing out on a top 5 finish, but still Yilmaz being there to pounce. And then Roy Plummer, Kevin Smith, Daniel Fritz and Mark Kent completing a top 10, with Harley Bicknell P11 ahead of Darren Hills, Costa Chatscontinental, Riley Sheringham and Tom Delaney wrapping up those AM standings. And then coming to the Teams Championship, your confirmation of Next Gen Pink's successful title defence by 176 points to Double Sim Racing, and a further, what was 99 points to Semper RaceNet in P3. SO and Next Gen Gold fending off the challenge from Next Gen and the Sim Racing Collective to the very end, with JW Motorsport getting closer and closer to top 4 fight in the end, but not quite able to break into it, but still well clear of iRacing Esports, with VB Fusion, the World of Racing and Goldwing Motorsport completing your team's top 10. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to wrap up. Thank you very much for watching, and if you have enjoyed this season the NXTCC, whether you've just joined us today or been tuning in since the start, and if you're interested in being on the grid for Season 7 or any of our other series, including the Legends mini-series, we've also got a new prototype series that's kicked off recently, and also a return to the GT3 League, and plenty more to come on R Factor 2 as well. For all that and more, the number one place to find out about it is to go to our official website, and that is at nextgenracing.co.uk, and as you see it on screen here, the home of clean and fair sim racing for all, and as we continue to host leagues across a variety of sim racing platforms, particularly on PC, and we're now into our 17th year of hosting leagues, there's never been a better time to join the Next Gen Racing community, and to do so, go to our website and join us on our official Discord, as you can see the link in the top right corner of the screen. But if you don't want to go to our website, perhaps you're more of a social media person, well, you can, of course, follow us on Facebook, and that's at facebook.com/groups/Next Gen Racing, where you can stay up to date all the latest stories at Next Gen, and also find out a little bit more about what goes on behind the scenes with our staff and admin members, not just on the simulated circuit, but also on the real circuit, where a number of them, including Mark Sykes, as we heard from earlier, being real-life track marshals, if not real-life racing drivers. We'd also like to take a moment to say a big thank you to our sponsors for this season, including PowerMax, Next Level Racing, Mark Sykes Designs, Joyce Design, Sam Cases UK, Douglas Motorsport, Falconer PC Builds and Support, Benji Sim Photos, and of course, last but by no means least, our title sponsor for this season, IMB Racewear, the sim racing and real-life racing racewear provider that prides itself on individuality with their fully custom designs, enabling you to make the impact you've always wanted to on track, as it is designed for you by you. Do head to IMB Racewear's website, that's imbracewear.com, to find out more about their fully customizable product range, which brings benefits you cannot get from off-the-shelf products. That website, once again, imbracewear.com. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, of course, attention turns to next time, and whilst we do have to bring the curtain down now, we will be back on Tuesday the 23rd of July 2024 to raise the flag on an all-new 7th season of scintillating racing action in the NXTCC Season 7. And well, we saw the schedule on screen earlier. You've seen how you can sign up if you want to be there. Get on the grid, because there'll be 45 entrants, and when we do go racing at once again, we will be kicking off at none other than the Catalonia Grand Prix circuit in Spain on the 23rd of July, and that's where we'll pick it up. And of course, the gauntlet has been set, with Wojciech looking to defend his title crown, and the Semper Racing Drone expected to be on the grid in what will be the Honda Civic Type R. In the Prime class, Adam McNally will be promoted to Pro, and that means we'll have a whole new host of drivers looking to chase down their maiden Prime titles. And in the AM class, it'll all be to play for. Mark Sykes moving to the Prime class, and in the Teams Championship, can NextGen Pink hold on for a 3rd title in the row? Can Jamie Dory lead a team to victory for the 7th time in a row? All those questions and plenty more will begin to be answered as we'll turn the pages for Season 7 in what is 2 months' time. But until then, we have been Next Gen Racing. I've been your host and commentator, Paul TX141 Walsh, also known as Britain Spit, depending on what media you follow me on. We have been the Next Gen Racing Touring Car Championship Season 6. And until next time, thank you very much for watching. Remember to stay safe, stay well, stay smiling, but most importantly, as always, ladies and gentlemen, remember to stay on track. Good night.